Good morning and welcome to day one of the inaugural virtual conference on resilience, success, and triumphs among children of incarcerated parents. It is with great joy that we welcome you to the Dr. Muhammad Experience digitally at Howard University, where research is hot off the press. My name is Sydney Turner, current research assistant and executive team member. I am honored to be your moderator for the next 3 days. Please allow me to introduce Associate Dean James J. Davis, who will provide a brief introduction and statistics on the College of Arts and Sciences at Howard University. Please unmute your microphone before speaking.
A hearty good morning to each of you. I bring you greetings on behalf of the College of Arts and Sciences and its Dean, Dr. Reuben Patterson. I welcome you virtually and Zoomingly to the campus of Howard University. I am more than delighted to play a small role in helping to get this most important and awe-inspiring conference off to a start. In reviewing the program, I was amazed not only by the rich content and sure to be excellent presentations, but also by the aesthetically attractive written program. It is indeed the bomb. I am very proud of it. Also, while I reviewed the program, another revisited thought danced through my mind. I thought of the very false divide between disciplines. While the conference falls in the category of the social sciences, its content is closely aligned with the humanities, in which we explore through language, culture, and literature, personal narratives about what it is to be human. We interpret how we react to and how we relate to the world in which we live. I appreciate the research and the personal narratives that will be presented throughout the conference. Sharing new and more truths about the children of incarcerated parents is indeed an overall purpose of the conference. Truth is proper and beautiful at all times and in all places, once said Frederick Douglass. Before I end, I must congratulate Dr. Muhammad and the executive team for their exceptional work in organizing and bringing to fruition this inaugural conference. The conference is like a new baby in the family. Virginia Kelly, a nurse, shared that there is nothing like a newborn baby to renew your spirit and to buttress your resolve to make the world a better place. I thank all conference participants for your resilience, respect, and responsibility. Again, I welcome each of you and I instruct you to enjoy this wonderful conference. Davis will now mute himself. Hasta la vista. See you later.
Thank you so much, Dean Davis, for that powerful introduction. It is an honor to introduce our next speaker, Gerard Robinson, Vice President for Education at the Advanced Studies in Cultural Foundation in Charlottesville, Virginia. As he served as the former director of Center for Advancing Opportunity, please allow him to speak on this study and the initial importance of funding this initiative. Please unmute your mic before speaking. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Turner. Good to see you, Dr. Muhammad. It's always good to be with the Howard University family and the extended family. I'm a graduate of Howard University, class of 91. My oldest daughter is a class of 2016, and my father-in-law is class of 68 from the law school. When I had an opportunity to meet Dr. Muhammad at our first national summit at the Center for Advancing Opportunity in February of 2018, she said two things to me. She said, if we're serious about criminal justice, we have to talk about families. And number two, if we're serious about families, we have to talk about children. And she said, there are a lot of people who are focusing on adults, and that's important. But as we speak right now, there are over 2 million children who did not have a mom or a dad or an adult caregiver say good morning or I love you because they're incarcerated. And she raised the question, and what about the children left behind? As an educator, I know how important it is to make sure we inculcate the important values into young people that are really important. And what we did at the Center for Advancement Opportunity is to say, let's invest into scholars at HBCUs who are doing cutting edge research to answer questions. And in my former role, I had an opportunity to see a lot of great proposals. And of course, we cannot fund all of them, but I was honored to fund Dr. Muhammad's research proposal. She said that I've got access to children in several states, and their parents are incarcerated. The question for me is, how are some students able to do well in terms of resiliency and success? And other children in the same challenge, maybe not so much. Not that she doesn't believe that all children cannot, but she wanted to do an apples to apples comparison on what we could do. And so took a look at the proposal, went to my board, everyone gave it a thumbs up, and I was proud to come and present her with the grant. Now let me tell you why this is important to the national conversation. Dr. Muhammad is probably one of only 25 people in the country who are not only looking at this research, but looking at children who have people incarcerated in both rural and urban areas, both on the East Coast and in places like Arizona. And she's not just doing this domestically, she's also got research that she's looked at across the globe. And so for an HBCU scholar to take a lead role in having a conversation about the children of the incarcerated was something that I was glad to fund. Now take a look at her gathering all of us today. We're from different parts of the country. We're from different universities. We all come to the same table because we believe that this subject matters a great deal. And so I'm glad to see the conference take place. I'm glad for Dr. Muhammad's leadership. I'm glad to also say that the Center for Advancement Opportunity provided funding to support some of her graduate students. Because if we are to create the next generation of scholars, private, public intellectuals to do this work, it's going to take resources. So I'm glad to have been in a position to partner with Dr. Muhammad. We're going to continue to work together on projects, and even where I am right now. But this is a win for families. It's a win for children. It's a win for community justice in general, but it's particularly a win for the historically Black college and university, because as one of my former mentors told me, who's a former president of HBCU, the question isn't where do we need HBCUs today? The question is, where would America be today without the HBCU? And I can turn that around and say the children of America who have incarcerated parents would be better because of the work of Dr. Muhammad at Howard University and her support team. So keep up the good work. Glad to be here and look forward to working with you in many different ways.
Thank you so much, Mr. Robinson. That was super powerful. I was one of those students who has been receiving funding, so I greatly appreciate it. Now, to the moment that we have all been waiting for. It is with a humble heart and immense gratitude to introduce Dr. Baia Muhammad. She is the Associate Professor of Criminology at Howard University, in addition to the conference founder and principal investigator of the National Resiliency Study among children of incarcerated parents. She is known for flipping the script by centering positive outcomes among children, Black children of incarcerated parents. Dr. Muhammad will provide a conference overview of participant expectations, a layout of website and helpful tips for optimal virtual engagements with attendees to assure seamless navigation through the conference digital community. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Sydney, as well as Brittany. Mr. Gerard Robinson, thank you so much for your commentary, remarks, and pushing forward for HBCUs as it relates to research. Thank you so much, A.D. Davis. It is a pleasure to have you, and your presentation was amazing on behalf of the Colleges of Arts and Sciences. I would like to welcome all of the audience members who are here with us today. Thank you so much for joining us in the midst of a pandemic, as well as the social injustice unrest that we are seeing play itself out right in front of our eyes continually. It is more important now that we begin to engage in positive dialogue as it relates to mass incarceration. And oftentimes we begin with the adults. Similar to what you heard Mr. Robinson say, I am repeating today that our future rests in the reality of the ways that we view, envision, project, and determine the lives of the youngest among us, the children. We all must take a time to reflect right now, to understand that in the midst of everything that we are experiencing, our children are watching. Our children are listening. Our children are making the stories make sense when adults are not engaging them in the dialogue. They are the ones that are underneath the table when we engage in adult conversations. They are the ones that are nervous to ask us the questions that will determine if they are able to sleep at night. They are the ones that call on us when officers have knees on necks. I would like to give a moment of silence right now for all of the individuals that we have lost over the last couple of days and months. We are not remiss of the realities of what we are facing today. If we could just turn off our gadgets and just have an opportunity to pray for this country. Thank you. I would like to begin today talking to you all about the reality of the research around children of incarcerated parents. I'm going to start with a story that reflects on my experience as a doctoral candidate in the PhD program in the School of Criminal Justice at Rutgers University. Initially, I embarked on this study really wanting to gain a better understanding of the ways that children of incarcerated parents dealt with their realities. In 2011, I found myself motherless. My mother deceased, and I was a young undergrad trying to find my way. During that time, I did a lot of reading as a criminal justice major, and I came upon one book that resonates with me still today. And in that book, it talked about a young woman who lost her mother to incarceration. A young woman who was told that her mother was away in boot camp. A young child that never got her questions answered and that was enforced into silence. I really couldn't sleep after reading a lot of the criminal justice literature when I no longer had my mother by my side. And the reason why was because it was so vicious and it was so negative. But the reality that I had to face in 2002 was that that research was talking about me. Although my mother and father experienced incarceration prior to my birth, I am still a child of an incarcerated parent. And although I did not have the opportunity to engage in conversation with my mother or father on this reality, I now live with it. Without the ability to engage in a dialogue with my mother and my father about the realities of things they were faced with during the crack and cocaine epidemic. For a long time, I was wondering if I even fit into the population, if that should even be a story that I claimed. My brothers and sisters and I engaged in conversations most recently with the passing of my father due to COVID-19. And in that conversation, we talked about substance abuse, we talked about drugs, and we talked about a story that my family held from us for years because they felt that we were not ready and that we couldn't understand. So when I come to you with this research study, it's not because I look at it and I understand it from a reading perspective. It is because I live it every day. My brother is a survivor of parental incarceration. My nieces and my nephews are survivors of parental incarceration, familial incarceration, and detention. Oftentimes people wonder why I come into this work, why I take students into the prison, why am I so passionate about this work? And the reason why is because I understand white supremacy, and I understand a system that lives off of negativity and myths. And I also understand the power of owning your story. Being able to share for the very first time the story of my late mother and father is liberating. And I wouldn't want to have shared it with anyone besides the audience that we have today. I am so excited about the research project that I am able to embark upon. When I thought about Howard University and I thought about being on the tenure track, I didn't just want to do any research. I didn't just want to publish any publication. I didn't just want to sit down and spend hours away from my 3 children and my loving husband and my family to engage in research across the nation just with anyone. I decided to research on the cream of the crop, the experts themselves, the children of incarcerated parents. Those are the individuals that they have created the school to prison pipeline, a pipeline that goes into the school system and navigates these young individuals into the criminal justice system seamlessly. A system that takes out your research and your history, your rich history, in order to bamboozle you so that you fall into the prey of the streets. And when you fall into the prey of the streets, you have law enforcement officers that enforce a law that is different on one side of town than it is on another. If we leave our children behind, what does it say for us? What does it mean for us when we no longer hold researchers accountable for their negative slaughtering of our population through rhetoric? Language is as powerful as the sword. And the Prophet Muhammad, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, said that the sword is more holy than the martyr. The ink of a writer is more holy than the sword of a martyr, which means as researchers, we must be held accountable. As researchers, every bit of ink on that paper is similar to the blood that our ancestors have lost in fighting for our survival, fighting for our support, and fighting for us to believe that we can achieve. Today is a glorious day. Today is a day of celebration. All across the nation, individuals who host conferences on children of incarcerated parents have canceled their conferences. At Howard University, we blaze paths forward. When individuals are quarantined and sitting in their houses, we are coming through on your screens. Why? Because this conversation is more important now than it has ever been. When you have law enforcement officers that look at young Black children as less than, as animalistic, and that are fearful of them so much so that as they run away to safety, they are being shot in their backs. As individuals protesting all across the nation so that we could be seen as humans. This begins with negative rhetoric, and I will no longer be a researcher that utilizes theories that kill my people with rhetoric. With that, I welcome you with open arms to the first ever virtual national conference looking at resilience and success among children of incarcerated parents. We know historically, as well as currently, that this is a population that is hidden. This is a population that is invincible. This is a population that has been stigmatized and oftentimes in the research forced into silence. Today, you will see the faces of those individuals that are directly impacted. And not a face of sadness, not a face of deficit, but a face of resilience, a face of success, a face of triumph. And those faces are melanated like all of the faces that we see navigate on the streets, chanting that Black lives matter. We have spent the last 6 months conducting research, looking specifically at success and resilience. We have traveled across the nation prior to COVID-19 to do face-to-face interviews with children of incarcerated parents that are 18 years and older. After COVID-19, we shifted immediately our research online to be able to conduct interviews utilizing virtual technology. This allowed us to save money, which ultimately allowed us to expand our reach for the conference. During these interviews, they were absolutely phenomenal. The interviews have exceeded our expectations to the point where we could not wait until August to be able to release the findings. We released it in the midst of the fire because the time is always now. We interviewed individuals that talked about things that you just could not imagine. And this is a population that they put the super predator myth on, stating in criminology that they were going to be more vicious and more violent than their parents, and that we should watch them, we should restrain them, and we should detain them. And I am here today to deliver them from that freedom. I'm excited that on the third day of this conference, we will be celebrating the Holy Juneteenth, which is about the liberation, the emancipation, and the freedom of us all. There's no coincidence that divine intervention allowed for this conference to rest itself on the realities that we face today. And although in 2011, I battled with the Internal Review Board at my current institution to be able to fund a study on children of incarcerated parents, it took me an entire year to get approval in 2004 to conduct my first study that's published in 2011 entitled Exploring the Silence Among Children of Incarcerated Parents. I fought to be able to do interviews with children in their bedrooms with the doors closed. Why? Because I wanted to talk to them. The IRB board at that particular institution asked me, why would you want to talk to children? What are Black children going to tell you? And I answer them today and say they will tell you the same thing that I told the world when I was a Black child. It took me 7 years to get my doctoral dissertation complete, but that didn't matter. Doing the research ethically, holding my head up positively, utilizing theories that didn't demise the population, writing it in a way that was practical, but also able to be utilized was the most important piece for me. I am excited today in 2020, almost 20 years later, 2 decades later, to not only be coming out of the closet with my story, but helping children across the nation lean into their stories and stand up tall with all of the pride and resilience that they deserve because they have survived. If we say that mass incarceration is the new enslavement, what does that mean for all of us? Today, we have an amazing lineup of presenters from across the nation. We are starting with the native Washingtonians, the individuals who have paved the way for us to conduct research not only at Howard University, but all across the wards that have amazing resilience in all of the schools, regardless of the statistics that project an image. We wouldn't be in the place of we would not be into the place of gentrification if it wasn't for the richness of the Chocolate City. This virtual experience is brought to you by the Dr. Muhammad Experience, and oftentimes individuals think that that only embeds itself in the classroom with my students, but is experience with self. Individuals ask me often, well, why would you call it Dr. Muhammad? Because it seems like it's just about you. And today I tell you the reality behind it is that I want everyone to own who they are. I didn't want to create a teaching methodology or a pedagogy that forces individuals to be like me. You all have your own experience, and similar to Howard University having an experience, I have followed in that light and creating an experience that allows me to embody everything that I have to offer, no matter where I am. The teaching is not limited to the classroom, and our research is not limited to the field. In this virtual conference, I am expecting you all to do one thing today. Listen. Listen to the stories with an open heart. Do not listen to respond, and please do not listen to ask a question. These individuals have lived this experience. And if you know anything about the collateral consequences of mass incarceration, oftentimes those individuals that are directly impacted are serving more severe sentences than those individuals behind the bars. Do your research. Today is a day to learn from the experts themselves. I remember when I conducted the first interviews with children of incarcerated parents, and oftentimes I would go into my car and just cry. This is a population that is targeted. This is a population that they're building prison beds for. And this is a population that you can't see because they're still estimating the numbers. And because you don't see them, you don't see the greatness. After the 3 days of this conference, this will be the Obama effect, the Oprah effect. Once you see the panelists that we have for you across the 3 days, through 40 different presentations, you will see what we all know lives inside of us, lives in our melanated skin, and lives in all of the communities that individuals seem to be destroying. Our keynote address today, I am so honored to be able to present to you all, Mr. Tony Lewis Jr. I've been doing a lot of work with this brother, and I'll tell you one thing about Washington, D.C. and Native Washingtonians. You're not getting in the building to do anything if it's not legit. I love the family-oriented community in the nation's capital. I've seen nothing like it across the nation. They still engage with the elderly. They still have conversations and respect those that came before them. And they still have a rites of passage where you're not able to engage in a dialogue or collect data with anybody in their communities if you don't go through them first. I am honored to be able to present today and introduce to you for our keynote address, Mr. Tony Lewis Jr., who is a phenomenal community leader, activist, expert in his own right. He's traveled all across the nation and has done things all across the world as it relates to the empowerment of children of incarcerated parents, but also true criminal injustice reform. His words are powerful. His presence is even powerful beyond belief. Today, he will engage us in a conversation entitled Maintaining Hope in the Age of Mass Incarceration. How do we keep hope alive? And when you hear his story of the way that he is able to love his wife, love himself, raise his 2 beautiful daughters, and still fight every day for his father's release. Mr. Tony Lewis Jr. is an author and activist, a reentry expert, a community leader, and a champion for children of incarcerated parents around the world. Mr. Lewis has fought relentlessly for the past 20 years, 2 decades, to empower men, to empower women and children impacted by mass incarceration. His work of advocacy has been featured on CNN, BET, Elite Daily, The Breakfast Club, Black Enterprise, The Takeaway, Hot 97, and numerous times, you've seen this brother numerous times, currently, historically, and all in the middle in the Washington Post. You know, when we celebrate DC Day and being a native Washingtonian, you can credit that brother and his team for pushing that rhetoric forward. When you think about go-go and individuals that fought for that music to be heard because it is the music of the nation's capital, that brother shepherded in with an immense team of individuals that turn around in no time to make sure that that reality was known. You're just not going to dance to this music, but you're going to understand the historical backdrop of it. Mr. Tony Lewis Jr. has received and been honored and recognized for his work in reentry and social justice and community organizing, both locally and nationally. He has presented on panels with the Department of Sociology and Criminology. He presents inside of the DC jail. He is a brother about his business. He and his wife, Jessica Lewis, have 2 daughters, the beautiful Princess Isabella and Princess Sophie. He is also an actionist with the We Got Us Now organization, which will be highlighted during day 2. Without further ado, I would like to introduce our very first keynote speaker for the inaugural conference virtually on resilience and success among children of incarcerated parents, Mr. Tony Lewis Jr.
Greetings, Doc. Can you hear me?
Yes,
How are you?
I'm good.
Great. First of all, I just want to say my deepest condolences to you about your dad. Like you just said, you just let us know that. I had no idea. So my deepest and most sincere condolences. And just I thought I was prepared, but your segue, not my bio, but your segue before the bio is incredibly moving, incredibly poignant, and just touching. So thank you, and thank you for this convening. Thank you for understanding the importance of this and not canceling this, as many conferences, like you said, across the country have been canceled. That this is that important, and particularly for this time. So hi, everybody. I'm incredibly honored to be here before you today, coming live from Washington, D.C. I'm from the nation's capital, and from the corner of my street, you can see the dome of the U.S. Capitol. And I grew up in a time where D.C. was the crack capital. My street was the cocaine capital. And then throughout my teenage years, my city would become the murder capital. And my father went to prison when I was 9 years old. He would subsequently receive a sentence of life without the possibility of parole. That was 31 years ago. And I thought it was important to share with you where I was from, because I want you to think about what happened when he left, to never return, and a kid growing up on the same block that he grew up on. My parents are from the same block, which is Hanover Place, and all that went on here. And so the juxtaposition of being able to see the seat, right, of our legislative body daily, and to have the feeling that what was going on in there had no bearing or no association with what was going on my block. But then understanding at the same time it did, the laws that were created in that building played a major part in not only the removal of my dad, but the removal of many dads for my friends and for young children all across this country. And how do you walk through that? How do you survive that? One of the things about having an incarcerated parent is that many times you live in a situation, and it's not a monolith too. I want to also make that very clear to everybody. I think it's important that we first think about that every child is different. What they have in common is that they have an incarcerated parent, but their circumstances are different. those children themselves are different. And I think as a society, it's super important that we first take that into account, and that we provide or structure a menu or cadre of services and interventions and resources for whatever that child may need. Um, some children may need a litany of services and supports. Some may need none. But with that being said, in my situation specifically, um, I didn't get any services or resources, but I feel like I needed a lot of them. And I'm going to explain to you why. When my father went to prison, like I said, he got life without the possibility of parole. He was a federal offender. So he was shipped to Lompoc, California, United States Penitentiary. That's 3,000 miles away from our home. So obviously visiting was very scarce. We had the benefit in the 13 years that he was at that particular prison. I went out there 3 times. Other children in my community would never have went to California. And it's children in DC right now that have parents that are all across the United States in federal prison that cannot make those trips to visit. And all of the data tells us that visiting is probably the most essential thing to keeping those familial bonds strong. And they help with reentry. And so in DC, we don't have a local prison. So any offense that you have, whether it's DC or state or a federal offense, you do your time in the federal prison. So children with incarcerated parents here face a serious disconnect. And I know poor children in many states are the same way it is, or a close relation in terms of the fact that, if you're in California or Texas, a prison can be a 2-day trip, a day trip, or a 2-day trip away. So that's very important when we think about how difficult it can be. But back to my original statement about what happened. My world got turned upside down. And my father's imprisonment really led to my mother dealing with severe mental illness. I can remember when my father got his time and he was at Quantico Marine Base. They had a very high profile case. So these young Black men weren't held at DC jail. They were taken from DC jail and put in at Quantico Marine Base. So as a kid, you coming in to visit Marines with M16s, and there was no visiting hall. You had to visit at the cell. So as I looked at my dad, he on one side of the bars, I'm on the other side, and he told me, "Slug, you don't have to be strong," with tears in his eyes. And as a 9-year-old, you process that. You don't know, what does that mean? This conference, we're talking about resilience, right? So from there, what I took from that is that I had to be, even if I didn't even know what resilience meant at that time, but I knew I had to be resilient. I had to be prepared to bounce back from whatever life was about to deliver. And life started to deliver blow after blow. My mother started to have these hallucinations and be super paranoid and talking to herself. And then we got carjacked. My mother was pumping the gas, and the guy jumped in the car, put a gun to me, and told me to get the F out of the car. My mother grabbed me out the car. But after he pulled away with the car, he didn't just take the car. He took her ability to feel safe. And so for the next, I guess I was 10 when that happened. So for the next 30 years, right, I've been dealing with my mother dealing with that inability to feel safe, her not being in her right mind. So I'm a kid, and I told you, cocaine capital, crack capital, murder capital, and I'm growing up without these 2 loving parents that I had prior to that. I had a strong grandmother, and I had my mother's siblings, my aunts and my uncles that would lend support to me, but I didn't have my parents. And my father would call, and he would give me incredible advice about how to navigate this terrain that he was also familiar with, right? But it was worse, and it was more violent. And my friends were going through the same thing, but a lot of my friends did not have the other familial support that I had. So when we talk about what's out there for young people in these communities when their parents are taken away, right? And how they can find themselves into some life-altering situations where they can make some decisions as children that have no guidance and not enough support. They make decisions as children that literally alters their life. And that's what I grew up in, right? I grew up in the midst of my friends going to prison early, my friends dying of gun violence early and often. But I had my dad again on the other end of that phone telling me, "Slug, don't do this, stay in school, make sure you get in your grades." But I always thought back to that conversation we had after he got sentenced about me being strong. And part of me being strong is me not succumbing to all of the things that was going on around me, whether it was drug usage, whether it was selling drugs. And every day of my life, it was a struggle not to do that. not to get involved, to make a sound decision, to step off when I knew things were about to happen. And I didn't always make the right decisions, right? But I was blessed and covered in the sense that I never made a decision that I couldn't come back from. Because every day I was watching my friends and my family members do that exact thing, make decisions that they couldn't come back from, right? Either they were losing their lives, taking life and going to prison, or getting locked up for drugs and getting, these lengthy prison terms. In my household, I had, not only my dad, two of my uncles get life without the possibility of parole. I had cousins that get 30 and 40 years, and I had friends that get 40 years at 16, 17 years old, getting charged as adults, growing up in this city, right? And so power education, right? The power of of feeling loved, the power of feeling like somebody cares about you and knowing that your decisions it's not just going to impact you and affect you, it's going to affect this whole household. And I grew up in that kind of culture. But again, when you're in Washington, D.C., in the time that I grew up, death and danger was at every turn. And it's not just about me having an incarcerated parent didn't create that, but me having an incarcerated parent made it even more dangerous. But the systemic things, the profiling, the stop and frisk that happened daily, the police brutality that happened daily, the gun violence that happened daily, all of these things, these societal things that go on in our communities, were things that put us in a position where we were almost destined to be on this road to not succeed. And at a certain point, I realized that I didn't want that, and that I had something inside of me that was cultivated by all of these men and women in my life that did not necessarily make the best decisions, but they did what they had to do because they grew up in poverty. They weren't given access to opportunities that other people who judged them were, but they were good people. And I started to take on the fact that I wanted to show the world the beauty that come from where I come from. That my father, who is convicted for being a drug dealer, is the most principled man. He has one of the most highest moral standards that I've ever seen. And a lot of the things that people compliment me for taking care of my community and taking care of my people, it comes directly from them, right? And early in my life, I knew that. So when I got about 20 years old, and I got to a point where I was in a situation where, I had been in so many close calls, as we say, where I could have died or where I could have went to prison. I got a job doing violence interruption. And I started to be able to reach people that other people couldn't reach. And it cut on a light bulb for me that I meant something, that was my purpose. And if I turned away from that I would perish. And I started to really, really accept that this is what God had ordered for me. Like, this is what I was supposed to be doing. And slowly but surely, like, it wasn't linear, but slowly but surely, I started to truly become emboldened by that calling, if you will. And I gave everything I had to helping, and I was growing, and I was at the University of District of Columbia, and I was subsequently, graduate and, just become more and more formidable. And then I left doing violence interruption and started doing reentry, helping men and women when they return to the community. Once I was able to do that, it's when everything kind of catapulted, because where I thought violence interruption was my sweet spot, dealing with men and women who were returning to the community, many of them had watched me grow up. Many of them had grew up with my parents. And now I was telling them about how to live successfully. But we had this common pain. I had never done a day in prison, but I had served all this time with my family members, with my father, with my uncle, with my cousins. So I lived on the other end of that. Some of these guys saw me in the visiting halls. Some of those guys saw pictures of me growing up because I sent pictures in to all my family members, and some of them was locked up with them. There was a familiarity. There was a look, a pain in our eyes that were the same. But I was the blueprint to how they could do something different. I was the hope. I was the light. And what that did for me was put a responsibility on me that I had to protect myself, that I was valuable to them. It wasn't even about it wasn't how valuable I was to myself. I was valuable to my people, and I knew that. And it really started to guide my footsteps. So as people say that I helped them in their life and in their journey, they helped me. Because when somebody looked at you 25, years old and somebody 50 calls you Mr. Lewis, or somebody 50 says, that's my teacher, he saved my life. That's life-saving for that 25-year-old. There's a lot of pressure, but it's, for me, it gave me responsibility. Outside of that, as I grew into that role, I started to say, I had a moment, I went to see my dad. By this time, he's back on the East Coast in FCI Cumberland in Maryland. And we in a visiting hall. And a guy who was in one of my classes that I'm talking about, he had went back to prison and his son was visiting him. And he said, Mr. Lewis, can you please help my son? And I paused. I was on my way to the vending machine in the visiting hall. He said, Mr. Lewis, can you please talk to my wife, get her number. I need you, man. I don't want to see my son in here. I want my son to turn out like you. And that's when I started to amplify the need to mentor and support children with incarcerated parents, right? And this is 2010 at this point. So I'm 30 years old and I'm now trying to branch out and say, I got to use my voice to call out this specific issue that I feel like gets ignored. DC, I talked about it being the capital, crack and murder capital. Also, it was the law enforcement capital, and it was the incarceration capital. So but what we didn't know at that time was, and what you could assume or deduct, is that if that's the case, then you have to know that we probably are the capital of children with incarcerated parents. Because everywhere I turned, I looked at my friend circle, all of our parents went to prison. And we come from a place where even when mommy go to jail also. And so with that, I started to try to have this dialogue with DCPS and with anybody who would listen about how we assessing, how we helping, how we supporting any program specifically to deal with this trauma, and knowing that this trauma is an indicator for many other traumas, that this group of children may be the quote unquote most at risk. But at the same time, these children are the strongest. These children are the most resilient. These babies have their innocence stripped from them and has had to assume and actually support their parents or their guardian. I was that kid. My grandmother raised me, but we were more like partners because this position that we were put in, we had to band together. And one of the things that I think about a lot in terms of what's inherent, right, and particularly for Black people at this point, right, what did our ancestors leave for us? It's an American thing to rip apart the Black family. And since we left home and since we've been on these shores, right, we've been ripped apart, right, and had to be resilient enough to continue on in spite of being torn away from those that mean the most to us. And I feel like we have that ability to recoil, to get back to who you are and where you need to be quickly in order to survive. And so I knew that we had to speak up for these babies. We had to speak up for those people that used to be babies that are now adults like myself, but that still deal with those traumas. And as people, you grow up and this stuff affects you not only in your everyday life or your personal life, but it impacts you in your relationships. It impacts you in the workplace, right? But what you have in terms of a benefit is that you've been through so much, right? And you can compartmentalize and you can move forward in spite of. But what I wanted to let young people know, that we also had to deal. We couldn't just move on all the time. We had to address, and it was okay to acknowledge, right? We can't get stuck there, but we can acknowledge our pain. It's important that you do that. And particularly for young Black men that have been through similar struggles as myself, I wanted to free them to know that your manhood, if you will, or whatever the case may be, ain't in question when you acknowledge that you hurt. When you cry, that's okay, that's human. If you wasn't supposed to cry, you wouldn't be able to cry. God don't make no mistakes in our design. So I was able to show that and to lead by example, and just through life as I continued to help and become more of a leader in my community, and focus on all kind of issues to help our people, and particularly around reentry, create opportunities for the formerly incarcerated to get a job or start businesses or to thrive, because it wasn't just about them, it was about who belonged to them. I needed them to be able to come home and have an opportunity to create a redemptive culture in DC so that people can return to our community and not only help their children and raise their families, but ultimately help ours, right? To help mine. And as a father, of two incredible human beings, and as a husband of an incredible human being. Um, my wife, we married, and when we got married, like, before we was together for a while before we got married, but she accepted all that I was and all that came with me. My mom, who's schizophrenic, who may do something erratic at any time, at our door, till right now, to this day, to yesterday, the last night, right? She accepted that. My father that was in prison, she accepted that, and and vice versa, right? But I'm speaking to that because the importance of, like, people, children incarcerated parents. Some people may not bump into people like that. They may love somebody, but a person may not be willing or able to accept who and what they come from. That's not a given. Even in love, that's not a given, because there are other things. Some people not gonna take them trips in the mountains to visit, your incarcerated parent. Some people don't come from your lifestyle, so it's very hard sometimes for them to understand. And these are all the things that children with incarcerated parents have to do. And then you have children, and you know the pain and the trauma that you went through on these visits, and you think to yourself, do you want to put your babies through that? But you know that your parent that you love dearly on the other end won't be able to ever hold your babies if you don't take them there, right? And then the anxiety of your children having to go through metal detectors, or the anxiety of being in a visiting hall and you trying to have an intimate, private conversation with your loved one, but the couple next to you is having a full-out argument with all the curse words in the world. The couple on the other side may be a little too touchy-feely, in your opinion, for your babies to observe, but you understand because this is the dynamics of prison and all the other things that you can't control, right? That go on when you're taking these long visits, and the jail might be locked down, or it might be too much fog, or whatever the case. When you're dealing with this as a person, the impacts are incredibly layered, right? They're incredibly layered. And if you're not going through, sometimes people underestimate what you have to do to fight to hold on to a relationship between you and that parent that's incarcerated. I was watching this special. I'm a big nature fan. I look at nature as being God uninterrupted. And I was looking at this documentary called The Serengeti, and it was interesting because it really was from the perspective of, lions are my favorite animal. It's from the perspective of the cubs, right? And how you grow up, and the mother and the father, and mom does all the hunting, dad protects, and the danger comes when the dad goes off to mark territory, and other males, nomadic males, come up. Lions practice infanticide, but you got the hyenas, right? You got the water buffalo, you got the elephants that will, even the target is the cubs sometimes. Even if they don't necessarily eat them, they'll try to kill them. These are mortal enemies. And then I thought about that in relation to my life and the lives of many children with incarcerated parents. When that parent is taken away and you in an adverse environment, how do you survive? How do you, one misstep and it could be done? It could be over. And as a society, I think that's why we have to wrap our hands around this population. Not that they're fragile, not that they won't make it, but the understanding that the likelihood that they're dealing with so many other variables. And we got to stand in those gaps. So even if the father is not there or the mother is not there, then we as a community have to be there to support them, so that we can ultimately benefit from the greatness that lies within these children, these little boys, these little girls that could hold the key, right? Can take us to Mars, could cure AIDS, could cure cancer, could cure COVID, right? We got to see them with that level of value, can create the next Zoom or the next Instagram that could be our next president or leader or Malcolm or MLK or Ida B. Wells. We got to understand that. And that is the responsibility of all of us. And what I want for Sophie and what I want for Izzy, I want for every child of an incarcerated parent. And every day of my life, I get up to not only try to be somewhat of an example, but to mainly hone in on helping the formerly incarcerated, right? Their parents, when they return to our community, when they return to them, that we can help those individuals stay here, right? To raise and render their babies, right? For them to get to a point where they fly and they thrive and they can open it up for these precious, precious, precious children. Over the last 5 years since my book Slug came out, I've been in so many schools, elementary, middle, and high schools, and the brilliance, the sheer brilliance that I have seen and experienced, the dialogue that I've had with the babies when they read Slug and say, Tony, man, this is me. I'm going through this right now. And the teachers are like, you didn't know because that kid was some children are ashamed depending on the setting. But sometimes it's more about him just understanding that you don't understand. And we don't have a culture that make them feel like you understand, that you want to know, that you want to peel back the layers with our babies to say what's going on with you. When you come in on Monday, you want to see your parent over the weekend, you come in on Monday, you distraught, you withdrawn, and nobody, pursues like to ask what's going on to find that thing. But then it's when I come, they see themselves. They see somebody that understands, and the authority and the wisdom that these babies possess, it's like, it blows my mind. I'm like, I don't know if I was like that when I was 12 or 13 or 10. I don't know if I was that advanced. But I look at that and I say, if we could just channel that, if we could just now grab that baby and support him or her, right? Imagine what we'll get in return. So in closing, don't feel sorry for children with incarcerated parents. That's not what they need from you. That's not what they need from us, right? We don't have to lower our expectations or dummy down our standards. They have what it takes to keep moving forward. What we need to do is grab their hand and help them, guide them, assist them as they embark on becoming who they were destined to be. I thank you so much for the opportunity to share some of my story, some of my thoughts, my manifesto, if you will, with all of you. I look forward to working with all of you moving forward to help. Dr. Muhammad, you're a queen. I tell you that all the time. And I want to thank your incredible husband and your seeds. I saw that story I told. I saw your seeds on the beach. You know what I mean? The fact that they even recognized me, and we're in South Beach, Miami, and they was on the beach. That just blew my mind. But their presence, and they are a direct representation of you and your husband. And now we got a new addition to the tribe. You know what I mean? So I'm excited about all of that. I just thank you, Queen. I appreciate it. We locked in for life. Whatever I can do, I'm here.
Thank you so much. That was phenomenal. I really hope individuals took notes on what you said. Don't lower the standards. Meet them where they are. Provide that helping hand. You just dropped so many jewels. I tried to get as much as I could on Twitter. If you guys are out there, please make sure that you look in the chat box and use the hashtags and drop some of this knowledge out there to help individuals as they're navigating towards doing work in this area. We do have a few questions for you, Tony, that popped up. So I do want to make sure that I am listening to our audience out there. Right now, we have 50 participants with us, and we're expecting to have a lot more as the sessions go on during the day. One of the questions asked, how did you maintain hope from 1989 to today, 2020?
Yeah, that's a great question. And some days it was incredibly difficult. I think my family raised me to be super spiritual, right? And pull on high power in those times where I got to be honest with you guys, I didn't know. And I wasn't necessarily hopeful, but what kept me was the love that I knew my parents had for me. I knew they weren't in a position to help me, but I knew that they loved me, and I always wanted to make them proud. And for some strange reason, that gave me hope. And then also the hope that at some point my father would come home. And I definitely attributed my mother's dissension to his incarceration. So I always felt like, oh, if my dad come home, then mommy gonna be better, and then we're gonna get back to our life as it was prior to his incarceration. And I always held, and I think in so many ways, I'm 40 now, and in so many ways, I'm still that 9-year-old boy holding on to that. So, and then as I got into the work though, my hope started to be provided by me seeing the outcomes, seeing that the struggle that I went through was actually helping me to help others. My existence was giving other people hope, and that in turn made me hopeful. So yeah, thank you. That's a great question though.
One other question that an audience member has is, how did you deal with the social reality of having a mom with a mental illness? And it says, specifically in a school environment, when people make fun of you growing up over the characteristics of your parent.
Yeah. Honestly, my mother's mental illness has been harder to deal with than my father's incarceration, because with my father's incarceration, again, the hope is always that he could come home, right? With my mother, I couldn't. You feel helpless, right? And an interesting thing of how I was able to sort of deal with that, where I grew up at in my environment, my friends' mothers were dealing with addiction. So it was hard for me to sort of get on so my mother might be having conversations with herself, but she was in the house. Whereas I was able to witness my friend's mother out in the street doing all kinds of different things to support their addiction, right? So for some reason, that allowed me to, I think, not be as shameful. But then in school, I went to an all-white high school, rich white boys, and it was a thing where I felt like I didn't have my mother or my father coming to the school like theirs did. They sent out a directory with all, every student, and I was probably the only person in the one with a single mom, but based on how I was raised, we was raised to still take pride in who we were. And I didn't necessarily let that beat me down, but it definitely, I recognized that. Like, man, look, everybody else mother is here, everybody else father here, my mother, father never at the school. So that was hard to deal with. But again, back to the resilience and for what else I was dealing with in my life, people shooting at us, people, police in our face every day. To me, that was more minor. I could deal with that. I had been through my father doing life, all those kind of things. I just sort of, was able to persevere, thank God.
Thank you for that. Another question just came in for this particular session. We have about 2 minutes for you to be able to answer it, which I think is enough time. This is a heavy one, Tony, but I know in looking at your post, you kind of address this one sometimes. So hopefully you have the strength to be able to speak to this one, but it's a question that we can only ask an expert. What type of questions do or did your children ask when visiting your father, and how do you explain the situation to them?
Yeah. So really quickly, first, when they little, they don't know. But I remember distinctively when Isabella was about 4 or 5, I'm on this song with a guy named Chaz French, and it's talking about parental incarceration. We just cleaning up and the song playing off the phone. And she said, "Whoa, Daddy, Pop in jail? So that place we go to, that's jail?" And I vowed that whenever she would ask the question, whether she was 5 or 15, that I would be honest with her. And I told her, yes, Pop. And the next question, obviously, is why, right? And I'm like, Pop sold drugs. Do you know what drugs are, right? And then she made mention to something we had watched on TV. So Pop drink drugs? So she equating alcohol with drugs. I'm like, well, yeah, but yes, it's similar. And she's like, well, so is Pop a bad person? I'm like, no, baby, Pop is not a bad person. He made a bad decision, but he's not a bad person. And he needs us. That's why I tell you every time Pop call, we need to get on the phone and talk to him. And I know you be playing with your dolls, and I was giving her that. And so just to sort of frame it, but I vowed that I wouldn't lie to them, because early on, people sort of didn't give me the whole truth. And it was very difficult for me, but the point was for me to explain to her, and I could tell there was like a little different thing initially, about the next time we went, right? Her antennas were up more, and she was kind of watching things, and she didn't really know, I think, how to process it. But one day after that visit, she told me, "Daddy, I told her, she's so bad. I thought about what you said, and yeah, we have to continue to always support Pop Pop." And I think she's been able to hand that sort of mindset down to my youngest one, and so we've been blessed. But it's a struggle though. It's a challenge, and the challenge is also on the other side, because the difference between them and I had my father in freedom for 9 years, right? Their entire experience with him is through incarceration. So it's just it's a different process. Even in technology, it's like, why we can't FaceTime Pop Pop? They don't understand fully, that jail won't allow that, or at least in federal prison currently. So it's a struggle. It's a struggle every day, and because I want them to remain bonded. But this situation is just unnatural, you guys, and it's a struggle even for he and I. We're very close, but you got to work on that, because proximity creates that sort of closeness. If you're not, it's tough. So I really, really appreciate that question, and I
Thank
hope
you
I
so much.
answered it.
Oh yeah, you definitely did all the time. Feedback just in the chat box to let you know individuals are saying that they feel inspired, no matter what the circumstances are. So the chat box is on fire. Individuals are definitely feeling your presentation and your keynote. I want to thank you. Thank you so much for the work that you're doing and continuing to partner. Oftentimes I find in this work that individuals become possessive over individuals and stories and spaces. And you've never done that. So I really thank you for that, because it allows for us all to come in to different spaces and just do the work that we must be do, or we've been commissioned to do as a team. So thank you for that. For the audience, thank you so much for being with us for the first session. This is an opportunity for you all to have a break. We will be starting the next session at 10:15 sharp. And I want you to know that this is the family panel. It takes a village, family, and community supports for children of incarcerated parents. We will have those that are directly impacted from spending years behind the wall, engage with their children in critical dialogue and conversations around what services are needed and how they survived the parental incarceration. We will be showing videos through the break, so you'll have an opportunity to see Mr. Tony Lewis Jr., our keynote on the Breakfast Club, as well as some other snippets from interviews from his website. Please also make sure that you visit on the website the virtual book exhibit. We are highlighting the book for today, which is Slug, The Life of a Boy in the Age of Mass Incarceration. That is one of the books that's available. You can purchase it there as well. If you are a professor that's on the call, I do say that I've used the book in my class, and that is the book directly from our keynote, which gives you more in-depth reality of his life experience that he shared today. Thank you so much for joining us, and please don't go anywhere. We're going to be back with you all in 6 minutes now to start the next session. Thank you so much.
Can't hear it though. Dr. Muhammad, we can't hear the audio.
In the 90s. Thank God I had a strong grandmother. And I come from like, I don't like use this term, but the world would call my family a crime family, particularly on my mother's side. So my uncles, they were in the street as well, but they were able to help provide a certain level of stability. And I made it through something that most of my peers did not, you know? And so long story short, I became an outreach worker initially working with at-risk youth, trying to, mediate disputes and beefs in the street. And that morphed into me getting into reentry and being a pillar in the reentry community, and then an advocate, locally and nationally around issues impacting children with incarcerated parents. And that's why I wrote the book Slug as well, to be able to show this comprehensive view of mass incarceration, that it's not just the person that's incarcerated, it's the family, and then hence it's the community. And mass incarceration destabilized families and communities to the point where you see the spill out of that, the collateral damage. And I wanted Slug to really highlight that through just telling my story and my life, to inspire and empower those going through it, but to also educate, right, and inform those who don't come from communities like the one I come from.
Did your environment and the people you grew up around influence you to go to a life of crime, or to do the exact opposite?
Nah, you know what? It kind of was a mixture of both. Interesting enough, because I'm gonna tell you what I mean. So, people teach what they know, right? So the people around me, I grew up around whatever it was in the street, everything, gambling, drug dealing, bank robbery, whatever. But at the same time, they still encouraged me because I was smart. I was unapologetically smart. Go ahead, Slug, keep doing your thing. Go to school. I went to Catholic school. They pushed me. They would ask me questions in the hood, just random stuff. They knew I knew that nobody else did, you know what I mean? And celebrated my intelligence. So it was kind of a duality there. They wanted to prepare me if I went into the street, but they encouraged me to do something different.
What about your father?
Yeah, he was one of my biggest fan, my biggest advocate to never follow in his footsteps. You know what I mean? Like my dad, when they first went in, they was at our local DC jail.
They called him the $300 million man.
Yeah, well, Ray his partner was.
Okay.
So, but yeah, he was also the head of the conspiracy. So I mean, I guess that same moniker was, but Rafe was the more popular one.
Right. I've heard him in like rap records.
Yeah. Jay-Z, Can I Live, and several other records or whatever. And so they got taken from DC jail to Quantico Marine Base, right? And we had, and I'm mentioning that because that was like, I don't even know anybody else in America that drug dealers that went to, or mob or whoever went to a Marine base, right? They got flown into by helicopter from to court every day. But you had to go visit them. You had to visit at the cell. It wasn't a visiting hall because it's not a prison. And then from there, my father was shipped to Long Park, California for the next 14 years. So, we couldn't visit real often. And so his biggest fear was that I was going to obviously go into the street. And so he was always in my ear about watching who I be around, watch the things I do. But I'm on Hanover. We grew up on the same block, the same block my parents grew up on, I grew up on. I live there now. But so it was almost impossible to avoid those things. But I never felt like it was okay with him, to answer your question. So by the grace of God, man, and the book highlights so many close calls. And I think what people miss is that in our community, right, the choices are bad and worse. It's not good and bad, right? You're in a situation where every day these things are presented to you. It's not, I've seen guys who were less aggressive than I, right? Guys who when we were 12 and 13, they wouldn't even fight. And by the time we 16, they murderers, right? And so that's not just about choices. That's America has to look at that. How does that happen?
Let me ask you a question. How do you feel about a lot of people glorifying a lot of the stuff that your pops went through, and I'm sure that you've seen, especially a lot of people who haven't been there or lived through?
Yeah, I ain't with it. Even in music, I ain't with it. I'm not saying don't talk about it, but you got to tell the other story, right? You got to tell the other side.
That's what Jay-Z's always been so good at.
Yeah, absolutely. The fullness, but that's why he went through it. Because you can't, if you really went through certain things, you can't talk about one without talking about the other, right? So just like in my book, I talk about my father having 560 Benzes and 928 Porsches, us being ringside at Ray Leonard and Tyson fights, him trying on 80 pair of Versace pants and, all this stuff, right? But I also talk about my mother losing her mind. I'm talking about him crying when he got life. I'm talking about the pain we went through trying to maintain a relationship. So you get that balance.
Never, you know what I always wanted to know? How come, and I guess maybe you're the perfect person. It seems like when people get into this life, the addiction is they can't stop because they make enough for a lifetime, but it's just like they can't stop.
You know what's crazy too, right? Sometimes too, if you don't have, like with my dad in them generations specifically,
like they said, 300
they
million.
was
Just
first.
imagine 300 million in the 80s.
Yeah, I know, but you first. Well, it was a guy from around our way before my dad named Cornell Jones, right? And BT did American Gangster on Cornell and Rayful, right? And I was on both of them. Because my dad was like the link between those two. My street was like the first street that ushered cocaine into DC, right? And so Cornell had taken steps to legitimize in some ways. My dad kind of had that model, and he had started to try to do that as well, whether it was real estate or stores. But to your point, you young men, you know, you making all this money, and then what happens too, people don't talk about, you start getting these other people depending on you. Mm-hmm. You become, we talking about abject.
Greetings. I hope you all enjoyed that commercial that gives a little bit of insight into Mr. Tony Lewis Jr.'s book, Slug. Again, please make sure that you go and click the link on the website and go into the virtual book exhibit. And you'll also see a video that he made directly for our audience today at this particular conference, talking specifically about his book and components of his journey. Thank you again, Mr. Tony Lewis Jr., for being our keynote. We are now moving into our next panel. This panel is the family panel, and it will run from 10:15 to 11:45. We are aware that that is not enough time to engage in a family dialogue, but we will do the best that we can. Today, we have an amazing group of individuals for this particular panel. For those of you following the Dr. Muhammad _experience on Instagram, you have seen the flyers all week, and definitely the ones that we posted last night, where it talks about it takes a village, family and community support for children of incarcerated parents. As I introduce you by name, please show your face. I would like to introduce to you Akia McKnight and her father, Da'i Muhammad. I would also like to introduce to you Antoinette Carter, child of Susan Burton. I would also like to introduce to you Anye Young and her mother, LaDonna Drigo. Hello, welcome to the panel. We are waiting on two individuals to flip their cameras over just to greet the audience. We are going to jump right into our dialogue today because this is a very rich conversation that we envision ourselves having, and I want to make sure that we give enough due diligence to engage in the dialogue. This conversation is going to highlight the importance of families, and specifically in our preliminary findings, we found that 90% of the individuals interviewed across the nation did not do it alone. They did not reach a place of success or on a path to success and resilience by themselves. In fact, oftentimes, they gave a lot of credit, more than 50%, to their incarcerated parent and the other 50% to their resilient caregivers. So when Mr. Tony Lewis talked to us in the keynote about being resilient as parents and as children and as a community, that is the goal that we ascribe to. Specifically in this panel, individuals will be sharing brutally honest dialogue and their experiences connected to resilience, success, and triumphs. I introduce to you the family panel. We will start today with introductions. I would like for each family panelist group to introduce themselves and tell us your unique story. Today, we're going to start with Ms. Akia McKnight and Brother Da'i Muhammad.
Okay, I'm unmuted. Hi, everybody. Good morning.
Good morning.
Everybody's doing well. Did you want me to start out, or did you want my dad to kind of tell his story first, or, you know?
Let's start with Brother Daeed Muhammad, and then we go to you.
Greetings to everyone. Peace be unto you. Assalamu alaikum. Let me start by just saying it's an honor to be here and a pleasure to be with all of you and sharing this great event of sharing information. My name is Daeed Muhammad McKnight. I spent 17 and a half years incarcerated with a 25-year sentence. When I went to prison, my daughter was in her mom's stomach, and I didn't get out until she was 17 years old when she graduated. The unique thing about my story, I'm going to be real brief, is that I'm third generation incarceration. My grandfather was incarcerated. My mother was incarcerated. I've even read an article, unfortunately, that when my mom got arrested, I was in her stomach. When she got out, I was born. She went right back to prison. My grandmother raised me from about 14 days old. So what's unique is that my daughter, by the grace of God, had the opportunity to break this vicious cycle of incarceration, and I'm grateful for it, and hoping that we're able to identify some elements in her life and the development of her personality and her perceptual filter that can be shared with other people to know what are some of the things that work to produce these results that they don't talk about, the positive results. And I'm just going to end there and let my daughter take over. And thank you.
Yeah, so like my dad said, my dad was incarcerated since I was in my mom's stomach. The one thing I think is different about, my situation is that my mother always continued to push a relationship between me and my dad. My dad has been active in my life since I can remember. So essentially he was parenting from prison, letters. We spent time in trailer visits. I visited him, I don't know, maybe 2 or 3 times a month. But also just like my dad was very active, like to the point where he he would call my teachers on the phone, my guidance counselors. Like he made sure that he stayed in contact with me, my schooling and all that I was doing. So even though he was gone, sometimes it truly felt like he was there with me. So I'm very grateful for that as well. And I think that is what makes a difference when you have a parent in prison. It's like them still staying connected with you and being involved. They're just separated by distance, but definitely felt him mentally and spiritually always there with me.
Thank you. I would like to also introduce Antoinette Carter. If you could introduce yourself a bit further and share a little bit about your unique story.
Hi, I'm Antoinette Carter. Again, I also want to thank you for allowing me to be here and share my time and experiences. My mother is Susan Burton, who runs a New Way of Life reentry project for women coming out of prison. And she Can you hear me? Okay. She had roughly 6 prison experiences throughout my life. And the struggle of having a single parent and having them in prison, especially a mother. I'm 53. So at a time in the 70s when there weren't a lot of women going to prison, there was a lot of stigma for me raised in the society of having your mother gone and having an absent father was very traumatic for me. And through that lifetime, I learned, as Mr. Tony Lewis said, how to be resilient. I had great family support, which allowed me to thrive in that particular community. But it was definitely rough. And I'm here to lend my voice to other children who go through the same thing, because as he said, this community is ever growing.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And I would like to introduce Anye and LaDonna. We'll start with you, LaDonna, and then we'll go to Anye.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Very thankful for this platform for my daughter's sake, simply because I know that it's needed to be able to speak as a parent. Her father's been incarcerated since she was about 9.5 years old, and she's now 18. And I noticed the change in her. So for me, I prompted her to put her thoughts down into writing so that she had some type of outlet. And it translated into a book, a very simple book, but just direct and coming from the mouth of a babe, what she's going through. And I'm just very glad that this platform is here because it takes a village.
Thank you. Anye?
Hi, I'm Anye. Um, yeah, my dad's been incarcerated since I was 9 years old. I'm 18 now, but I'm already in college. So by the time my dad gets out, I'm probably gonna be like halfway through college. So he's gonna be missing out on he's missed out on a lot, like a good chunk of my life. He's serving a 12-year prison sentence. So I mean that's been kind of tough dealing with, but um I'm still working through it. But I think me writing my book and the act of publishing it was definitely like a really big step for me as far as like accepting my circumstances and then working on myself and just striving for success, but like for me, not just for my dad, so that he can see me like grow up to be, you know, the person that I want to be, but just like for me so that I know that I did everything that I could.
Thank you so much. So you all are seeing in our virtual audience that we have a dynamic panel of individuals, families, individuals know that it takes a village. And so today we want this to serve as a reminder. We're gonna jump right into the dialogue, and the way that it'll work is that it'll run kind of like a conversation. I'll ask a couple of questions that are guided towards the entire audience. And we'll engage in a dialogue going back and forth, hearing from the family teams as well as the individual. And then we'll open it up for questions for our audience to be able to engage in questions. One of the first questions that I want to ask you all, and I'm going to start in the same order that we started with Sister Kia McKnight and Brother Dai, is to ask, how did you maintain the bond during incarceration? And so this research is on pathways to success. So that really means the strategy that was utilized. And oftentimes when we're living it, we're not thinking about the process. But now in retrospect, looking back, what were specifics that you both did in terms of working to maintain the bond? And I think you talked a little bit about it, Akia, already, stating that there was support on the side of the caregiver in terms of being able to have an open relationship with your father. But let's talk a little bit more about that.
Well, I mean, since I remember just being a kid, I've always, you know, went to visit my dad. And I found like a lot of comfort in writing letters because I'm a writer. I'm a screenwriter. So I've, you know, always written him letters. And then also my dad would call me all the time, like as if like he was just home. Like he will always call me. So a lot of phone calls definitely helped. And like I mentioned, trailer visits, which I'm not sure if you guys all know about, but like that's when you can go actually visit the prison for the weekend. And when I was growing up, that program was available to us in Connecticut. So I did that a lot, which really, really helped me connect with my dad. Like, you know, during those times I was there for the weekend, you know, my dad taught me how to play, you know, baseball. He taught me how to box. He taught me how to make a snowman. Like all those things happened on the prison ground. But, you know, it was just a blessing to have had prison trailer visits to be able to spend one-on-one time with him, because it felt like, and it felt normal. It felt like, you know, how fathers and daughters actually get to know each other. So I think that those were like the main things of how I personally stay connected.
What did you add, Brother Dai?
I would just like to say that she didn't tell you the part when she became a teenager, she didn't want to come no more. But that, you know, when they go through that stage, they get like that. But what built the relationship was that the trailer visits were extended family visits. They used to have those in Connecticut and they ended them. But they were a good incentive to produce good behavior from the population. I was a problematic convict when I was inside. I'm sorry, I use old school language. I don't use inmate, but I was a convict at the time. And I used to get in trouble a lot. I used to go to the hole a lot. And once I changed my life and changed my value system, I found out about the trailer visit. And Kiki, my daughter Akia, was really the motivation and the catalyst for me to want to change. I remember I was in prison and I was involved in selling narcotics, and I used to send money home through money orders, selling narcotics to other inmates. And I thought I was being a good dad because I would send money home from prison. That's what I thought in my insane mind at that time. And there was this Muslim brother, he used to talk to me all the time. He had 80 years, I had 25. And one day he just walked up to me and he said, he saw me looking at a picture of my daughter. He said, I finally see the one thing you care about, but what can you do for her? And that was it. And he walked away. And that night, it just kind of resonated with me. And I said, I got to do something different, man. I want a different life for my daughter. So that next morning, I told him I was ready to come to class. And I went to class and I started learning about Islam. And I ended up becoming Muslim. And that's when I changed. And because I changed and we had those trailer visits, the influence of my change of values began to impact my daughter's life as she was in those developmental years. So those extended family visits, trailer visits really were a good thing. I don't know why they took them out. I wish they would bring them back. It would help a lot of families connect. Me and her would have never had a story about building a snowman. It snowed and I asked the CO, could I come outside the trailer? He said, yeah, and we were able to build a snowman. She was about 5 years old. So I thank God for those times. And that's how we built that bond.
Nice, nice. Akia, your father talked about a time when you weren't interested in going as a teenager. And oftentimes that's a theme that emerged in the research. And I think it's an important dovetail to kind of dig a little bit deeper into, because there are a lot of youth that I go into the schools that they are there. Can you speak a little bit to not necessarily what was going on, but how you shook out of the transition, you know, making the decision on if you want to go or if you don't want to go, as opposed to just going because you're being told to?
Let me think back. I mean, I think that back then, when I was becoming a teenager, it was kind of like, I think at that point, it was becoming apparent to me that I kind of needed my father outside and, you know, out in the world with me. So I think at that point it was a lot of frustration and resentment on why he wasn't able to be there. Because when I was younger, I didn't quite understand why he was there or how long he was going to be there. But I think when I became a teenager, it just became apparent that he might be here for a long time. And now I'm upset, and now I don't want to engage right now because I have to digest coming to the realization that my dad is really gone for a long time. So I think that's what it really was for me. And then when he did get out, which was earlier than he was supposed to, it also was another adjustment to my dad actually being home. So yeah, it was a lot of up and down in the teenage years for me. But my dad never pressured me, or he never gave up. He was very understanding of my process.
All right. So who was there to help in weathering that storm? We are talking about it taking a village. So during that time, what resources or individuals did you lean on?
My mom, my aunt, who was my dad's aunt as well, my great aunt, who's my godmother, you know, my grandmother on both sides of my family. Just pretty much all my family was very supportive. My best friend, and then, you know, I had a teacher, one of my guidance counselors who was very involved. Like my dad knew him. So those people were like the most supportive that I could think of right now.
And that's a lot. That's very interesting. I want to move on to Anye. just because you're 18 and we're talking about kind of those teenage years, how do you see navigating the visitation process in the sense of deciding on if you want to go or not, just dealing with the realities of what it really means? You know, we talk about mass incarceration, we talk about, you know, parental incarceration, but it feels differently inside of your body than it does the way that we read it on paper. Can you just help us understand a little bit of your thought process around that?
Yeah. I'm gonna be honest. I hated visiting. Like, absolutely despised it. Like, I hated it so much because I couldn't like be in a space with my dad the way that I would normally be in a space with my dad. I have to talk to him across the table. And then even then it's like, I think my first visit was probably the worst. It was extremely strict. I think he was in like maximum custody, and he had to like, he couldn't even speak freely. Like it was like he couldn't tell me certain things because there were other people in the room. And it's like there was clearly like no privacy. He had to like talk very low so that other people wouldn't overhear him, because maybe that person's in his cell block and he doesn't want to get like problems with them, and like for him like to be reproached about like, oh, I saw your daughter today, like something like that. And I like I just didn't like the visitation process at first. It just like visiting him was like, I did it more for him than I did it for me at first, because like I still didn't understand like why it had to be so rigid, and like why there's so much thought that goes into letting someone see their family, letting a person see their family, and you have to like, you know, completely separate them. I never understood it. And as years went on, I started to understand why there was a separation, but he moved to something that was like lower custody, like low security or something. Um, and that was like a little more natural. I could actually sit on a bench with him, like next to him, which like they didn't allow that to happen before. So I think that like it's just the environment, like the act of going in for visitation is like literally a reminder that your dad is in prison. You have to see him in like these plain clothes, and it's just one color, and you're like, oh, he's wearing one color. Like, what is like what? My dad would never dress like this. Like, you know, like they put them in these colors to make them miserable. Like, you know it for sure. And like, I don't know, keeping contact was definitely like a hard process, because you have to figure out what works for you and what doesn't work for you. So for me, like if I had to like go in to visit my dad like 2 to 3 times every month, I wouldn't be able to do it. I wouldn't be able to do that, because that's too hard on my mental health, because I'm putting myself in a prison environment where it's literally desolate. Like when you walk into like a prison courtyard or something for visitation, you can feel the desperation and like just the desolate spirits around you, and it brings you down with everyone else. So
Very powerful. It's such an honor to have you all here. I love the way that you said, why are they thinking so much about you just wanting to visit your parent? You put it on the critical. I never really looked at it that way until you said that. I want to bring that to LaDonna, to mom. When we think about this concept of thinking, I mean, as the mother, having to see that, having to feel it, having to live it, how did you balance your critical and your thought process, knowing that you feel every sense of what happens with your baby? You know, like ultimately we have this vision and this life that we want. And to deal with this reality, how have you maintained your sanity in terms of the thought that it takes around allowing all of this to take place?
For me, I would say that I can't think about myself, because if I do, then my natural reaction will be to not have my daughter go, because I want to protect her. But at the same time, I'm a daddy's girl. And I know how important it is to have your father in your life, because if you don't, as a woman, have that figure in your life, you may end up trying to find it and end up with the same type of man. Not to say anything bad about her father, but you may find it, in the wrong way. You may not take your time. That's really my point. Because any person, any man, whether he's in prison or not, can be a good man or is a good man. It's their circumstances that are not good at that time. And it's their experiences that make them probably, like my daughter said, a little desperate, and then end up in that system. So it's a lot behind it that you have to really understand. And from my point of view, her dad, he went for, larceny, and he got 12 years for it because he got arrested in Cabarrus County. He had been in trouble before, and he had been in trouble in Forsyth County in Winston-Salem versus in Concord, North Carolina. And when he got in trouble in Winston-Salem, he would get probation for the same thing. But when he went to Cabarrus County in Concord, North Carolina, to Charlotte, he ended up facing a judge that wanted to make an example out of him because he saw him as a habitual felon. He didn't look at the fact that what he was doing was a direct correlation to the fact that he didn't have a license, wasn't college educated, came from a certain circumstance where his own father was incarcerated his whole life. His mother never raised him, his aunt raised him, and that was a whole different dynamic that I don't even know about. So me knowing this, I'm not saying I felt sorry for her dad, because he's not, in my eyes, I don't see him as a weak person. I really don't. But I felt like, for me, I'd never been in this situation before. This is my first kid, and this is her dad. And I wanted to just try to understand, because I can't empathize with her. I don't know what it is that she's going through. I just know that as a mother, I'm looking at my child and she misses her dad. So for me, it's like, the question for me is, what do I do about it? And I've had people in my family to say, don't ever take her there. I've had people in my family to say, make sure she keeps a relationship with her dad. And the choice ultimately came down to me. And just from the love that I have for my kid, and the fact that I want her to be okay, I chose to have her see her dad. And, as she got to be around 14, 15, she even had a Thanksgiving where we were visiting in North Carolina, because we lived in, the DC metro, and she just couldn't go. She has all these people around her. It's so happy, right? Thanksgiving. Then she has to mentally prepare to see her father.
See if it'll unfreeze. It looks like she's frozen. While we're waiting for her to come back on, hopefully technology catches up. It usually does. I wanted to move to you, Tony. You could speak to so many components that we just talked about. Your interview touched, base on all of these components. And I thought that it was important to have you on the conversation, because when we think about children, they always think about those individuals that are those little small ones, but we are all children.
Right.
That's the one thing that we all have in common. And so
Yeah.
I want to give you an opportunity to speak on any one of the topics that just popped up and came up, because you have your personal experience raising now your child and now a grandson too. So just interested in what you're hearing in this dialogue, and what direction do you think we should take the conversation in?
I'm here in tears. I feel everything that Akia is going through, that she has been through. The mental preparation for walking into a prison for a child is astronomical. It doesn't mean that you don't want to see your parent. but it's about the mental space that it puts you in. How I felt going into the prison was that I was a prisoner. I wasn't visiting. I felt like I was a prisoner, more in the women's jail than I felt in the men's jail, or the men's prison. Walking into the prison to visit my mom, it was, it was extremely painful, but it was actually a necessary process. But as I got to be a teenager, I too didn't want to go into the prison anymore. And I think it resonates with you finding yourself as a person and culminating to the fact of what's actually going on. I understood from day one, I understood at 5, the first time my mother was arrested, what was going on. But it hits a lot differently when you're an adolescent. It feels different. The struggle is different. You can understand your parents' case, you can understand their charges, and you can even begin to understand how Black people and white people are sentenced differently. So you have a lot of different things going on as an adolescent that you did at a 10-year-old age, or at 5 years or 6 years. You are coming into your own right, and the pain doubles. It doubles, it triples. I wish my mom were here to, talk about that experience, because everything she did, she tried to make my visits very comfortable, very nice, given the fact of the things that she was dealing with inside of the prisons. So I think there should be some counseling, some transitional programs that help the teenagers get to that point, the adolescents get to that point to discuss what they're actually feeling. I didn't have that outlet. In 1982, my mother was in prison in Alaska. I'm in California. And my mother's only outlet to me at that time was actually a pen and a paper. And, she tried desperately to get through to me to come and visit. And, I completely shut down. It wasn't until my mother came home, and then, went to prison in California. That was the next time I actually visited her in prison. So I think it's important to find a way to foster that dialogue, continue to foster that dialogue from every avenue that a child has when their parents have short sentences, lengthy sentences. But I think it's very important when the child knows that the parent has this lengthy sentence, and how are they going to get through it? Because when your parent goes to jail, you go too.
Absolutely. I see that we were joined by Bree Anderson. Welcome. I want to give you an opportunity to just introduce yourself. We're happy that you made it. We just kind of went through introductions so far, and we jumped right into the dialogue around it taking a village as it relates to having an incarcerated parent. And so if at this time you could introduce yourself and just give us a little bit of your unique story.
Hey, good morning, everyone. My name is Bree Anderson. Sorry I'm running a little late. I had a mentee with an emergency. I'm born and raised from New Orleans, Louisiana. I'm a co-founder of an organization based here called Daughters Beyond Incarceration. We call it DBI for short. The organization consists of 76 mentees. They're youth advocates. When we started the organization, and 2 years ago, May 2018, I had 2 girls registered in my program, basically to share their traumatic experiences and also show them that they still can thrive despite their traumatic experiences. So I currently have 76 girls that were speaking across the country about mass incarceration, how it impacts families. And when I started the program, it was supposed to be about support and mentorship. And I realized there were some laws that I didn't like, and there were some laws in Louisiana that doesn't exist for children of incarcerated parents. So I created some laws, and I'll get into that a little bit later.
Thank you so much. Before we get back to LaDonna, she's back on with us. No problem. We know how technology works, so we're going to keep it moving. I do want you, Bree, to share a little bit about your relationship with your incarcerated dad. We talked extensively in the interview about it, but I just wanted you to share that.
Okay, cool. My dad was actually supposed to join. He also works at the public defenders here in New Orleans. So something came up with him will work. So he may jump on, he may not. I hope he jump on sometime during the conversation. So I'm 27 years old now. My mom was expecting when my dad went away to prison in April of 92. So I met my father for the first time behind bars. Growing up, that was really hard. It was traumatizing. The stigma around it, I was embarrassed, and it led me to having trust issues as an adult. My father was given 2 life sentences in 21 years. 221 years for crimes that he did not commit. And he was sentenced to life without parole in Angola. That's in Louisiana State Penitentiary. Throughout those years, it was really hard. My dad raised me from behind bars, and he ended up serving 23 and a half years for those crimes that he did not commit. He didn't commit any of them. He was given, I think, about 9 to 10 charges, and for supposedly murdering a white woman that was from another country, and he was basically railroaded because he fit the description of a guy 40 plus years old with glasses, really dark skin. My dad is like a really light brown. He was 17 at the time. They had a guy on the news. They had my dad on the news, but the guy in the newspaper was a guy who was already in his 30s, 40s, and my dad was only 17, 18 years old at the time. So they had 2 different pictures. My dad's name is Robert Jones. The guy's name is Lester Jones, no relations. They did their system check to make sure they wasn't related. They wasn't related. So he ended up having to do all those years for something he didn't do, and throughout that time he educated himself. He have a couple of degrees. He went through the Innocent Project of New Orleans, and he filed the same things that they filed in court to get him released in 2015. He filed on his own, so that's another conversation, right? And it was really traumatizing, to know that from day one that my circumstances made me different, because the time that my father supposedly did the crime, he was literally at a birthday party with my mom and the entire family. She didn't know she was pregnant at the time, but from the pictures, back then, I guess in 92, they had pictures with the time at the bottom and the date on the pictures. So they knew he didn't do the crime because he was literally with them, but he was railroaded, and he was under the Harry Connick era. I don't know if you guys know about that, Harry Connick, but it was one of the most racist district attorneys that you could have. And he got sent to Angola, ended up serving all the time, and he raised him from behind bars. And I had a lot of girls come in my program saying that it's impossible, and they didn't understand like how your parent could raise you from behind bars. My dad did homework with me. He remembered when I had essays to do when I didn't have it to do, when I didn't remember I had to do it. So he was released in 2015 for wrongful conviction. And throughout that time, it was still hard for me, even though he was home, because I was working at the time. And he had an ankle monitor on because he was on probation and parole for wrongful conviction. We still had to pay a fine for my dad to come home for him to be released. So it took an additional 72 hours for him to be released because the district attorney here in Louisiana, Leon Canizero, was trying to get him out of office. He had the bond set at $3 million, if I'm not mistaken, or $30 million. And they kept reducing and reducing and reducing daily. And it took 72 hours for us to get him home after he was already supposedly freed of the charges for wrongful conviction. 2015 to 2017, we went back. I quit my job because I needed to spend time with my dad. His ankle monitor would go off after 8 p.m. So I quit my job. I was working in a pharmacy. And, so I could spend more time with him. I don't have a college degree yet, but I will get a college degree. I'm taking classes online because I had to work at the age of 14 to supply my mother, to help her with my younger siblings and help my dad behind bars. So it was really hard for me. I graduated top of my class, straight A's through high school. Went to college, got to my senior year. It was really hard. I experienced a lot of racism at a predominantly white school here in New Orleans. So I haven't went back to college yet, but that's something I will do, because I always say I'll keep graduating until my dad can make it to graduation. But that's the depth of it. People are wrongfully convicted and still have to fight for their freedom for 2 years for them not to, they want him to plead guilty on charges that he was released for from 2015 to 2017 and try to put him back in prison. And I wasn't going to let that happen, so I started advocating for children of incarcerated parents. That's my spill.
Phenomenal. And so you all see why you were selected as the panelist. Sis, Dad, you know, you get out on wrongful conviction and they putting you on parole. That is just a mess. The criminal justice system, they call it, but it's the criminal injustice system. Oftentimes in the research, we've identified that a lot of the children get angry and frustrated over the parents' incarceration. And with a wrongful conviction, oftentimes children give up on their parents. And then once they're released, that bond in that relationship has already been severed. So I'm so happy to hear that Bree was able to maintain those bonds, stay strong, and keep the family connected when in fact, he was not convicted, you know, ultimately of the crime that the system found. I want to jump back into LaDonna. You were at the time talking about what the experience was like for you and how there were individuals within the family as it relates to visitation that say, yes, you should go, you know, some individuals that say no, and ultimately it falling down on your lap.
Yes, that's a very hard decision as a parent because there, you know, the instance that I mentioned with Thanksgiving, I listened to the, you know, my mother at the time when she said, you know, she's breaking down and crying, and she literally Anya had never done that before. And it was, I would say probably that Thanksgiving that I realized that she was still hurting. And of course, I'm not the child, so I don't understand, you know, the necessary bond that she has with her dad, other than I know she loves her dad. But I can't feel her hurt. I wish I could. I wish I could take the pain away. I wish I could just put it all on me, but you can't do that. So it's like the juggling act, and you never know if you're making the right decision. Because for me, you know, that Thanksgiving, okay, it was clear because she broke down and she just couldn't go. And her dad actually called and he said, you know, are you guys still coming? Because he knew that we had traveled. And I told him, I was like, I'm really sorry to tell you, but you know, she can't even talk on the phone right now. So it was just up to me to tell him she's not going to be able to make it. And I think that that was one of the times that he just really, really felt like probably destroyed, because she's,
The technology won't let us be great. And I'm trying to hear that because, you know, during holidays, that's a tough time on both sides for the children, for the families. And there's a multitude of holidays when you think about it in the sense of the interfaith perspectives. You have your Ramadans, you have Christmas, you have your Eids, you have birthdays, you have Valentine's Day, you know, for little girls specifically. There's your Easter. There's just so many different things that happen that individuals, you know, look for the family. And so those decisions that the family is talking about in the sense of, you know, during Thanksgiving and having to go kind of from like a high and a low, you know, you go from all of this family around, mac and cheese, collard greens, potato salad, all the good stuff, to the desperation inside of these carceral spaces. And so that was kind of what we were speaking to. I'm going to wait for her to come back on. We'll let her jump back in. But Brother Dai, Muhammad, I wanted to hear from you in terms of being the formerly incarcerated father who's on the phone. And we have sisters on the phone. And so I'm really interested if you could share your perspective in the prayers that you had during that incarceration, you know, being able to sleep at night, knowing what's out there in the streets and not being able to be up close and personal with Akia, you know, during that time. What are things that fathers' minds are going into? You know, I really want the audience to get a perspective of the things that happen for you on a critical basis, parenting from in your brain.
The biggest thing, and pardon me, I apologize. I had a moment when Bree was talking, because she really touched me, because I thought about first time I ever saw my daughter. I couldn't see her because I was in SEG for assaulting an officer, and they wouldn't allow, we used to have to get visits in the actual restrictive housing unit, and only adults could come inside to visit. And I wasn't able to see my daughter until she was born while I was in isolation. I wasn't able to see her until she was like 6 months old, when they changed my status to be able to go to the visiting room and have visits, but I was still in isolation. So she kind of touched me, and then to hear about her father being convicted of a crime he didn't commit, to do all that time, really like touched me, because I walked the hallways with so many brothers that were innocent. And I apologize to my community for those of us who we were innocent because we didn't know we were being set up to use as an unconscious co-conspirator in the destruction of our community. So I apologize on behalf of those brothers who contributed to making our community unsafe, while other brothers were convicted of crimes that they did not commit. So I apologize. So let me say that. And then say, the biggest thing I was worried about with my daughter was, I didn't want to force it, but this new change that I had found through Islam made me a better human being and a better person. And I was trying to pass these values on to my daughter, because I knew that the daughter's first love, not in a funny kind of way, but in just the image of a man, is with her father. And I knew that even though I had changed, there were people out there who were in my family and in her family, and people that were friends, my old homies or whatever, that knew the family, that may have been giving her another representation of who I was, which that wasn't really me. That was a veneer that I was living under. I didn't even know who I was. And I was worried that I didn't want her, when she became a teenager, to get involved with a young man like I was. That was my fear. I wanted her to be attracted to some of the qualities that I had embraced in my life now. And that's what I was worried about, being a father. And I was hoping that my love for education and self-knowledge and knowledge of self would also be something that would kind of like wear off on her and send her on her journey of enlightening her mind. And by the grace of God, it did that. So those were some of my concerns that I had.
Kia, what would you say to that? What would you say to that transition? It's always interesting to get both perspectives. I really think it's very important to highlight the family communication, because oftentimes we don't get to engage in that dialogue. And now I find myself, specifically, I posted on it last night on my Instagram, where right up until my father's death, recently, he began to talk about his incarceration prior to converting to Islam and prior to having children and marrying my mother. So this entire time I'm doing research in this area, and knowing that I'm drawn in by my heart and soul, and not knowing that I too am a child of an incarcerated parent. And so we didn't get to engage in that dialogue because he passed away. And these are just anecdotal conversations that I am now having with my older siblings that are privy to it. And so I would say to you, Akia, with your dad on the line, how would you speak to him in the sense of what he just said?
Well, I think I definitely knew that he was always worried about what people on the street would tell me about him. And I didn't know that person that people were speaking of. I only knew my dad for who he was to me. But I remember that, I don't know if it was a family friend or like a distant relative that finally told me why my dad was in prison. I didn't know until I was maybe, I don't know, like 12 or 13. So I didn't know why he was there all that time. So when I found out, I was just like, I didn't believe what they were saying, because I was like, my dad would never like hurt anybody or do anything to anybody. So I couldn't quite like understand, like, is this the same person? Like, are you talking about my dad? So when I found out what he went to prison for, I had to like really finally like ask my dad, you know, like, did you really do what they say, like what they said you did, or like, you know, what happened? So at that point he had to like break it down to me and like how he got into, you know, the situation that led him to be in prison. But it was just very like hard to like separate who I knew my dad to be and the person they were describing to me of like what he did and like, you know, how he used to be in the street. And I was just like, no way, like my dad is, that's not who he is. So when he talks about, you know, how he changed, like I only know the person that changed. I don't know the person prior to his, you know, enlightenment and him becoming a Muslim, because when I was born, that's all he was to me. So yeah, it was definitely conflicting. And like, I definitely also felt like once I did find out what he went to prison for, I kind of got a fear and I would be worried. I used to be like, you know, am I going to do something like that too? Because if my dad did it and like, that's my dad, well, I'm like his child, do I have the capability to do something like that as well? So I always had a fear of like, you know, watching my anger, making sure I keep my, you know, expression of my anger at a certain pace, because I was afraid that I would make the same mistake that he did. So yeah.
Wow, that's deep. You definitely shared a lot in that piece, and that came up in a couple of interviews, specifically around the crime of the parent that's been incarcerated. Brother Dai, I wanted to come back to you.
Real quickly, I just wanted to say that, and see, even in my family, the ignorance in my family, and not to get into too many details, but I had may Allah forgive me, because life is precious. I had intervened because someone did something to my brother Rahim, and and I intervened, and the man lost his life. But in my family, because of the ignorance and some of the values that we embrace as a part of the collateral damage of oppression and self-hatred, that was looked upon in my family as being honorable, and it's not honorable. You know, life is precious, and the taking of one life is like the taking of the life of all humanity, that Allah says in the Quran. So I didn't want this thing to be reinforced by my own family members, like, we salute and big ups to your pops. He killed somebody that did something to your uncle. That I didn't want that. I didn't want that for my daughter, you know, and that's what I was worried about. May Allah forgive me. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I wanted to jump to you, Anye, and then to Bree, because one of the things that came up a lot in the research are there's levels to this ish, you know? And ultimately, when you think about the crime that was committed, there are levels to that. And so it's interesting because I interviewed some children whose parents were convicted of white collar crime. And by far and large, they were bullied the most in school. They were disrespected the most in school, and they hated their parents the most. And the reason that they attributed that to it is because they said, my parent didn't have to do it. We had all of the money, we had everything that we needed, and that was just greed and it was extra. But most individuals would think that those individuals who are from the lower social economic status would be the individuals that harbor hate and anger and frustration. And oftentimes I've found that it's similar to the stories that we've been hearing, where there's love, there's empathy, there's remorse, there's conviction, there's steadfastness, and there's true love in these relationships. Can you all, as children of incarcerated parents, speak to the experience that you had to deal with in terms of the crime that was committed? You don't have to identify what it is, but how you wrapped your mind around that particular component, because I think that is one of the things that is a roadblock towards success. Some of the children can't get past the details that they read in the newspaper, the stories that the family members are saying, what the hood is talking about, and they have one thing in their heart, but then they hit that hurdle of this language and rhetoric and how individuals describe it. So I want you all to provide commentary that may possibly help somebody push that barrier down. And I wanted to start with you, Anye. I'll go to Tony, and then I'll jump into Bree.
So I think that when it comes to the details of like our parents' conviction, the details are really only important to us. and we don't owe other people an explanation of, you know, what they went to prison for, what they do, what they didn't do. That's none of their business. That has everything to do with the family that is left behind when that person goes to prison, because that's their family. It's like, for me, it's within my right to know what my dad did if he went to prison. I'm his daughter. But it's not within my, you know, a random friend's right that, you know, walks up to me and is asking me about my dad. That doesn't, it doesn't affect their life, whether or not they know what he went to prison for or not, you know? And the details are really only for the people outside to have a better understanding of what's going on with the person that's inside. Because my dad went to prison for, well, my mom said larceny, but I know it was definitely theft as well. And he was deemed as a habitual felon. And like, when I talk to him, or when I try to understand what he's going through, I keep in mind what kind of background he came from for me to understand why he did the things that he did. That's pretty much the only thing that, you know, the only reason that would be important information would be to understand that person, not to judge them, not to make them feel like they're a monster, because not, like, all these people that are in prison, they're not necessarily monsters. That doesn't, just because they did something wrong by, you know, society standards, what we know as, you know, morally correct, just because they did something wrong, which was a mistake, obviously, doesn't make them a monster. And what pains me is that there are literally monsters within our neighborhoods that aren't in prison. But, you know, there, you can't just say, oh, because that person went to prison, that obviously means that they're a bad person. That there's no correlation, because we still see monsters to this day that kill other innocent, unarmed people, and those are monsters, but they don't get sent to jail because for some reason they're special because they have a badge.
Speak. Bree, what would you add to that?
I just feel like if we're gonna make a system that, you know, punishes people for their crimes, then they should be punished for that crime specifically, do their time, and they're done. Because when they come out, they should be able to come back into society and be treated as a human being, not as a second-class citizen, or even, actually, not even a second-class citizen, because apparently that's Black people. Black people are treated as second-class citizens. They would be like third-class citizens. So I think it's important for, you know, everyone to know no one's special. I don't think that anyone should get more time or less time because of the color of their skin, because of their sexual orientation, because of like any other circumstance. This person did something wrong, then within the law, if it's written into the law, this is the time that they should be doing. Don't add to that. Don't just subtract from that just because they're, you know, I don't feel like there should be any exceptions for anyone. We're all human, we're all equals.
Absolutely. You dropped a lot of jewels, sis. Bree, what would you say?
That was good, Angie. I was shaking my head. I just read someone commenting. I agree. I want to second that the transitions should be forgiven. I mean, whether you committed the crime or you didn't commit the crime, when you transition back into society, you should not be looked at like, I don't feel like you have to answer a question on the paper that say, have you been incarcerated? And if so, for what? You know, like that's going to base the decision on if I get the job or not. Like, why should I have to disclose that? You know, yeah, that's ridiculous. But like I can say that people who are incarcerated are not monsters. Growing up, having being a child of incarcerated parent, that's a stigma, so much a stigma of being a child of incarcerated parent. You grow up through these different stages of feeling embarrassed, or you feel neglected, despite if your parent did the crime or didn't do the crime. When that foundation is broken and you don't have the emotional support from your father, you lack the trust and the just having that first intimate relationship with your father, and you don't really know what that is. So you miss those relationships, and you go to looking for love, in all these different men, trying to make them equate to the person who you think your dad is, and that alone is traumatizing, like trying to figure out, taking different pieces from different men, your uncle, your cousin, your brother, a guy you're dating, and trying to, have this fulfillment of what love should be, from a man, and you really don't know. And it's really sad because, even though my dad is released now, I was 23 when he came out. I'm 27 now. It's a lot that he still teach me, but it's some of those missed relationships that I never had, and I can't get that back, So I think treating people equally from the beginning, it affects, it's important because it affects someone down the line, like even in the media, like they said, what the media, like the things that you read in the paper about your parent or your loved one or someone in your family, not just incarcerated parent. Because once you incarcerate a parent, you incarcerate not only the family, but also the community. If that person is tied to the community in that neighborhood, they have so many, young men in the neighborhood where I grew up from, in the roughest projects in New Orleans, that look up to the men that are there, because most of them are either dead or in prison, right? But they look up to them. That's the heroes that they know. They don't know, Superman, that's Spider-Man. Those are the heroes, the people who are actually on the ground in the community, So when you take a parent, someone away from their family, it affects the whole community as a whole. And growing up, I didn't really understand when people say that people who are incarcerated are criminals. They use that term, they're criminals. But since I've started doing this work, and then like knowing my dad and all the other formerly incarcerated people that I've ran across, I didn't even know formerly incarcerated or children of incarcerated parents was a thing. They have so many people want to jump on this title now that, COVID happened, and right before COVID, but I mean, this is our, it's not just our story. This is who we are, and everybody just want to jump on a mass incarceration bandwagon, but nobody thinks about the children of incarcerated parents. They, we're often forgotten, but nobody ever states that we're resilient. And they have me, scared when people do get back out of prison because of the stories you hear, like, oh, you can't be close to, don't be too close to this person because they just came home. You don't know if they might try to rape you or they might try to kidnap you. It's crazy, but those are the most resilient people I ever met in my life. My dad is one of them. I tell you, I was telling Dr. Muhammad, I haven't met a man yet that I feel is, like more intelligent and resilient than my dad. And so many of the girls in my program didn't even know that their parents could write a letter. Like I did this policy release. I wanted to change some laws, in which I did recently about a few weeks ago, but I had about 7 to 9 recommendations. And at the release of the event, a couple of months before COVID, we emailed. We had Southern University Law Center is in Baton Rouge, and we had their students do a project. They partnered with us, and they emailed all of our dads and wrote them letters. They sent the letters back to them, and we received the letters and had the letters read at our event with all the girls and their families there, who probably haven't talked to their dad in years, or didn't even know that their dad could actually write a letter, because they've heard so many times that they're incompetent, they're criminals, they're monsters. They want you to be afraid of them when a person is releasing, transitioning back to home, when you should be the person that's in their corner to reduce recidivism for when that person re-enters society. Because without family reunification, before a person re-enters society determines, that percentage of might returning back to the prison. So I'm excited to be a part of this panel and also to be doing this work, because I get so many people that question, why am I doing this work and my dad is home? But it's not about work. This is me. You know, he's home, but there's a lot of things that I missed out on and a lot of things I still struggle with and face because of my dad's absence, of being forced not to be in my life, right? So I mean, out of all 70-something girls in my program, I literally could put my face on all of them because I went through all those different stages. You know, it was at different times, but I can remember being them, and I didn't have a DBI when I was growing up. I didn't have no one advocating for children of incarcerated parents. I didn't have children of incarcerated parent national conferences, you know, so it's precious because they have 9-year-old girls in my program. Like, what does your dad's skin feels like? They want to know what our dad's skin feels like, what his fingernails look like. And it's things that we take for granted and don't realize those are the things that some people want and need because their dad was incarcerated in New Orleans and now transferred all the way to San Bernardino, California. Like, what is 7 and a 9-year-old girl supposed to do? And especially going through a pandemic, now we don't have no communication. For me to even try to contact the prison to get him connected with his kids virtually. So I decided, since the communication is poor within prisons, I want to eliminate all phone call fees and communication fees for people who are, you know, on the inside. So that's one of the bills that we still that's still going through session. And another bill that we passed was to create a council for all children of incarcerated parents across Louisiana. I'm currently only working in New Orleans, but I just want to clean my backyard first, but I feel like I can't just focus on New Orleans when it comes down to law. So I wanted to change the law across the state. So that bill just passed about 2 weeks ago to create a council for all children of incarcerated parents to have a voice and to be at the table. There's no conversation that's going to happen in the state without a child of incarcerated parent. And for them to have a voice to the caregivers that's on the inside and the outside, to create a fund for all children of incarcerated parents for when they left behind, because nobody thinks about us. Nobody called my mom to make sure that she was okay mentally. And, you know, because not only, you know, the child is broken, but the caregiver. So my program consists of not only working with the girls, but we realized that our parents on the inside and the caregivers that's, you know, supporting the kids, we have to support them too. So we do restorative yoga sessions, dance sessions with the caregivers, and we do these mentee and dad, you know, calls and set up things to make sure we don't leave anyone out. So I was really excited that we got that bill passed along with a couple other organizations. We got us now Navigate NOLA, Vote, my dad, of course. And I'm just excited to be doing this work because I didn't have a Bree growing up to use her voice. Like, I was the shyest person ever until 2 years ago. I started telling my story because I felt like I didn't have to be embarrassed no more about what I went through, and to hell with the stigma, because I know I broke the cycle and I didn't go to prison like a lot of people told me I would. I didn't drop out of school as a teenager, and I wasn't pregnant as a teenager. So a hood girl from the project, and I started the brand called Hood Girls Are Winning.
Out here, sis. I mean, now you guys see why I was so excited. I said, I'm not pushing my conference back if we can't meet in person. COVID better go to the left because we about to make this happen. The power and energy on this panel and in the room, and to hear Bree talk about contributing that to, you know, her dad. They working together, like, you know, just phenomenal. When we hear from Anye and just so eloquently talking about the ways that individuals engage in this experience are so important. Listening to Akia talk about it from the perspective of this brilliant playwright perspective, you know, screenwriting perspective. I'm sure that your wheels are turning around different documentaries and things where you could, you know, put this information in, because you do have served, and we'll talk about that a little bit later. Tony, I wanted to jump back to you because Everything that was said is so interesting, reminds me of the interview that we had. And so I'm just interested in checking in with you to see what is your feedback as it relates to what we've been talking about so far in this virtual space.
I want to go back to the monsters. There's a monster in the White House. So let's start there. Okay. Monsters all the way down. But I think for me, I feel, for me personally, because it was my mother that was incarcerated, and my mother was incarcerated for distribution of cocaine, and had a serious influence in the Los Angeles community. It was me, are you going to pick up where your mother left off? What's your role in this? How are you going to, what's your next move? And I can remember as a teenager, before my mother's first incarceration, walking the streets of LA, concerned about, people would walk up to me and ask me, am I my mother's child? And I actually got to a point where I would say no. And they look at me funny because I look just like my mother. I mean, spitting image. And, but I was concerned for my life, and, was somebody going to kidnap me, or, what was going to happen? So for me, watching the things that went on with my mother and trying to understand, how do I navigate the aftermath of her sentence, her incarceration, and the other things, it was a lot for me to navigate. Not only did I have to navigate that in my mother's first prison sentence, but it came on the heels of my brother's death. So as a teenager, there was a whole lot for me to deal with. And then as my mother went to prison, my brother was killed in April of '81. Because I think we are such a close-knit family at that time. My mother and all 5 of her brothers were all incarcerated in prisons across the United States within a year of my brother's death. And so it left me as the oldest grandchild to help my cousins navigate their lives with their fathers and understand how they had to be resilient, how they had to move forward. And, they had to really pick themselves up. This is, I think someone said, the most unheard and unspoken group of the whole entire mass incarceration population, but we are some of the most resilient people. I listened to Bree and thought of so many different things that, were there right in front of me in dealing with, again, my mom's incarceration and my uncle's incarceration, because I didn't have a father and my uncles were my father. I had the 5 fathers, and I looked up at 15 and I had no mother and no fathers left. So it was very traumatic, very traumatic.
Thank you for sharing that. Just to give you guys an update, we're moving into about 11:30. This panel will go to 11:45. There's so much that I'm still trying to get into. Woo! And I think the most important piece is maintaining the bonds, regardless, by any means necessary. We know what the system is created to do, but we also hear the stories of resilience and success. I want to talk a little bit about what it feels like when your dad's mother comes home and is successful, when you're able to not only hear the resiliency over the phone and, feel it in the visiting hall or, in the trailer when that was happening, but when you come home and you see mama creating shelters in Uganda, you come home and you see your dad on every news station, you come home and your father's working in the legislation against the legislation for legislation to better the people. If you just all could talk about that, I'll start with you, Akia, and then we'll go on to Bree and then Tony, and then we'll jump into a kind of different question for you, Anya.
I mean, my dad was, I remember even him being in prison and kind of just like advocating for people there. And like, I remember he would be reviewing people's like cases, and I believe he took his own case to appeal, I think. So when he got out, and my dad had a hard time in the beginning because when he first got out, he worked at a sneaker store. He worked on like Greyhound buses. Like, he did whatever he had to do to like keep himself on the straight and narrow, because he didn't want to go back to what he used to do. And then he finally got the opportunity to start like working with like kids at an organization. He was able to kind of like give back and talk to them. So when I finally got to see him, you know, at rallies and, you know, lobbying and just, you know, people interviewing him, and I was just like, wow, like my dad really showed me that no matter how many times they count you out, that like you still can literally like win. And he's always taught me a lot about faith and just trusting God's divine timing for you, and forgiveness, definitely forgiveness, because I don't think he ever thought that, you know, what he did in his past, that he would be able to be accepted again by the public or by people that he knew, his friends and family. But I think once they saw him doing so much good in the world and the community, that they started to even change the way they viewed him prior to. So I just think that seeing him on TV and in newspaper articles and clippings and people just, you know, being in awe of his story, it just continued to like push me and strive me to actually talk about my own story, because I wasn't always as comfortable talking about it in the beginning. Like, I knew it happened and I acknowledged it, but he pushed me to be more open and to honestly like just forgive myself for being a child of an incarcerated parent. Seeing that he forgave himself really helped me to do the same thing.
Powerful. Brother Dai, did you want to comment on any of that?
The only thing I wanted to say is just I'm just grateful to be in the presence of all these young people, inspired by them, and the work that I do, like many people on this panel, is just like one of the comments said in the chat, just being a voice for the voiceless. We try not to forget those that we left behind. We try to speak out for injustices. And the group of brothers that I work with, who are all a part of this criminal justice advocacy, and before it became popular, I remember we were going up to the Capitol and they were running from us, shutting the door. Once it became popular, now they open the door, they want to sit down and, you know, sit at the table with us. But we just want to say that we try to concentrate on solutions. And a lot of times, you know, what's going on is that this thing had became in vogue, and a lot of people are jumping on the bandwagon, but they're not including people who are formerly incarcerated at the table and giving them the microphone. Let them talk about what people need, because we've even found that some people who may have a celebrity status, they may mean well, but I've talked to people and they say, reentry is not a part of criminal justice reform. I say, you out of your mind. I said, because you can change laws all you want. If you don't have basic supportive services for when people come home and have successful ex-offender mentors to be a navigator to guide them through the reentry process for successful reintegration into society, then you're missing a piece of the machine, and it's not going to work. And I've been blessed by the grace of God to go back in prisons. I've been out for 15 years, and I go back in prisons for the past 11 years, facilitate reentry groups, prepare people for reentry. I do fatherhood groups for incarcerated fathers. And I just thank all of the young people on this panel for being a part of what's going on and being that voice. And thank my daughter for being a catalyst of change in my life. I wouldn't be the person I am if she wasn't in my life, because I really felt like I didn't have anything to live for, and I do now by the grace of Allah, and I thank you. So everyone have a blessed day. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Bree, what does it feel like just seeing your dad's footwork and being able to hear yourself applaud him and see it?
I'm gonna be honest with y'all. Sometimes me and my dad was living together, so sometimes I literally, like, I still do this. It's been like, what, 4 years now. I had to touch myself. I think I got better with it now, but like when he first was released, we went to court, and we went to court on a Tuesday. We stood in court for about 9 hours. It was hot in there. They turned the air off. It was at like 7, 8 o'clock at night. Like the trial was so long, but I went to so many of his trials, and like a blind person could have said that he was innocent, right? So I've been going to court for so long, it would make you lose hope and, you know, fake that he not coming home. But I didn't give up on him because I see he didn't give up on himself. And they had people who was on his case that was from different countries that refused to go back to their homes and their families until he was released. So I didn't give up on him. But when the judge said that my dad would be released, I mean, we cried. Everybody went in front of the courthouse. They had cameras because he had one of the biggest cases. I think one of the biggest cases in the country. And it was crazy. Like, I felt like I was dreaming. So I went home and I started ironing my clothes. I had to pick out my outfit that I was going to wear for when he was released. But, you know, we had to wait until his bond was paid, blah, blah, blah. So I think I ironed the same shirt about 5 or 6 times because I wanted to make sure I was together. My daddy coming home. So as we waited outside the courthouse, outside the jail, he was transported from Angola to the jail in the city. And we waited out there for hours and hours. They kept saying, he gonna come out this building, he gonna come out this door, he gonna come out that door. And everybody, it was like a crowd of people, because so many people knew about his case from the project where we was from, our family, friends, and people in the community, period, and people who had just started following his case, you know, from years ago of him being in prison and advocating why he was inside the prison for other people to come home. He had so many people released, and then I used to be like, well, you advocate for all these people when you coming home, you know? He had friends that was coming home before him that did 20-something years that he was getting their cases back in court, like Supreme Court and everything. And I'm like, when he coming home, so like them hours was winding down. I'm talking about I paced back and forth with the news people out there. I didn't care nothing about none of the people, the cameras, nothing. I was so anxious, but it was crazy because I was so excited for him to walk out them doors. And being that it's my first time seeing him outside of prison, you know, he not behind a glass, and you know, I don't have to be careful with touching him because the guard might be over there eyeing me down, thinking I'm reaching him something, you know, not having to be careful. I'm like, this is something I have to adjust to. My life about to change. You know, I was excited, but I was more afraid. The minute my dad walked out the door after we waited for all those hours outside, I'm talking about I was walking towards him. They have a video. I'll share the link with you guys too. Kind of went like national. Everybody kind of took the video because it was crazy. I walked up to him, and the minute he was walking out, like he walked out, this is signature. Like when he take pictures, anything that's like he free. And he walked out like this. He was walking towards me. I walked towards him. And the closer he got, I started backing up. I didn't realize that until I saw the video on the news, but I started backing up because I was so scared of what that was about to feel like. It was amazing. And he held me so tight. We cried. Everybody cried. I'm talking about big crowd of people out there, people we didn't even know, you know. It was so emotional because that moment I instantly started thinking about everything that I missed. You know, he never taught me how to ride a bike, no dads and donuts, you know. Having a conversation with him about when I first started dating, and me moving out at a young age, me started dating, you know, at a young age. It's just like everything that I went through, and I needed him there physically, it, you know, attacked me like mentally right that moment. And like when we left from there, we did like this little party at the lawyer office. And I'm talking about I stared at the man the whole time. I said, I hope he don't think I'm crazy. And I reached him the phone. He wanted to use the phone. And I didn't realize that he wouldn't know how to use the phone, you know, especially an iPhone at that. Like, what is this? Like, but the thing is, with my dad, he made sure he kept up with what type of technology was out in the slang, like, what you doing, LOL, every single thing that we said. And if he didn't understand it, he would hang up that phone. He gonna research it, figure it out, because he knew when he come on this side, he didn't want to be left behind and feel like he was too far behind, right? So the transition was amazing, but what was what was scary and hurtful and traumatizing the most is that things that my dad never got a chance to teach me, the cycle reversed because I had to teach it to him. So what about those fathers and those mothers that come home that don't have that family support, or have a daughter like me who still kept that bond mentally with him for when he released? Those people go back to prison because they don't have that family support. So I don't understand how an organization like mine is led by a Black woman that beat the statistics of going to prison and reducing recidivism and mass incarceration for the children not to go to prison is not funded, because we're not a big organization, or because I don't have all the college degrees and the credentials. So that's one thing that I state every time I speak on a panel, to remove the credentials and use our lived experience, because you can't tell me, you can't get this in a book. You can't get in a book. I get people all the time, a lot of white teachers in New Orleans that refuse to put my program in the school, and recognize me for the work that I'm doing, but you'll email me and tell me you have a child of incarcerated parent who just watched her parent go to prison from killing the other parent, and now it's on the news and she see it at school, and you want me to email you with how to resolve that issue instead of referring her to my program? So you can't get this in a book. It's authentic, and it's genuine, and it's real stories, and it's things that we had nightmares about it. Like, I didn't go home and watch TV. I went home praying that my dad didn't die behind bars every day, literally. And that's something a child shouldn't have to experience or worry about. I feel like once people, if a crime is committed, you rehabilitate them, go put them in programs, and instill programs inside the jails and the prison to make sure those people have, their mental together. Like, that's crazy that there's so much funding for phone calls. Phone calls are what, and some say $15 for like 10 minutes, and then the operator stops the calls. Our girls get so frustrated because in New Orleans, I don't know about everywhere else, we have to put a minimum of $25 on the phone just to make a phone call, accept a phone call. Like, you have to have $25. You know how many of these girls in my program, that's why I had to do this morning, are at work right now because through COVID, they risked it, like through the whole pandemic, to work, to put money on their dad's phone book. So that's why I'm doing this work, to, raise funds to help those girls, because I'm like, I had to work throughout high school. I didn't have those childhood experiences. I worked from 14 and I'm still going, I'm still going. So that's my story. And yeah.
Bree, I was looking out for you. Like, where's she at? Where's she at? Thank you for that. I want to jump in before we open it up for questions. There are a lot of questions. The chat box is on fire. I mean, like, literally, I don't know if your eyes can go down as you're talking. That vivid description that you gave us, Bree, of the release date. I felt that in my soul. And I know the rest of us did as well. Tony, please share with us what you feel. You have that unique perspective of having a mother that's coming home, that came home from carceral space. And I mean, when I talk about blazing the trail, I could only imagine what you feel. Can you please just share with us a little bit? Because I know you've been, the co-pilot in a lot of those different instances, going with your mom as she's emancipating all of these different communities around the world.
You're going to make me go after Bree. Okay. I have a lot of emotions. And just to give you a visual, my mother, where we live, where my mother, did most of her crimes and was incarcerated for most of the time in Los Angeles, is literally about 4 miles. It's a bike ride away to where she went to go into a substance abuse program, a treatment program. And she was gifted that opportunity from someone in the wealthy community. When she went through that program and got the help that she actually needed, the help that she'd been asking for 20 years, it made the whole difference in life. And for me, as I look and I reflect back on that, there was a lot of anger for me in the beginning, because the things that my mother has done, the things that she's accomplished, you know, getting a pardon from the governor of California, you know, going to Uganda and opening up a women's home, you know, going to Paris to receive an award for working on incarceration, you know, is way before a lot of these conversations have been had. I am so proud of my mother, but I get angry because I think if you'd helped my mother 20 years ago, if you'd helped Brother Daid, if you would have helped any of these parents that are on this panel 20 years ago, 30 years ago, imagine the work that we could have been doing. But the work that we do today, or the work that they do today, is extremely important. I support my mother wholeheartedly in everything that she does. But I think about the time that was lost. And as great as my mother is today, you know, her mantra is Google me. You know, as great as Susan Burton is today, how great could she have been if she would have had that other 20 years? And to know that my mother's redemption and my mother's savior was only 4 miles away, it's really painful for me. You know, she has, you know, with the transition homes that she has, with the reentry services that she provides to women in Los Angeles, she's even opened homes in other states. There was no blueprint, there was no footprint for it. So yeah, she's, you know, blazing the trails and, you know, putting her class into a suitcase and going around the country and again, going around the world to help women of color and women of all nationalities. But I think about all of the lost time, and I appreciate everyone here who is in the forefront doing the work. I stay in the background, you know, give my mother whatever support that she needs. But I oftentimes think about all of that lost time, and it hurts. It hurts a lot because I know sitting here, I'm not the only person that lost, you know, so much time, unnecessary time. You know, my mother's not the only person that has changed her life. There are so many people, but there are also so many people who are still languishing in prisons with ridiculous prison sentences that are not getting that opportunity. And I know that we have to pick up face and we have to move forward and we have to fight for those people. We definitely have to fight for those people. So I'm in the fight for the long haul.
Perfect. Definitely. This is for the soldiers, and that's why I think focusing on resilience, this is the first conference ever virtually for a national representation around resiliency, and every individual who is highlighted on any of the panels across the 3 days are all directly impacted. Those are the individuals that are closest to the solution, and that's who we want to be having these conversations with. This is supposed to be a flip the script and a paradigm shift, and therefore we structured it in that way so that individuals would be forced into that. One of the things that I want to make all of us aware of, and the audience as well, is that when you talk about it from a place of resilience, the stories are different. The dialogue feels different. I feel full, and I'm sure a lot of other individuals feel full. So we can no longer only tell the story of the deficit. I want to go to LaDonna last before we get into the question session, only because you are a parent and you are able to speak on the resiliency of your daughter. You know, in the chat box, there's just been so many, comments going up. Oh my God, I know you're so proud of her. And I just want you to share a little bit with us, because I know we don't have enough time for you to say it all. But I was at the conferences in Europe with you and with your daughter, and, watching you, get her books together and make sure that she has something to eat. And, I could just see the twinkle in your eye as it relates to just watching her maneuver and being there to protect her at the same time. Please just share with us a little bit of your narrative.
So, yes, we definitely met in the UK. My daughter had her first keynote speech at the University of Huddersfield at the International Conference for Children with Incarcerated Parents, supported by Dr. Avon Hart-Johnson and also members of INSIP. And for me as a mother, what you are probably witnessing is just me being just utterly just happy to see her be the person that I know that she is, because my daughter had a saying in her book that she felt like a prisoner in training. And I know one of the other panelists mentioned that, having that mentality, because your parent is incarcerated, you kind of feel like society feels like you're supposed to be on the way to prison as well. And, you know, for me as a parent, like that's the last thing that I want for her. I don't want her to end up losing hope. And I just feel like, you know, I have to support her, because at the end of the day, you know, I'm the parent that she has right now on the outside, and I'm the one that wakes up every day with her and sees her struggle. And I have to be that, the roots, basically. She's the tree. I have to be the roots for her. She has to have that foundation, and she has to see it based on my leadership.
Very powerful. I love being able to do research in this area. Oftentimes individuals ask me, when I say that I do research qualitatively, unapologetically centering the voices of resilience from a perspective of Blackness and brownness. What does that feel like? You know, how do you deal with those stories? It's like they automatically assume them to be negative. And I tell them that it brings sunshine to my soul, to be able to be blessed on a path to even be able to sit down with you all and have the privilege of being able to even hear your story. It feels great. And when you talk about the analogy with the tree, it's definitely well taken. I hope that you all have enjoyed this panel. We are going to be moving into the question session. Before we get into that, I want to get from each of the panelists, what word is it that you would take with you from this panel today? If you had to think of one word, just one word, to encompass what it is that you're going to take with you from today, what would that word be? And I ask that you just describe it in a sentence. One, give us a word that you're going to take with you that resonates with you from being engaging in this conference panel, and one sentence to describe that. We're going to start with Akia. We'll go to Brother Dai. We're going to go to Anye. We'll go to LaDonna. We'll go with Tony, and we're going to end with Bree. I really hope that you're able to keep those, as I'm going to start tabulating the questions in the Q&A box and in the chat box.
I would say the word that I would use today is family, and just being like in this whole panel today, and just like really talking to other people who have truly like gone through what I've gone through, and also hearing other stories that sometimes are even worse than me. I feel like I'm a part of a family that, you know, we're a different kind of family than other people, but we're still all a family. We're still all in the same like fight. And I just feel very, very like blessed to be a part of that family. And I see it as a good family, no matter what other people see it as. I see it as, you know, one of those like strong, resilient families that just, you can't take them out. So I'm very, very blessed to be a part of this whole family organization that we're all part of now.
And I would say the word I would use is odds. And I would say beating the odds. And I want to let everyone on this panel know that facing odds and beating odds is not anything new. It's in your nature to overcome the difficulties and beat the odds. When every one of us came into existence, and that act of love with the parents, there were 1 billion sperm cells released, but only one of them made it to the egg to fertilize it. So just to get here, we beat 1 billion to 1 odds. Keep beating the odds.
Oh, am I next? Oh yeah, okay. I would say one word for me would probably be voice, because I don't think that the people here, the panelists here that are speaking, I don't think that we're the voice for the voiceless. I think that everyone has a voice. I think that we're just the voice for the silence, because these aren't people that, you know, aren't speaking up sometimes. It's just that they're put in an environment where they're actively silenced and they're actively made to feel like they are less than and that they are not worthy and their opinion doesn't matter. So they're silenced, but they're not voiceless. And I think it's important to be the voice that amplifies those voices, and to continue calling stuff out like all the time. Like when you see something that's wrong in, whether it's, our judicial system, whether it's, a policing system, whether it's the prison system itself is already corrupt. But calling these things out is important because being silent is making people think that it's okay when it's not.
Hi. For me, I would say transparency. And the reason why I would say transparency is because I feel like the lack of knowledge, and also, as Anya mentioned, the lack of people speaking up is why we're where we are right now. And I'm not saying it as us as the people that have people in prison or family members in prison or are actually in prison. I'm talking about the people that are the majority that aren't transparent or actually don't make themselves available to learn what's going on. And that, for me, it perpetuates the system. Like Anya mentioned, the policing system and the prison system, I mean, it's like modern day slavery. No one can tell me different. I feel like it's legalized slavery, and that's why you have different sentences for different creeds, different religions, different sexual orientations, different classes, because you could be a poor white person and you're gonna get a crappy sentence, but if you have a dad who's a governor or a politician with connections and they have something against such and such, they can get off. And you probably will never even know that they went to jail. And I really feel like that's what we lack. We lack that transparency. It's like you can do and you can hide it, but if I do it, I'm exposed. No, everyone needs to be exposed.
Okay, for me, my word is restoration, because I think the criminal system, the justice system, is beyond broken. It's beyond repair. We need to restore it. I agree with everything that's been said, and I look at sentences and know, for murder in a state, you can get anywhere from 10 to 25 years, including life. And so when you talk about the different classes of people, the different races of people, you give too much power to a judge, to a district attorney, to someone who has power and authority over us to placate a sentence that can be anywhere from there to there. I think we need to restore, and we need to, first of all, tear down the systems that we have. The 13th Amendment is crap, and we need to go back and we need to force the legislators to restore this system, because it is beyond broken and it has wiped out communities. Mass incarceration and the whole bit of everything entailed has really devastated our communities, and we need to fight it. And so I give my commitment to continue with fighting all of these injustices for everyone involved. Thank you.
It's me, right? Okay. My word is media. And I put a picture up of all the DBI moms and some of our girls. I created this challenge last week. It's called the Brie of Nola I Am Challenge. I started it on Instagram at about 10 o'clock at night with probably 2 people into the challenge. So you just do like I am on your selfie, and then you write words about yourself, I did that to encourage the DBI moms and the girls, because I get so many late night calls when people are just struggling trying to, live through a pandemic and not talking to their parents that's incarcerated or just dealing with life itself. They're trying to deal with their girls, and they're used to, our organization stepping in to help them, but it's like you can't really, do much but virtual things now. So I wanted to do something to uplift people, and you know, anyone could enter the challenge, but I did this to reassure people and have them reflect on who they are in the midst of the world turning daily. So I started it like late at night with 2 people into the challenge, and I think the next day I had over 500 and something people. Like, I was like, wow, this crazy, you know, because you get so many challenges on social media, and none of them are like positive, you know, positively affecting our lives, or something that's gonna stick with you. So I said I want to do something to make people reflect who they are, not who people make them out to be. Like, who are you? You know, I am challenged. So these are like the pictures of it, and that's why I use media, because you have to. And my sentence is gonna be mindful of the media you display, because it will impact someone's life positively or negatively in the long term. And I say that because I've read so many articles, you know, as a teenager, about who my dad was and who my mom was based on who she dated and who they thought my dad was, who they judged her, you know, for being a 17-year-old mom at the time, and you know, from the project, and being a single parent. So like, just be careful of the media you display, because it will impact someone's life negatively or positively somewhere down the line. So, I mean, if it impacts them in a positive way, that's a good thing, but just be careful of the media you display. So this the media I display. And that's it.
Thank you all so much for that. We're going to go into the questions. We had the research team that's tabulating and putting all the questions together. I want to turn it over to Sydney to be able to transition us into that next phase. I definitely thank you all from the depths of my heart for just your transparency and just being who you are. Oftentimes we are blessed in ways that we sometimes don't allow to manifest, and it's clear that everybody on this panel has done that work to allow their true self to manifest and shine. So thank you for that. And Sydney, please take us into the Q&A.
Good afternoon, everybody. Due to time purposes, we're only going to have the opportunity to ask one specific question, and it's actually going to come from Audrey Randall. She says, hello, I recently started training workshops for teachers in how to include them in assisting students of incarcerated parents. I have an advantage being having been a correctional officer, a criminal justice instructor, and most recently a prison human rights monitor. So she wants to specifically know if any of you all can give some insight towards how she can give information to these teachers in regards to teaching children of incarcerated parents. So anybody who wants to answer that question, feel free to, and trying to keep it as brief as possible. Thank you.
I will say that there are some universities, I know UCLA has a program, and they have an actual course that is taught in their law school in regards to the mass incarceration that my mom is involved in. And you might want to get in touch with the law school at UCLA and find out about the course information that they have, and possibly take that information and begin to translate it over into the students appropriately based on their age.
And then we had a gentleman, good brother by the name of Kenny Jackson. He started a program in Bridgeport, Connecticut, where he was taking people who were formerly incarcerated and certifying us as mentors. He would take us into the elementary school to work with a lot of problematic children who were having issues. And what we found out in actually doing this was that in the school system, they're still using an antiquated method on how they teach our children, especially in the areas where we live at, where it's predominantly Black and Latino students. So what they do is they bring them in with this old industrialized teaching method, where they got 26 students in the class. They get them in there. If you don't sit down, you got to go to the office. And the more you stay out of class, the more you develop academic problems. So what we found out is that they don't use a method of debriefing the students who might have trauma coming to school in the morning, because they may have went through some traumatic experience at night. They may not be eating the proper diet, and now they got a parent in prison. So they need to implement methods where they can create a time and space to debrief the students in the morning and talk with them and kind of inquire how was their night, how was their morning, to kind of debrief them before they go into the academic session. And we learned that it did reduce, it reduced like some of the problematic children's experiences with issues, like about 60%. It worked. So I think they should first start with that.
Did anybody want to add? Okay, so the next session that will go in, again, I want to thank you all. If you weren't able to keep up with the chat box, it was definitely on fire as it relates to just commentary of support. We typically have the emojis at the bottom, so I would ask individuals, if you want to clap, you can hit that. So what they've been using is the chat box as a way to let you all know 2 thumbs up, excellent job. And that went through the actual presentation. They are now coming up. Thank you all. As you can see the comments, I do want you to know that the next session, we're going to get into the research findings from the research team. That is defined as, I will define my own success, personal definitions from children of incarcerated parents. What we thought from the Dr. Muhammad experience, which is really to flip the dialogue and change what we know about research to make sure that it's hot off the press, delivered first to those individuals who are directly impacted. You will see a video pre-recorded of the research team, the executive research team members engaging in the behind the scenes conversation. Oftentimes when research happens, we collect the data, we take it to our research team, and you all are not privy to that conversation until the research comes out, which means that the ink is already on the paper. So if there's any damage to be done, it's already happened, and therefore copywritten and published. And I think that process should also be transparent, and individuals that are connecting to individuals that are directly impacted should have the respect and the resolve to be able to incorporate the voices and directions of those that are impacted. So I do ask that you watch that video. You will also find at the end of that video, we will be moving into lunch, which is our 12:30 to 1 o'clock, and we have our virtual book exhibit. We are hoping that you all visit that. Anye, who spoke immensely well on the panel, and the book that her and her mom talk about, which I have copies of, is phenomenal. It is highlighted in our book exhibit. You will need to navigate to the website and go into the last link under the conference website to go into the virtual book exhibit. So we're giving you an opportunity and time to be able to have a bathroom break, to be able to visit the virtual book exhibit, where we also highlight our keynote presenter's book, Tony Lewis. You will also see videos, personalized videos in the book exhibit from the authors themselves, speaking about their motivations behind the book and who specifically they were written from. So please make sure that you have some time to click into those links of the videos, which are also available on YouTube. And we are now going to be signing out so that we stay on time. And I look forward to seeing you all back here at 1 o'clock for the couples panel. Tony Lewis talked about what it takes to be able to maintain a positive relationship. And oftentimes people won't accept you in a romantic relationship or a friendship relationship, or even in your family relationship because of parental incarceration. We are going to break that stigma today as well. Thank you so much. Enjoy your brief break, and I look forward to seeing you back here shortly. Thanks. I'm Dr. Bahia Muhammad, Assistant Professor of Criminology at Howard University in the Department of Sociology and Criminology. I am so excited to welcome you all to the conference, but more importantly, to give you access to the research team and our conversations. We really felt that it was important as we began to disseminate the findings of this particular research study to allow more individuals to see what goes on behind the scenes after we analyze data, once we sit down and interview individuals specifically. So just to give you a couple of reminders, this was a qualitative study that incorporated mixed methodology, so to speak. The majority of interviews lasted between 1.5 hours to 2.5 hours at times. And so we really engaged in an intimate dialogue with children of incarcerated parents across the nation. We had a sample of 100 individuals that we were able to draw from. And originally we started with face-to-face interviews, and after COVID-19 hit us all, we were able to advance the study to utilize technology to have virtual interviews. But we would like you to know that although we adopted virtual methodology, the interviews were still very rich and incorporated so many themes. Oftentimes, when researchers conduct studies in this area and others, oftentimes you will read a report and not have access to the conversations. And we thought, as it relates to shifting the paradigm and changing the conversation around children of incarcerated parents, it is very important now, more so than ever, to assure that much research is done in this area. And so we really wanted to make sure that you all had access to the amazing conversations that the research team has embarked in across the life of this particular study. Today's session, we're going to be talking about definitions of success. We thought that this was very important because the study itself rests itself on the lived experiences of resiliency among children of incarcerated parents. Oftentimes, as researchers, we define through theoretical frameworks the definitions that individuals embed the research within. For this particular study, we adopted a grounded approach. We thought that that was important because the children themselves are the closest to the problem, and therefore, we adopt the methodology for allowing them to guide us to the solution. With that being said, I want to give you all a bit of background on the specific questions that we asked during the study. What I will do for this particular session is to read those studies off, and then the research team and myself will engage you in a dialogue around our findings from our particular interviews. When we looked at success, again, we thought it was very important for the individuals who we were interviewing to define it for themselves. One of the first questions that we asked, what is your definition of success and how would you define it? Do you think that your personal definition of success is different than the status quo definition of success or the general definition of success? What does it mean to be successful? We oftentimes talk about success, but what does it mean to each individual? Because success could definitely mean something different to each individual. What resources or supports did each individual have to help them down this path towards success? What did they consider successful for themselves? When did they determine that they were on a path of success? Was this something that they just, were pushed into? Was it something that their families forced them to do where they felt that they didn't have a definition or that they had a choice in the matter at all? We also wanted to know what resources they had and if they felt that they were on the road to success or they actually were successful. 3 additional questions are, how did your path towards success begin? And how did you know? What examples of success did you have around you? And then we ended that with going into definitions of success from the particular individuals, where oftentimes they define the top 5 successes. So again, you can see there were a lot of robust questions. Not every individual answered each and every question fully and in detail, but we want to allow you to just hear some of the themes that came about in our study. And I'll start by just talking briefly about definitions of success. We did find overall in the majority of interviews that individuals did have their own definitions of success, and they dovetailed away from the status quo definitions of success. And again, when we get into the discussion section of this particular study, we will give particular reasons around why we felt that was the case. But for today, we're going to just engage you in a dialogue around success. I want to give you an opportunity to hear from the research team in terms of their definitions of success as it related to their particular interviews. And I will start with you, Sydney. If you could just briefly introduce yourself and then share a bit of the interviews that stood out for you prior to our dialogue.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Sydney Turner. I am a second-year master's student at Howard University, as well as a research assistant on this particular study. In regards to the definitions of success that I found as far as the subjects went, majority of the subjects define success as having peace within themselves, being able to sleep at night and knowing that they don't have something stressful going on, being able to be within their right mind. A lot of mental illness has been coming around with these individuals. They witnessed family members having mental illness, and they just realized that, wow, I was able to turn 40 years old and I'm in my right mind, you know? So majority said they found peace within themselves and define success as being able to give back to others, being able to give back within their community. So most of them wanted to say that they felt like if they had an influence on other people, then that was defined as success. They didn't really focus on the status quo of, oh, I have $1 million, I'm able to have a full-time job, not the materialistic things that the American society places a huge emphasis on to deem someone as successful. Internal peace was what they defined as success. So,
thank you, Dr. Gatewood.
Yeah, so I'm Dr. Brittany Gatewood. I am the project director for the study. And I want to piggyback on a lot of what Sydney said and Dr. Muhammad said, that they've created their own definitions of success. But one thing I really found interesting is the fact of things that we categorize as success, such as like schooling or having a job, they didn't see that as successful, right? They didn't see that they were a success story. They're just like, I'm just doing this, like, or this is just something that I wanted to do and I accomplished. And so they don't necessarily, they're very humble. A lot of the participants are very humble, like, you know, this is just something I needed to do, and not, they don't necessarily think of themselves as going outside of the statistics of Black people in general when it comes to schooling, job, and all these other negative metrics that usually occur. And they also see success as them accomplishing just goals that they have, like just baseline goals. Like one participant who had a lot of mental illness and other things in their background, they're just like, I woke up today. That is a success in itself, you know, or I'm able to do these things on my own because I have these diagnoses. Or education was a big one. People saying, you know, I get, and a lot of things I think the other two would agree, like, I guess this is successful. Like, I guess this is I guess you could say this is successful. I've never thought about it. So I think a lot of the participants just never thought about how they are successful, or like even attaching the word success to them, even if they still live in the quote unquote hood, or even if they didn't accomplish these status quo things, they still have a lot of accomplishment that a lot of people don't have. And they just sometimes don't even see themselves as like, they accomplish these big goals. Even graduating high school or not going back into the system, majority did not have any run-ins with the criminal justice system, even though all statistics say that they're more likely to. Because I think maybe none of my participants that I interviewed, maybe one might have done, but like outside of that, all of them did not have any run-ins with the police or the criminal justice system, which is at baseline a success for children incarcerated parents, because that is the metric that all the research does, is basing on, are you going back into the system? Yeah. And so that's kind of an overview of what I saw interesting within these studies.
Yeah, it's so interesting that you said that, Dr. Gateway. Thank you so much for that. It definitely reminds me of all of these interviews that we've done across the nation. And one of the things that I think is really important in terms of connecting to what you talked about is that in the research, it defines success as not going to prison, not getting arrested. And so we really have these really dry kind of negative definitions of success attributed to the children. And it's clear from this particular study and the findings in which we all agree that in speaking with the children, one, they can speak for themselves. Right. Two, they are definitely able to define robustly how they define success. And, you know, who would think that waking up the next morning is a big success? But imagine, you know, a young child seeing their parent violently arrest right now we're going through a lot of social injustices and unrest playing itself out loud, you know, in the streets. And so that means, you know, possibly that there will be more individuals who are arrested, and therefore more eyes of children that see it. How can you sleep at night over that? You know, just to have to wake up in the morning is an accomplishment. And there aren't really a lot of articles, if any at all, out there that talk about that. You know, oftentimes we think about those things as small things, you know, like life. You know, we take life for granted. And, you know, just waking up the next morning after experiencing any trauma is a success. And it is the interviews that we, you know, conducted that remind me of that. Not only were these children steering away from the criminal justice system, which is unique and significant in and of its own, because a lot of the communities that they described were plagued with, you know, an intense presence of law enforcement, low socioeconomic status and things of that sort. So we know navigating around law enforcement can definitely be a difficult thing in these communities, and they didn't experience that. So oftentimes when we hear about the 1 in 3 Black males that, you know, will experience parental incarceration, oftentimes the definition is just limited to that. If you don't go to prison, you are a success. But there are a lot more things that go into that, like you talked about, Sydney, in terms of peace. I want to talk a little bit more about that, because some of the things that led to these pathways to success were the children being told the truth, and knowing where their parents were, regardless of if they made the decision to engage with them or not. Just knowing where they were gave a sense of peace. And so if we know that children define success as having internal peace, then that also means that we need to start governing in programs and social services that allow these children to have that peace, and knowing the truth of where their parents are, and being able to ask questions can oftentimes lead to that success, so to speak. It's pretty interesting. Do you want to add anything to that, Sydney?
Yeah, I did want to add something, because I'm reading a quote, and I quote, "I think healing, I think peace." I think more than anything, what success has looked like for me is owning the fullness of who I am and not being deterred by either situation out of my control or my own personal shortcomings. So having that conversation to let the children know where their parents are, not lying to them, will allow them to begin the healing process, which eventually turns into having internal peace. So giving that child the opportunity to mentally process what's going on, express their feelings, because sometimes people and parents try to just write their children off. Oh, they're too young. Oh, they don't know what's going on. But in actuality, children are very smart. They pick up on things a lot. They know that their parent is not there. They know that, oh, the lie is, oh, they're in the military. Oh, they work for the government. Oh, they're gone. But no, their child needs to be able to know where exactly their parent is so they can process it fully, sit down, have a meaningful conversation so they can express their feelings, and then begin to have the healing process. Because having your parent go be incarcerated is traumatic in itself, just in general. It's a very traumatic experience, regardless of what age that child may be. It's just a very traumatic experience. So being able to have that conversation with that child and let them know the full truth so they can sit in it and actually feel those feelings instead of writing it all and just letting them think that it's not incarcerated, you know. So they need that healing to then eventually have that internal peace, which will then make them become more successful in the end. So
yeah, and it's interesting because when you think about it from the perspective of defining success only connected to parental incarceration, you know, so dehumanizing the population and only connecting them to this experience of having a parent in prison, which we know they are, you know, way more holistic than that. But one of the things that is interesting for me, and I'm going to look a little deeper into this as we begin to continue this analysis phase, is that with those negative definitions of success, it causes more stigma and shame. So a caregiver can't be successful, so to speak, in terms of sharing the truth, because that truth ultimately you think can lead them down that path to going to prison. But if you think about success in the way that the children of incarcerated parents are defining it themselves, it's just like, let me sit down and figure out how to tell the truth. Let's have this conversation so that we can brainstorm together about that enforced silence that they talk about in the data a lot. And it really allows for individuals to get rid of this conspiracy of silence. Oh, we have to be, really silent about it, because what the children of incarcerated parents are letting us know now through their own narratives and their own voices is that I feel peace inside when I know where my parent is, when I'm able to ask questions about it. And, as we get into more of the study later on during, session 2 and day 3, the children who were connected to their incarcerated parents were not only able to be empowered and strengthened, but the incarcerated parent was a huge battery in their backs for helping them stay on that path to success. So imagine what you're missing out on when a parent can serve in such an inspirational way. Again, we would have known none of this if we didn't allow the children to, 1, define success for themselves, and 2, be able to speak for themselves. What are some of the resources that children talked about in the interviews with you all in terms of being able to maintain success or being able to be pushed and propelled into success in terms of things that were available to them?
Well, in my experience with the interviews, one thing that came up a lot that we don't talk about is therapy. So a lot of the people that I interviewed went to therapy or have therapists. And so a lot of the women that were interviewed had sexual trauma or those type of things that happened in their past. And so one thing that propels them to success is trying to address their trauma, which in mental health and stuff is very stigmatized within the Black community. But it seems like these children incarcerated parents are like, let me go full on and address these issues so I can get better. And so there was a lot of, yes, I go to therapy. I'm glad I went. It helps me address, X, Y, and Z. I had one participant that used a lot of community supports, whether it would be like community organizations or mental health organizations that were in the community to help them out. And also, as Dr. Muhammad was saying, just their parents in general. And so we, eventually we'll talk about more parenting, but in terms of success, the parents did as much as they could on the inside to help their children be successful. So knowing that they had a test, or helping them study when they came to visit, or those type of things, it's like they were always their champions. Like, okay, you're gonna do this. We want you to be successful. And so the research and all these kind of things saying that the parents aren't involved or being connected with the parents are negative, most of the children like that was the positive, right? And even Dr. Muhammad was talking about, the silence of not telling kids. Most of the kids are like, we knew because our friends' parents were in. Like, they're in neighborhoods where you have this collateral damage of all this mass incarceration. And so the kids know. So trying to, sugarcoat like, oh, they're here, is like the kids know because their friend's dad. And so a lot of my interviewees talked about their connections with their friends. And, their friends will talk about, this happened with my dad, this happened with my mom, and these type of things. And they have these kind of conversations, and it also helps them to have support systems to help them become more successful. And so when talking about the success of these children of incarcerated parents, it's like parents are very tools for help them to be successful. They're not hindering them as people think. And a lot of their parents, it seems like the parents on the inside very much told them what it was and didn't sugarcoat things and didn't sell them a fairy tale. So they knew what they were getting into. They knew this is how life was and prepared them in those ways, which also helped them in the long run to address some of these issues and like be more fearless. A lot more like they're not scared of a lot. They take the risk. And I think their relationship with their parents had a lot to do with that. Absolutely.
Yeah, it's absolutely amazing. There's so much that we can say. We're really hoping that you all maintain your connections to the website and that you participate in all 3 days. I mean, this is part of the Dr. Muhammad experience and really trying to get research hot off the press out there to the communities, to those individuals that are affected, to those, children that are struggling with their own narratives that could, click on a video and be empowered, as opposed to waiting for the draconian, methodology of waiting 5 years for, a book to come out, or, a year and a half for a journal publication to go through the editing process. We want to show that this is the way that research should continue to be. It should be alive and it should be shared during that phase. As you guys can see from this conversation, there's a lot to be learned. We will have a white paper that is produced at the end of the study, which will continue to go on for a couple of months. But this conference really is a way for you to be able to identify and experience through experiential conference proceedings and engagement to understand the research and become intimate with it in the same way that we did as a research team. One of the things that I want to give you all an opportunity to do in our closing out, because we only want to keep this to the 15 minutes that's allotted for the break in the conference, is to just share some advice that you have for scholars as it relates to some of the findings that we're talking about. What should they be thinking about? How can they advance their research in this area? What do you want to see in terms of future research around this particular population, specifically centering the voices of Black children of incarcerated parents around resilience, success, and triumphs?
So as far as future research, I feel like we are one of the first to focus on the actual positive aspects. All of the existing literature always focuses on that negative connotation. Going within the criminal justice system and mass incarceration, you're always thinking about the negative aspects. However, like you will see in this study, these children are successful. They hold PhDs. They have their own nonprofits. They're giving back to their community. So really highlighting that positive aspect and stepping away from the negative statistics to say that these children will be just like their parents and they will go back into the system. That we're changing the narrative, we're flipping the script, get away from that negative aspect and focus on the positive so we can continue to uplift this particular community, show them this is the road that others who've been in your same situation or maybe even worse, they were able to overcome this and highlight the success in the past that led them to become resilient adults that they are today. So just mainly focusing on the positive, stepping away from the negative to change the narrative and let these others know that it's possible that they can become successful as well.
Yes, I would agree with Sydney, and I would add that, especially when you talk about the field of criminology, most of the criminological theories that exist based on, especially middle-class values, right? And so those are what we strive for. That's what success is. You have money, you have all these things. And just to know, especially when we talk about Black children of incarcerated parents, the cultural differences, that there are cultural differences of how families and communities operate. We operate differently than other races and ethnicities. And so you have to take that into consideration. And what our baselines are, what we consider successful or what we consider resilient might be different. And the fact that they don't match up with those mainstream does not take away from the success that they're having. And so a lot of criminology folks, starts at the baseline of criminalizing Black people. And if you start at that that is done is going to start with the negative. And so looking at, with this whole Black Lives Matter is the fact of like, okay, look at Black people as humans, right? Are you putting these Black incarcerated children at the same standard of the whites, or are you putting them at a less standard, right? And so there's a lot of people within the study and hopefully within future studies that are done that are way different than what these mainstream scholars say we are. or say these children are. And so focusing on, you know, your implicit bias when it comes to the research, because if you come in with the bias, you're automatically going to think the negative. And maybe waking up every day isn't enough for your definition of success. But if someone's in a neighborhood where that is a success, we have to take that into consideration, not just because they don't have this the socioeconomic status, because they don't have this GPA, but if they have a, you know, a 3.5 in a school that, you know, is under resourced, that is different than if you're going to this private school. So just trying to, researchers when talking about success with this population, check your biases and check where your intentionality is coming from. And if you're starting at a negative place, then your research is going to automatically put a negative light on this community.
Yes, thank you
Woo!
for that.
Good morning, Dr.
Yeah,
Gatewood.
definitely. That was so good. And I mean, when you do the research, I mean, it's just there. And, you know, just in doing the interviews, I would let individuals know out there, this is nothing to be afraid of. Oftentimes people ask me, how do you research that population? Oh my God, how do you deal with what you hear? And I asked them to explain a little bit more because I was a Black child, you know, and I'm a Black woman. And so I want to know what they're talking about in the sense of the stories that they just project to be negative because you live in a low socioeconomic area. You have 9 brothers and sisters by a single mother. And so life has to be horrible. It has to be traumatic. Oh my God, you know, how do you deal with that? And it's so interesting that I've just been so empowered by doing these interviews across the nation and seeing the faces. We know that children of incarcerated parents are a hidden population historically and currently. And oftentimes, because it's a hidden population, you never see the face. And the statistic becomes the face. So, you know, the school to prison pipeline is something that's in your mind and it's scaring you. You automatically assume that this population is, you know, gonna fill the new prison beds. And so for me to see these beautiful Black faces and voices from all across the nation has empowered me and charged me in a way that would have never happened otherwise. I also want researchers to understand that there's a lot to learn from flipping the coin and looking at it from a place of success and resilience. Oftentimes I get individuals who I think are coming from good places, and even if they're not, who cares? But they come with this sort of a narrative to say that, you know, we've got this far with children of incarcerated parents by leaning in on the detriments and the negative things that they experience. And they say to me, oftentimes, you know, the majority of the story is not going to be positive. And, you know, I step back and I, you know, give that kind of a smile to basically say that, how do you know that when the statistic says 1 in 3? And when you are saying 1 in 3, that means 2 individuals have a chance of success. That is more than 1. I'll repeat it again. When you say the 1 in 3 greater odds ratio, that means that 1 individual possibly will have a time or a stint in the criminal justice system and 2 will not. 2 is more than 1. So please, this is a public service announcement. Stop focusing on the negativity. We know enough about the negative nature. And just from this short dialogue with the research team, it is clear to us, and it should be clear to you, that we have a lot to learn from looking at it from the sunnier side of things. And it's not being soft on crime. Oftentimes individuals say, you're being soft on crime. You want us to lock individuals up and throw away the key. The children of incarcerated parents are not incarcerated themselves. I'll repeat, the children of incarcerated parents are not incarcerated themselves, and they should not be defined by the greatest mistake that their parents have made. If you want to hear more about that, please check out my TED Talk, Does the Apple Fall Far from Prison? Thank you so much for tuning in, and we hope to have you for the full day of our conference today. And again, please don't be afraid to look at the positive nature of children of incarcerated parents, because oftentimes when we think about the statistics, in the back of our minds, we are envisioning Black children, brown children, and those children have a story of success as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks. I'm Dr. Bahia Muhammad, Greetings, Dr. Muhammad Experience here with children of incarcerated parents looking at resilience and success. Welcome to the virtual book exhibit. Today for our Meet the Author, we have the one and only Mr. Tonis Lewis Jr. If you are not aware of this brother, then definitely make sure that you purchase the book to gain a better understanding of his firsthand perspective of being raised in the era of mass incarceration and dealing with having a parent in prison. I personally use this textbook in my classroom, so I hope all of you all who are chimed in and are professors and are seeing this, consider it in your criminal justice classes, your administration of justice classes, your psychology classes, even education or communications. We find that this idea of criminal justice reform is all over. So if you are using Michelle Alexander's The New Jim Crow and you do not have SLUG, please make sure you add that to your lineup, and you'll see why in this short conversation. Welcome, Mr. Tony Lewis Jr. How are you?
Thank you, Dr. Muhammad. I'm outstanding.
Great, great. I just want to give you an opportunity just to talk a little bit about yourself, and then walk us into the importance of the creation of this book for you.
Okay, yeah, I'm an author, an activist, champion for men, women, and children impacted by mass incarceration. And some people will call me a reentry expert. My career really has been about helping men and women stabilize and get back to their families and seek employment and entrepreneurship, those that are formerly incarcerated. And that's been my way to ensure that their children that have experienced parental incarceration can have the best chance at reaching their full potential. I wrote SLUG really to educate people that weren't from the type of community or lifestyle that I came from, to show the humanity and the dreams and all that we possess and how those things are deferred, but also to show the resiliency and sort of give my manifesto on how I feel like as a society we can help strengthen families and community. I also wanted to empower those that came from a similar circumstance, to let them know that they can do anything despite the hand that they got dealt, to give sort of a blueprint to success, which I wanted people to be able to honestly personalize it and you know, get what I had to give in the book and make it their own, but at the same time to be an example, a beacon of hope in some pretty dark places. And I've just been overwhelmed by the response that SLUG has received from every reader and amazing people like you that have utilized it to teach and to help people grow and to actually activate people to take up the mantle and do their part in helping end mass incarceration in our country.
Nice, nice, very beautiful. Thank you so much for that. What can readers expect when they pick this book up?
Oh man, I think they can expect to laugh, to cry, to be educated, to be empowered, subject matter, that is covered from everything from, morality to gun violence, mass incarceration, the power of education, the power of community, mental health, re-entry, the prison industrial complex, all these things that we police brutality, obviously, stop and frisk, profiling, all of these things that we hear about that's going on in our country, it's told and it's shown through a life. And my life and the lives of the people that raised me and the lives of the people that were in my community that helped contribute to where I would eventually become as an activist and a pillar in that very same community. And I really, in my mind, I wrote it to try to be the most comprehensive look at mass incarceration, to look at the collateral damage that is caused when a person is taken away. Also, draconian sentencing is another thing that plays out in my life. But at the same time, the overarching thing is that ability to, I don't even just want to say survive, right? That ability to thrive, because survival is one thing, but to make it through and then be able to really live and positively make deposits in other people's lives. So I think my story is, is one that it has the range where no matter where you come from or what your experience have been, you're going to connect to it on some level.
Excellent, excellent. How can individuals go about purchasing your book?
So you can reach out to me via my website, TonyLewisJr.com. Obviously for like individual buys, they can go to Amazon, but for bulk orders, they can come directly to me. Or they email me at lifeaslug@gmail.com. Also, they can follow me on Instagram or Twitter at Mr. Tony Lewis Jr. On any of those platforms. So I'm very accessible. I look forward to connecting with people any way that I can to help them get the book. If it's about me coming in, I really, as you know, I truly enjoy the opportunity to engage with students and also those that are actually confined or incarcerated institutions. I really love to get in front of people and be able to have those conversations and that dialogue so that we can have an exchange of ideas and thoughts.
Definitely. It's been very powerful all the times that you've visited into our classrooms at Howard University. And I know it's the same for the University of Maryland as well, with the professors there that utilize the book. So I'm hoping now to allow it to just expand across campus. We have some classes in psychology on at-risk youth and resiliency. And so I've been sharing the book with a couple of those faculty that will be presenting at the conference as well. We are looking forward to your keynote, which we are sure it's going to be a drop the mic, but I wanted to make sure that we included you in the book exhibit so that individuals can begin to not only follow you, but also be able to support you in any way possible. Thank you so much, Mr. Tony Lewis Jr. for all the work that you really are doing, and you don't miss a dime. Ooh,
Thank you.
I'm just like, wow.
I'm so grateful, as always. I really mean that. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, so I'm not going to keep you from that family. You go on.
Okay.
And we will be in touch.
Okay. Talk soon.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
Greetings. How are you?
I am doing well. How are you?
I'm great. Thank you. We are very excited to have you with us today. Greetings to all of our viewers. We are excited about this particular book talk, which is an amazing opportunity for you all to learn about the journey of self-love and healing, which is lifelong. And our expert today is going to be sharing with us her new publication that is out, that is available for you all as you view through the book exhibit. So welcome to the Dr. Muhammad Experience virtual conference on children of incarcerated parents, focusing on success and resilience. We are excited today for our book talk as it relates to self-love, a silent revolution. Did you hear that, guys? A silent revolution, such powerful words. Today, we're going to have an opportunity to hear from our esteemed author and publisher of this particular book. And this will give you an opportunity to get to personalize the authors behind these particular books. We really hope that you consider purchasing. There will be opportunities to have bulk orders. If you guys are interested and are instructors and interested in using this for any of your coursework that's related to children of incarcerated parents or mass incarceration in the United States, we're also going to talk about how you can get in contact with the author. So let's get started. If you could just introduce yourself to the audience and tell us a little bit about yourself.
Hello, you guys. Thank you so much for having me. My name is Quanice Jones. I go by Quanice Raquel, and I am the author of Self-Love, A Silent Revolution. I am currently a student at Central Connecticut State University. I'm in their social work program. I have aspirations of continuing with my education and completing my master's degree and becoming a clinician. I would like to be a marriage and family therapist, and I would like to specialize in trauma.
Wow, so powerful. So as I, went through your website, I was just amazed. Just by all of the information and all of the really powerful quotes that you highlighted. And one of the things that stood out to me is your idea of self-love as a silent revolution. Can you please give us a little bit of insight into that?
Yes. So as you guys will see when you read my bio, I really emphasized on self-love being a silent revolution because being a Black woman in a world that is constantly being in a world that constantly makes you question yourself, constantly makes you question whether you're good enough, that's constantly telling you you need to be more of this or more of that, or just the fact that you have to be more of everything just to be able to succeed. And I went through so much in my life trying to feel validated and feel accepted. And I hurt myself a lot in the process. And loving myself took a very, very long time. And a lot of times, I often felt like I was in a battle, and not just with outside people, but just within myself, just fighting past those self-limiting beliefs and fighting past, you know, what my mental would tell me. I'm a product of molestation. I'm here because my father was in prison for the majority of my life, so I had a lot of daddy issues growing up, and I just always felt like I was never good enough. And I wrote a book about it because I finally got to the point where I love myself, and I just felt like that loving yourself is revolutionary. And that's how I got my title.
Wow, that is so powerful. And I'm excited because I think so many young individuals need to hear this, but also older individuals. I mean, we struggle across the lifespan, and I see that you talk about healing is, you know, lifelong.
Yes.
Can you give us a little bit of insight into that component, specifically as it relates to the healing of parental incarceration?
Yes. So I believe that healing is lifelong, and I believe because throughout your life and throughout your journey, I always reference my healing journey, because it's not a destination. It's something that you will continue to navigate, and it's not a one-track thing. It can look all over the place, and a lot of the times, especially in my personal journey, I thought that I was regressing, but in reality, I was really moving forward and through some things that were just uncomfortable. So, you know, it's just dark, and you don't really know until you start to experience. So I believe that each point of my life, I knew that I was healing because I started to be different. My outside started to look different. My outside started to reflect what I really felt about myself. And I just believe that, you know, as you continue to move and navigate your journey, you become better and better. And I also believe that you can also inspire and bring others into your journey. My self-love journey has been a catalyst for healing between my mother, generational curses, and just breaking, you know, the stigma of women and mother and daughter and Black families, and how, you know, we have to be in competition and we don't really love each other or support each other. I don't have that issue because everything that I've learned on my journey, I bring it back home, because it's not just about me. You know, it's very important for me to, all the lessons and everything I'm learning, to bring it back home. And I truly believe that, you know, when a woman heals herself, she heals all the women that come before her. And you know, that has definitely been a part of my journey. So I definitely feel like it is a lifelong thing, and something's always going to be coming up, you know.
Wow, that is so powerful. When you heal yourself, you are healing generations, I mean, forward and backwards. I mean,
yes,
that statement alone is extremely powerful. Thank you for that. So who is this book for? Who were you thinking about when you sat down and completed this beautiful work?
This book is for any person who has felt lost in their life. I spent many, many years feeling lost. As I said, not even recognizing that those periods of being lost, I wasn't really lost. I was exactly where I was supposed to be. So this book is for the people who feel lost, the people who feel unseen, the people who don't feel that love and validation. I wrote this book for you because I want to give you hope. And I want you to remember that you matter. And I want you to know that you're loved. Even if no one around you can support that, I wanted to give you that, because you matter. Whether I know you or not, you matter. You're valid. You're important in this world, and you have purpose. So I wrote that book for anyone who has doubted that, anyone who has carried shame, anyone who has carried guilt about their past, anyone who has felt like that there's not a God out there that's for them because of what they've been through.
Right. Wow. So how do you break the book down? Are the chapters really long? Are they short? What are people getting into once they open up the book?
So I open up the book and I just tell a little bit about my relationship with love and how I actually begin my journey. I tell about, going through a very detrimental heartbreak at the age of 21. And I was in a relationship with my best friend and we grew up together. And it was probably one of the most toxic relationships that I had ever been in. And after being in that relationship, I just begin the healing journey. So I just go back and speak about, my relationship and my up and down feelings and just denying myself of love. And then I just take it back to, my childhood, because I believe that you can't understand yourself until you go back and unpack that childhood trauma. Right. So as a social work student, I kind of, wrote it in sequence so I tell you a little bit about myself and about self-love, but then I take you back to where I've come from. I mentioned my mother, I mentioned my father, the environment that I grew up in. I mentioned that my mother was, a drug addict, and, my mother was 17 and she was a part of the crack epidemic. And, my mother had me at 17 addicted to crack. And my mother, fought through so many different things to get through that period of time. And my mother, a lot of her friends and family didn't make it out of that period, and my mother did. And, so I highlight just a lot of the trauma that we've been through, that I've been through in my family, and how, it kind of was influenced by systems, and how a lot of the feelings of low self-worth was influenced by a lot of the environments that I was in. I talk about being a student in school and, being very smart and being in honors classes, but not being in classes with other Black girls that look like me, and feeling like an outcast because I had professors who, didn't understand where I come from, or would try to make me feel as if I'm ghetto because of the weight of my name, Quanice, and it being, with a Q, and, just making me feel like an outcast and not good enough. And like I said, a lot of those feelings that I felt, I had to go back and try to get to the root and see, where did I develop those beliefs? So that is how, the book goes. It goes through my childhood, then it goes through, my high school and my adult relationships and becoming a mother to my present.
Wow, that is amazing. Thank you so much for sharing that. So just wanting to ask you a little bit about the process of writing a book. A lot of the children of incarcerated parents that are participating in the conference have a story to tell, and you are an entrepreneur. I mean, you've taken your story, you've taken your narrative, and putting it in a space that individuals can read and reflect and grow and, become inspired and empowered. How difficult was it for you to actually write this book and get it out?
It was difficult. It was not difficult to write the book because, like you said, we all had a story inside of us. So it wasn't difficult for me to tell my story. The writing aspect was not difficult. As long as I disciplined myself enough to sit down and actually be transparent and honest with myself and not try to control what I was trying to say, but actually I wanted the reader to really feel what I was going through and really feel the emotions. So I just wanted to make sure that I was as transparent as possible and as honest as possible, and really just sharing that vulnerability. So that was difficult about writing, just being honest, because being honest with you guys, I had to get real honest with myself. Right. And some of those things were painful to go through. So, writing was not difficult, but the vulnerability aspect was. Then we go to the editing process, seeing all of that stuff. You guys, when I started this, I had no resources. I did not know anyone who wrote any books. I had nobody. And that's when I don't know what to do, I trust God and I ask God to guide my steps.
Yes.
And God told me to write this book. And I said, God, I said, you gave me this assignment and you told me to do it. Please send me the resources that can help me produce this book. And when I it blows my mind, because literally every resource came as I continued to reach out. I got a lot of no's. And I got a lot of, no, this is not the one. But when I finally did settle and decide to, you know, work with who I wanted to help me edit my book and format my book and my graphic designer, I wanted whoever I worked with to be aligned with what I believed in. That was important for me because I wanted to make sure that it reached a magnitude of people, and I wanted to do it in excellence, and I wanted to do it right. And everything that I desired came to fruition, and I can only thank God. So God really had an influence. He literally guided my steps. So, you know, I talk a lot about how God plays a major role in my life, that he influences everything I do and every move that I make. And I don't make moves without incorporating him. So, you know, I definitely, that worked for me. And as I said, you may not see how it's going to go, but that's where the faith kicks in. God will send you everybody you need. He will send you, he will make sure it happens. Trust me.
Nice, nice. That's beautiful. So this is a divine intervention. And what I'm hearing is that this book will select individuals just like individuals will select the book.
Yes.
So if this book speaks to you and you are in our virtual audience today, please make sure that you click the link, check out the website, and purchase a few copies. If you know individuals that are on a life journey and are in search of self-love, maybe you could gift them with that greatness. As we're closing out, how can individuals get in contact with you? What are your social media handles?
You can find me on Instagram. I'm on Instagram. My Instagram handle is withlovequanice_, or you can directly find me on my website. My website is www.quanice, QuaniceRaquelle.com, and that's QuaniceRaquelle.com, or you can, as I said before, Instagram with Love Quanice.
Okay, and greetings and welcome back. It's Dr. Muhammad, Assistant Professor of Sociology in the Department of Criminology at Howard University, and I'm excited to be back with you all. I hope that you enjoyed your break to be able to be reinvigorated with the next panel that we have. For those of you that were asking questions about how to get to the book exhibit, you can locate that at www.drmuhammadexperience.com. There you navigate to the link that says conference, COIP conference, and you can see narratives from the intimate interviews as it relates to different themes that were emerging. But we also have the virtual book exhibit there. All of the authors in the videos that you saw, Mr. Tony Lewis Jr., as well as the one that we just reviewed, the links for purchase are there. So you can actually go directly there and purchase that during a break, and I really hope that you do. I am excited to be back with you all. This morning, we had a robust time just engaging in our opening, our keynote speech, and then, of course, the first panel, which was a drop the mic panel that allowed us to understand the concept of it takes a village in order to make it through a lot of these processes. Today, we are now up to the couples panel. So many individuals were excited when I posted the actual promotion flyer. I definitely want to give a special thanks and shout out to Dr. Brittany Gatewood for her amazing work with all of the visionaries that you see. For all of the flyers, I hope that you all go to the website and download the program, which is about 50 pages long, but it is beautiful in all its glory. It highlights those individuals that you are meeting today, and it gives their bios and their social media information and really highlights the thematic areas that we identified. Today is a tribute to those individuals that are directly impacted And we wanted to make sure that we were centering your voices and allowing those to be heard. So definitely all gratitude for the flyers and the promotions on all of my social media, as well as on the website, can be attributed to Dr. Gatewood. Thank you so much for that. I've had an amazing research team, and we are now ready to introduce you to a panel called My Rib: Marriage, Love, and Relationship Success Among Children of Incarcerated Parents. If you had the pleasure of being with us this morning, Mr. Tony Lewis Jr. spoke a little bit on that, in the sense that everybody is not accepting of the reality that you have a parent in prison or that you have a family member in prison. We are going to move into a critical dialogue that allows us to see those individuals behind the leaders that we've come to know. Oftentimes when we're on panels, our families are in the audience and people walk right by them. Sometimes individuals are so interested in talking to us that they overstep our loved ones. We may be out to dinner or engaging in a dialogue. And I thought that it was very important, and the research allowed it to emerge, that we respect the narratives of those that love us and those individuals that are empowering the children of incarcerated parents, not only their parents, as you saw in the It Takes a Village, but also those individuals with romantic relationships. I also was able to identify that that was one of the stepping paths on the way to success, being able to be in a healthy relationship. And we'll hear from Dr. Ricks later on today on theoretical frameworks around resiliency. We know that being able to engage in a positive relationship oftentimes breaks these barriers of shame and stigma that society may put on us. So today in this panel, we're going to hear about the pillow talk, those individuals that are so intimate to the individuals that are in the movement that they often find themselves possibly not able to do it without them. As I announce you, please show your face, and we are going to start this particular panel. I would like to introduce to you all, Sana and Joshua Cotton. Welcome. I would also like to introduce to you Yukia Hugi and David Wilson. Welcome. I would also like to introduce to you Tony Lewis and Jessica Lewis. Welcome to the conversation. One of the things that I want to start in doing is to allow you all to introduce yourselves. Your bios are phenomenal. I don't want to take up too much time because each of you sent in about 2 or 3 pages of just the greatness that you all are doing. But as a family and as a couple, I would like you to just introduce yourself and give us a little bit of your unique story as it relates to your relationship. We are going to start with the Cottons, and then we'll move on to Yukia, and then we'll go on to the Lewises.
Hello, everyone. My name is Sana. This is my husband, Joshua. We are, I guess our love story is a little bit unique. I was actually in foster care and adopted. My mother was incarcerated. She lost her rights when she became imprisoned. And so that's how I ended up in foster care. My husband and I actually met at a time where I think I was probably almost on my way to prison, trying to harm the father of my son. I pretty much snapped. And the next day, I prayed that evening before I went to bed that I would find a husband that would love me and care for me and not be embarrassed by my past. And I went to a church to visit the next day, and I met this man, my husband, and we found out that his grandmother actually knew me when I was 3 years old, when I was in foster care, and had a picture of me in her room. So together we actually run a summer camp. We've done it for 12 years now. So a lot of the children that we actually service are children whose parents are incarcerated or in foster care and are underprivileged. And my husband's actually a reverend. He's a youth pastor at our church. And so that's our story.
That's it.
Hi, I'm Yukia, and this is David. So our story is
one that is very unique to the both of us. Me and David have been friends for almost 30 years now. We attended junior high school. And during that time, you know, we both came from a home of drug abuse, drug addiction, incarceration, abuse, rape, molestation, just trying to find our ways. But however, we always remained friends. And so David always had this kind of uniqueness about him. And the closer we got, we started realizing that we had more in common than differences. And one thing that always brings us together is that our birthdays are so close. My birthday is December 1st, David's is December 2nd. So we would always do like this whole make a big deal out of our birthdays. So we always found joy around our birthdays, although we lived in households where there was always trauma, there was always PTSDs, mental illness and all those things. And so our friendship just really kept us together. David just came home. He's been home about 90 days, maybe going on 4 months. How long you been home, babe?
3 months.
He's been home 3 months. And so David was away for 16 years. David had a life sentence, and everything around that said he would never come home. Everything around that said this is it, from the judge to the judge that sentenced him to prosecutors to family, even family and friends said this is it, he'll never come home. David had a 45-year to life sentence. And what allowed him to go through that and go through that in his right frame of mind, David lost both of his parents while he was in prison. Before he went to prison, he lost all of his friends, all of his close friends. And so I felt like at that time I was his anchor, and sometimes I still feel like I'm his anchor. So what always brings us back together is our friendship. We're really best friends. So even in times that we don't want to be romantic, even in times we feel like we don't want to be in love or lovey-dovey, we're best friends. And so when in my time of prayer, I was saying to God, I wasn't praying for a marriage just to have sex legally. I wasn't praying for just to have a man around to be in the bed. I was praying for help, right? I was praying for help. I was praying for a father for my daughter. I had gotten tired of raising her by myself. I was praying, God, and David was a father for her while he was away. He's not her biological father. So I said, God, if I have to do this life, I cannot do this life without him. And through my faith and through prayer and through, David fought his own case. David kept fighting. He kept getting denials after denials after denials. And I kept praying and I kept praying and I kept going to war. And I kept saying, God, one way or another, it has to happen. And so when it came time for resentencing, the judge walked in and said, you were in a federal penitentiary for 16 years. You had no shots. That doesn't happen in a federal penitentiary. You have completed every program offered to you. I am giving you time served. And that is when I knew. I always saw God, Tony. I always saw God in everything that we had been through. But that was when I knew, I get emotional talking about it because God could have left us there. God could have left him there. There are people that don't make it out of prison. And if you make it out, you don't make it out in your right frame of mind, and so I was just trying to find my way, but I knew that there was something missing, and what was missing was David. David was the missing piece. My father was incarcerated, so my brother was incarcerated, so I really didn't have a man to protect me and to cover me in the way I needed. David would do that, and protecting me from prison. David was getting on the phone, checking anybody who needed to be checked because that is who he is. So I needed that protection. Sometimes, even now, I fall into that little girl space of, I just need a father. And sometimes I have to kind of go to him and lean on him. And so that is our story. Our story is that more than romance, we're best friends.
We coming to you guys, the Lewises.
Oh, hey everybody. Man, we trying to wipe tears away. Come on, you kid, now it's too early for that. Let us get into the discussion. Come on now. But you want to tell?
No, you got it.
All right, so Jessica and I met in 2011. I had a co-drive, and we had a mutual friend, and she came to the co-drive that I was doing with her homegirl, and she a caterer also in addition to her professional career. And so that was in October, and I was trying to do a Thanksgiving feed people for Thanksgiving. So she was a caterer, like, yo, we need to link. And from there, those conversations led to we really ain't looked back. You know what I mean? One thing led to another, and we really bonded. And I think, for me, it was what we had in common and how we felt about our families. You know what I mean? Jess can tell you, more about her background, her family, and all that. But we felt the same way about our families, and I think that's what bonded. We didn't come from the same background, but we had a very similar upbringing, very similar values, and I think that's what connected us. And
Oh, really? So pretty much what Tony said, as far as our families really bringing us together, I'm a first generation American. So, there's a lot of cultural differences, but when we met each other's families, we realized how similar our families are. And that culture really means nothing when you really break down to, how you're raised, how your family treats you, and all of that. So we literally just hit it off. We were friends at first. We were trying to do this, working together with a few different projects, but he's an amazing person, and I realized that from the minute I met him. And I'm blessed that, I was able to marry this amazing man and spend every day with him as a friend first, like Yuki has said. And, we have this amazing marriage where, communication, family, all of these things really ground us and make this work day by day.
And so I think that family connection, just really quick, I think that's what, when she got to know me, and I was, I think people kind of knew of my story, my father locked up, blah, blah, but then her embracing that. And
I didn't know any of that when I first met Tony. I didn't know any of his history. And I think me coming from a 2-parent household, my parents married for, over 25 years, me not knowing anybody personally who was incarcerated, me being raised in the suburbs, so different. But like I said, we still came to the same understanding of being raised the same and having a love for so many of the similar things that really just brought us together on the same playing field, being able to embrace our differences, but again, being able to embrace all the things that make us so similar.
Her whole family came along too, which was also, I think, again, the way they love her. So her brothers have been to see my father. Her parents always asking me about how my father doing. Is there anything that they can do? You know what I mean?
Because really became one family.
So yeah, for sure. So I'm definitely blessed in that way and appreciative, for real.
Definitely phenomenal. You all can see why this panel is so important. I was surprised that this is the first ever panel discussion among couples. I think it kind of got birthed from a conversation that I was having with Tony around, just couples. Cause when I'm out with my husband or children, and it's just a line of people, I'm just trying to eat. And I remember him having similar stories. And so it led me to think about those individuals that love us all. As it relates to your stories, I'm hearing similarities and I'm hearing differences. Some of the similarities that I hear is that we were able to connect with one another on common grounds. So one of the things that I want to ask the Cottons and the Lewises are, when you found out about the parental incarceration, specifically you, Jessica, and specifically you, Josh, how did you deal with that reality? Because oftentimes we think about a parent that's incarcerated, right? And so that individual is stigmatized as a result of being the offspring. But now we're talking about just a mutual relationship in the sense of a boyfriend or a girlfriend. And we know what the research says, but I want to set the record clear about the realities of what really goes into dealing with the hardships that the individual you love is going through, kind of on the sideline. So if you both can kind of speak to that, I'll start with Josh Cotton, and then we'll come back down to the Lewises. And then I have a question similar to that for you both, and I'll get to that.
So for me, it's really, I was at a place where my family was the way my background family is totally different from my wife's family. So my whole family was in church. My dad was a pastor. My mom was in church. My grandparents, my uncle. So my whole family was that. So I didn't really have a lot of the family that was, going through the streets and incarcerated and stuff like that. So when I met my wife, hearing her story kind of like brought me closer to her, because hearing the stories about her mom, how her mom was, on drugs, and how her mom wasn't there, and how she was passed around from all these different foster homes and stuff like that. It just kind of like brought me close to being a protector for her. And so when we went through the whole, the dating, and then we got married, and that's when I found out a lot about her mom being incarcerated in the full story. But for me, it was just like, I have to be here for her as a husband, as a friend, as a protector, as something that she didn't really have growing up. And so I didn't want, one thing I found out about her from watching her was she was so much different from her mom. You know what I mean? She wanted so much more in life. She was a go-getter. She worked hard. She made sure she took care of her son before I even came around. So for me, I seen the difference, and I seen that she didn't have to be what her mother was. She didn't have to be a statistic of how her family was and how everybody thought she was going to be. And so for me, I just wanted to be more of that person that she knew at the end of the day, he's here for me. He's here for me. He's going to make sure I'm okay. And that's what I became for her, that person that was just basically there to reassure her that you don't have to be what everybody else say you're going to be. I'm pushing you, I'm helping you out with your dreams. This is what you want to do in life. I'm going to help you do it. And we're going to stay focused and not worry about what everybody else is saying that you will become. And so that's what it was for me.
And I think also I have a twin brother. So my twin brother is currently incarcerated. Yeah. And so for me, I've had to be my brother's mother forever. He's been incarcerated, in and out of incarceration since we were 15 years old. So his first time in jail, he did 10 years straight at the age of 15. And so it forced me to really step into a place of being his mom, because the homes that we were in did not want to have to deal with someone incarcerated. And so my husband has even stepped up alongside me to make sure that my brother is okay, and that my brother has what he needs while he's in jail, even when I'm aggravated, because I've been in this jail thing for so long. You get stressed out and tired and burnt out, and it's just like, when is it ever going to stop? But he's always the encourager to say, this is not the end of his story. So we got to make sure that we keep pushing him and supporting him and being there for him, and and everything else. So he's just been a help just all the way around, in my life.
Beautiful. What about you, Jess?
So, like I said, when I first met Tony, I didn't know any of his history with his family, how he grew up and all these things. So when I first met him, amazing guy. And then as we got to know each other and he started telling me more about, his mother's mental illness, his father being incarcerated since he was a child, I'm gonna be honest, at first I'm kind of like in awe to see such a powerful, strong, positive person who has really not displayed anything to me to show me that he had such a hard growing up. Because it's like there's a stigma of you'll see some type of something from someone who's growing up under these type of conditions. So I was really taken aback and surprised, but that didn't, it just drew me to him more. And I shared that with my family, and they, of course, before they met him, they're like, well, I don't know. But then they met him and they're just like, oh, this guy's amazing, And so there was no judgment being passed, which I was nervous about as far as my family. Everyone truly in my family had embraced him from the beginning. And I think as we started to date and, I started talking to his father and I met his father, me and his father would write letters back and forth in the beginning. And that was kind of just my way of just getting to know him myself and having him get to know me. Started to develop to phone calls. The phone calls happen every day now, so we've built our own relationship. And I know one thing for Tony is once we had children, when we had our first daughter, he just was very iffy about wanting to take our daughter into jail to see his father, just because given the circumstance, he just didn't want our children to be raised having to go into prison. And I think I kind of just bring a softer, more realistic side of, this is his grandchild. These are his grandchildren. This is gonna do so much for him that he doesn't have. And we've seen literally how much happiness that just bringing the girls to see him gives him. Like, talking on the phone is amazing, but when we take them up there, I mean, it's like, how could we ever keep these girls from seeing him? I mean, we can't change what it is. And as our oldest daughter became more of a aware person, because at first we're just going to go see Pop Pop. You know, they didn't really understand where we were. There was no questions. But then our oldest finally asked the question about, you know, Pop Pop being in jail. And, you know, I think she was, 5 or 6 at the time when she asked that, you know, probably 5. Yeah. So we just had to have a discussion with her. And I mean,
playing that song.
Yeah, playing a song. And it said something about, Tony was talking on the song and said something about his dad being in jail. And she just turned around like, wait, what? Pop Pop's in jail? Is that why all those men wear that brown? You know, she just things that she started to realize. But we had to have a discussion with her to let her know, okay, just because he's in jail doesn't mean he's a bad person. He made a mistake, and unfortunately this is, you know, we just had to explain that to a 5-year-old to let her know that she can't have that alter her relationship with her grandfather, because they have such a beautiful relationship. So, you know, now that that's what it is, she goes up there and she knows where she's going, but just to see still that she hasn't changed her attitude towards him, just seeing how excited she runs up and hugs him as soon as he walks through, it's just a beautiful thing that, you know, I'm happy to be a part of.
Absolutely. You talked about you and David having kind of similar experiences, and oftentimes people assume that that means that there's going to come ease. But I know from the interview that there are hardships that you also must face with individuals that are equally yoked in experience as well. Can you both please shed some light on that for us?
Well, some of the hardships that David and myself experienced, you mean in the relationship? Well, you know, you all know I'm very transparent and I'm very honest. That's just one thing about me. So one thing I want to talk about particular is David's been gone 16 years and my daughter is 8. The hardest thing for me to ever do was to tell him that I was pregnant. I wanted to be the one to tell him that I was pregnant, and I didn't want him to hear about it from other people. And I felt like he would, if I tell him, he would remain my friend, but he wouldn't want to be with me, because a Sagittarius just kind of sometimes holds on to stuff a little longer than normal. But so I told him, and he was upset when I told him, and I think we hadn't talked. We may not have spoken for maybe a couple months, but we were back like we never left, right? And so during this process, there have been times where we both wanted to just disconnect, because it was either the time was in the way, too much was happening, I was lonely, I was needy, I needed this, he needed more of it. And so everything was like, it's just not going to work. And so we were thinking logic, like, well, maybe we shouldn't do this. You know, I wanted to leave and he wanted to leave, but it's, you know, when things are just ordained by God, you can't. So the other difficulties were, like David was in Kentucky, David was in McCurry, which is 510 miles away. You can't get there every weekend. The times that I was going, I would either go by myself, and I didn't have a car, but I would have to rent a car. Tony, you know that's a vacation when you taking them trips. So I would have to rent a car. There were times I drove and didn't have a license. Everything that I did was on a wing and a prayer. So that is why everything, that is why every time I mention something, I have to talk about my faith, because everything I did it on faith. I rented those cars. I took those rides. That's an 8-hour trip. There was one time I went, there was a blizzard.
a blizzard was coming. My mother and my grandmother called and said, you know, daughter, it's a blizzard coming. You sure you want to go? And I said, listen, let me tell you why I have to go, because I have to keep my word to him. I told him I was coming. He's expecting me to come and I have to go. So I got in my car, drove to Kentucky during a blizzard. He's in the mountains. So, I mean, but I went and I was alone, right? But that is the things that you do for friends. That's the stuff you do when you are in love. And I said, if this is what I have to do, this is what I will do. There were times that we would be on the phone and something will be going on in the prison. So it will alter David's emotions or his feelings. But something's going on with me at home, right? So both of us trying to battle with who's most important, whose situation is most important, and in the 15-minute phone call, eventually you can't get it out. And it was a lot of days it was frustrating. So sometimes you just kind of had to take a day or two, come back to the table and say, well, this is what I was trying to say. And then not to mention, in 15 minutes, you can't get it all out. So we were misunderstood. And then you got to get on call links and try to say, that's not what I was saying. I was trying to say this, but you took it this way. And see, I'm going to take what he say based off how I'm feeling at the moment. He going to take what I say based off how he's feeling at the moment. So you sleep at night, you're trying to sleep, you're tossing and turning, you're trying to figure out, did I say it right? Was I wrong? But then, because we love each other, it would always be, I said it wrong, I apologize. Because this is the one thing, we always knew we needed one another. I know I need my kids, I know I need my mother, but I know I need him. Vice versa, you know, and then David leaned on me in such a way where it was like, you my best friend, like, I don't have nobody. And he was saying it like I have my kids, but they don't understand what's going on. They don't understand the language I'm speaking. I don't have my mother. My brother's gone. So, you know, and at some point we may discuss that, but David really lost everything that was connected to him. So for me, my loyalty stood up, and it was like, what kind of person would I be to just leave? He doesn't have anybody. So we understand each other. And then now that he's home, we're still learning the new us, because him being home and he's somebody different. I'm somebody different. So we're learning to live together. So there's so many difficulties, but on top of the difficulties, what I'm excited about is that we are learning each other. So every day is something different. There'll be times we will have a disagreement, but before it's all over, he done bust out laughing in my face like, girl, go ahead. And and then because we've been away for so long, we're not enemies. We used to always say that over the phone, like, we're not enemies, so we're not going to do that with each other. So we're just doing our best to make it work and to learn one another.
Do you want to add anything, David, or you just gonna sit there and be quiet?
She pretty much said everything. She pretty much said everything. Everything that is to say, she pretty much said everything.
Okay. The other question that I have, we're going to keep digging a little bit. We have some time before we get to the Q&A, and I'm going to dig in, y'all. You know why? Because a lot of the youth that I'm engaging with, they don't understand healthy relationships. They've never seen it. They don't know what that feels like. They are giving their bodies away to individuals that are destroying their souls and their minds. And so it was very important for me to do this, because not only does a relationship help on success, the relationship is what we would, as it relates to divinity, supposed to do. We supposed to be there for each other. You're supposed to have your rib. You will, that's often what we pray on. These are the things that are biblical in anything you believe. So for me, I thought that it was very important for the younger individuals and some older ones to understand what healthy relationships look like. So what you guys are talking about is nothing like I hear described. You going, the long route. A storm is coming, you still, going. Individuals in your family saying one thing, don't do X, don't do Y, but you're leaning in because you see the need, you see the desire. Even when those individuals are giving up on themselves, you love them so much that you're saying, no, we got to do this. This is going to be something that is for the betterment of all of us. So one of the things that I wanted to talk about is what strategies you use to keep the peace. We all know that there are times where we're not going to agree. There are going to be times where, we're at odds. There are times where you're not going to see eye to eye. It could be for a second. It could be for a year. It could be longer than that. But what are healthy ways of maneuvering through relationships, because I find that the younger individuals that we interview, they fight when there's a disagreement. They're yelling and screaming, you know, they disrespect one another in ways that there's no coming back from some of that stuff. You know, when you talk, you create memories. So how do you all engage in any sort of methods? What are your personal methods for each of you all as couples to help keep the relationship strong?
Well, I can speak to that. Well, one thing for sure, I know food is important. Eating is important. That's something that David didn't do a lot. There were times he would miss meals because even with him being incarcerated, he still didn't settle. He still didn't feel like he was at the bottom. So when we're at odds or I feel like it's tension in the house, I will cook because that brings us together. Like we eat together. A lot of times I have a island. So my island has 2 seats. So it'll be him and Zuri eating, and I'll still be making the, you know, the last bit or something like that. And so that brings us together where eating dinner together or breakfast. So I try to make sure I do breakfast. If I don't do lunch, I definitely try to do dinner. So we eat together. David and I, we like clothes. So talking about fashion, that brings us together. I may say, let's go to the store, let's ride or go out. And even since we've been in this pandemic, before they opened everything up, we would be in the house, but we would kind of be online and looking at shoes, or I might find something online and say, you like these, but that is our language. That brings us back together, right? There are times like Zuri is 8, so she's busy. And sometimes I'll say like, hey, talk to Zuri. But then I know that if he talks to Zuri, then that means I have to also talk to her as well. So that also brings us back together. If he's out the house, I may send a text. Or there have been times that I think I can say this without David getting offended. David is rough, right? But he's not rough with me. David was into the streets real heavy, and so you're not going to get that kind of lovey-dovey type of, their love language is different. And so Tony, you know, that type of love language is, you know, money, let's go shopping, let's do. And I like the way he speaks, right? So whatever it takes, it's like he knows what really works. And so I don't try to get him to be that lovey-dovey. I accept exactly who he is. We're not changing each other. We're enhancing each other. We're expanding each other. We're extending, but we're not changing each other, right? So food bring us together. Family ties bring us together. I may say, you know, because again, my mother suffered with mental illness. So I may say, you know, I need to go and see my mother, or I may say, you know, I'm gonna invite my mother over for crabs. So I'm here to say, yeah, do that. So just kind of that whole family dynamic and the family time, all that brings us back together. And then he'll come and he'll sit and we'll just kind of talk. And then my mother's in, because this is the thing that I love about my mother. I seen my mother go through a lot. But when she come around and she see me interact with David, it does her heart so good, because my mother was riding that wave with me. My mother didn't say, you shouldn't, because my mother, listen, I was conceived in prison, so my father was in prison, my stepfather was in prison, and then my brother was in prison for 23 years, and then you had David. So when my mother see me now, I'm in my flow and I'm in my glow, she's like, she lights up. So it kind of lessens on her having to take so much medicine, because her heart was longing for my daughter to have what she needs. So I'm okay. David is home, so I'm okay. My daughter's okay, so I'm okay. So it's just that whole family dynamic that brings us together. He may say something going, we may have a conversation about his oldest 2, Davon and Jordan, you know, and then he'll say, what you think about this? Or my son is 23, and I'll say, you know, Quentin, I'm so proud of Quentin. He knows so, just all those things that kind of, we come together and we say, well, he's like well, what do you want to do type of person, right? And then with that being said, we just kind of open it up from there. So that's what works for us.
I think for us, For us, a lot for me was about learning to die to self. And I say that because I had to really focus on me and what are some of the characteristics and things that I deal with that causes me to deflect on him or causes me to argue with him or not be able to properly communicate. What are some of the roots of the issues of my heart? And so I had to really do a lot of self-reflection and changing me, and knowing and trusting that God would work on him. And so for me, I had to really focus on just daily dying to self, like really, really, really getting to a place of being able to submit to the leadership that, you know, God gave me in my marriage and trusting him because I don't know my birth father. I've never met him. And so I never really had a real positive male figure in my life, but I didn't want to confuse the fact that my husband is my husband. He's not my father. And so there's a lot of times where I had to, you know, really seek the face of God for those things that I'm missing in a father, because I didn't want to put that pressure on him that he had to make up for time that I felt like I was missing something. And so for me, a lot of it was really learning to shut my mouth, learning that I needed to apologize, learning that I need to say I love you more, learning that I need to be able to affirm my husband. I need to make sure that he knows his worth and value in this marriage and in our family. And so by doing that, I just focused on me. And I think when I focused on me, it helped to really bring us together. And our love story is really unique, right? So how in the world would it be that he would take me to meet his grandmother and she would have a picture of me on her dresser at the age of 3, right? Over 20 years later. That doesn't happen. So we have to remember and we remind ourselves that our marriage is for a purpose. And so we always go back to that when we're feeling like overwhelmed or are we going to be able to continue in this marriage? Go back to that. Like that doesn't happen. This marriage was ordained by God. And so there's purpose that has to come from it. And so that's really been a huge focus for us.
And I would say for me, I had to learn to, for a long time, so I was spoiled. I'm gonna give you a quick thing. I was spoiled. So I was the youngest. My mother died when I was 16 years old. And so my dad has always been in ministry, a preacher, you know, big church and stuff like that. So he spoiled me, gave me everything I wanted, gave me the cars, and all that stuff. So when I met my wife and she's so independent, a lot of her frustration came because I was so spoiled. So not really having direction. She wants to submit to me, but no woman wants to submit to a man who doesn't really have direction. You know what I mean? So not knowing a 5-year plan or what I have planned for the family or what we're gonna do and stuff like that. So for me, I had to get to a place where, you know, I actually like had a plan for my family. I mean, I'm married, I got 2 kids. Okay, what's the plan for the family? And what are we doing? What are we doing? What are we working towards? What are some of our goals that we're trying to do? And so once I got to a place where I was really able to focus and say, listen, this is what we're doing. This is how we doing it. Yo, she wanted that. Like she wanted me to be able to take over and have some control over the family of exactly what we're doing and where we're going. So a lot of our arguments came from that. You know what I mean? You don't know what you're doing. You know, you leading, but you ain't leading, you know what I'm saying? Type of thing. You know, so
we get tired of having to be the strong women. I'm saying.
And that was one of the things, because she had to be strong for everybody else. You know what I mean? When her mother was going through what she was going through, and she had to be strong for her brother. You know what I mean? Her in and out of jail, she had to be strong for him. She was a single mom. She had to be strong for her son. You know, she was living on her own at the age of 16. You know, so she had, you know, so everything started when she was young. And so when she finally got this man, it's like this man is not doing what I'm expecting him to do. Like I want him to be that person for me, the person that I can lean on. For him to be my rock, not for me to have to take care of him.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So, you know, I got to a place where I started to see that. And so when I was able to really, really become a man and really, you know, take control of this house and really have some structure and some guidance and some direction, that stopped a lot of the arguments. You know what I mean? Just having some type of direction and stuff like that. And
I tell men real quick, we as women don't want to have to sleep with the same person we are raising. Like straight up, we don't want to sleep with you and have to raise you. We don't want to be your mama and your wife. So you got to get it together, because that's not how God designed this thing to work.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I think from my perspective, for us, I think we communicate pretty well. You know, Charlotte get on my nerves, you hear me? but we always can talk it out, and I think that's important. I wasn't always that way. I mean, I think this relationship has helped me grow in that way. You know, where we come from and how I came up. You know, you experience loss all the time. So you sort of develop this ability to sort of detach from things, because you've been forced to be detached from the closest things to you. You know what I mean? So I think at the point of meeting Jessica, you know, I had matured a lot. I've been in different relationships, and, you know what I mean? But what she brought to me, it helped me to see that, like, now we can talk about this stuff. We beefing, but you ain't got to roll out. Like, let's talk it through. And so personally, I know that I grew from that. So that kind of sort of became our way, I think, of how we dealt with problems. You know, and also I think we both understood that even when we had our child, you know what I'm saying? I remember, you know, so our first daughter, we weren't married when we had our baby and everything. I remember everybody was like, y'all, when y'all getting married? I was like, we ain't. I know she agree with that, but I mean, that's how we was rolling though, right? But the point I'm bringing that up to say, I always been about like, yo, we gonna find out what works for us. Our perfect, you know, it's no perfect thing. Like, we gotta create our own rhythm. You know what I'm saying? What works for us as a couple, as parents, and that we have to figure it out. No matter what the issues are, the problems, that collectively her and I have to find out what works for us. And you know, we nearly a decade in, and I think we've been able to have success as a couple in doing that. And I never was with anybody that supported me the way that she has. Not only is simply, you know, supporting me verbally, like, baby, I think you can do it, but like, yo, okay, well, is this what you're doing? All right, well, what you need me to do to make sure that this does happen? I can lean on her, you know what I'm saying, for that support in helping my vision come true. And when she do, but it ain't one way. If she doing catering, I gotta help her drop off food, or help her set up one of her events or something. Like, we really in this together. We really are partners, and I take that very seriously.
I agree. I think, you know, when, you know, again, I came from a two-parent household, so I kind of already had this vision when I came to this relationship. Like, this is what I want. Of course, I had my failed relationships before I met him. But when I met him, you know, having that friendship, everything has always kind of been smooth sailing for the most part. And, you know, we had our first child, like Tony said, and he had said, I'm never getting married. His parents weren't married. So he just never had this vision of wanting to get married. But when he was ready, and I never forced it on him. I wanted it. My family wanted it. That's fine. But I was happy day to day. So I wasn't going to, you know, make a situation about it at that time. But he did it when he was ready. I never was here to force him to do anything that he didn't want to do. I wanted him to be in this relationship at his pace. I was doing it at my pace, and it just worked out. And I think that's why, you know, we have small little arguments, like he said, here and there, but I've always have been a big communicator, and he's a big communicator. So I feel like as long as we talk it out, we're not going to bed angry with each other. Like, that's just not going to happen. And, you know, like I said, us being friends, us being partners in our different realms of what we do, just always trying to do the best for each other, because that's going to make our house happier and more successful. Just having those understandings, I think, has just really made this almost very easy based on the situations I've had in the past. Like, this has been smooth sailing for me for almost 10 years. So,
yeah, and I just got to add something else too. Like, when you said about my family was on my back. My grandmother, God rest her soul, I think she might have loved Jessica more than me some days, because, like, you know, we all lived together and everything. You feel me? Like, my grandmother, my aunt, my cousins, all of them, like, when you gonna marry that girl? They never asked me that about no other girl I was with. You feel me? Like, they was on my back because they really loved Jess, you know what I'm saying, in her way. And when we first started getting real tight, real early on, Jess lost her aunt And then my uncle, who was locked up, hung himself in Allenwood, like the next. So her aunt died Christmas Eve? Christmas Eve, 2011. Christmas Day 2011. And my uncle killed himself in USP Allenwood on January 1st, 2012. And when she came through,
that was early in our relationship.
That was real early. That was real early. And but the support right off the break that she showed, even in the midst of her grieving and going through, she was going through her family, to support me and my family like that, always set a tone, particularly not just with me, but with my family like that. That girl really came through here, bought flowers, like really, and she nice, you know what I'm saying? They really vibe with her off the break. And, and anybody from any background know that. I mean, your family, if you love your family could be sort of make or break. And where I used to have to like get my family to dig the girls I was messing with, you know what I'm saying? They was really more so advocate, like, she better not let that girl move, you know what I'm saying? Let her go. Then she could cook, you know what I mean? And all that, my aunt and them beyond that, you feel me? Like, and too, I think if I just made, I think also what was important, I keep telling y'all like how our families are like just family, Afro-Brazilian, right? Also what that did for me and getting really introduced to Brazilian culture, particularly Afro-Brazilian culture, and how African they are, right? So, and what I mean by that, in America, man, slavery went longer in Brazil, but I think they allow, in the climate, all that allowed for the slaves to continue to practice so much of their culture. And so Brazilians really identify with themselves as African and acknowledge their African roots and all this kind of stuff. So when I'm going over her junk, you know what I'm saying, outside of the Portuguese and all that, just really like they put me on game about, you know what I'm saying, like it just was a lot of the music, food, all that, and then the similarities in the music and the food. It was just a growth and a learning experience for me. And then not just her father, but her uncle, her mother, brother, her uncle, who was like a second dad to her, and his family. And one thing about it, like we saying, they're like, men respect men. So when people, no matter if you know what I'm saying, you coming from different, quote unquote, different backgrounds, but there's certain things that's universal. And again, looking out for your family, taking care of your family. They knew that's what I was about. And so that's why I feel like I think it was so easy for them to say, okay, we can hand her off to you. And then on my end, in a very similar way, like we know what it looked like for somebody who loves you and gonna take care of you and willing to go to the miles that we go for our family. So we fully embrace her. And I'll never lose sight of that. Again, like I said, when we have our little disputes or whatever, I always keep that in front of me. Like Ms. Cat, like you said, like always getting back to like what bonded us and not really, because the world, man, careers, friends, the world in general, it can be a distraction if you let it, if you don't stay honed in. Obviously, our children also, root us, but you also got to be careful not to just be consumed with the kids. You know what I mean? You can't let, if we all wrapped up in the kids, then it's easy to forget you can lose yourself, lose what you have. So, every day I think it's important to remember that and do the best. I try to do the best I can to, keep my family front and center, particularly in the work I do. Is like, I'm never going to lose my family trying to save the world. Like, I just got to create balance, because it can easily happen. One day my daughter asked me, Dad, you got another meeting? I'm like, damn, like what? Like, you 5 and you asking me about a 6, you asking me about another meeting? Like, that's now you recognize that, like, Daddy, you leaving out too much, all them kind of things. So Jess does a good job of like, reeling me in too and letting me know she look, a lot of people think Jess innocent, but she really not. Like, she'll let her, her voice be heard. And I'm always receptive to it though, because that's important.
Y'all dropping a lot of jewels. It's just a beautiful thing to see the greatness in all of you as a united front. Right now, you see the things that are happening in the world, and individuals are more divided now than ever. And so I felt like in the midst of this, specifically as it relates to the Black woman, Afro, Brazilian woman, that we be seen and our voices be heard. With that being said, I do want to ask a question specifically to Yukia, Sana, and Tony as it relates to success and relationships. And that question is, how does your significant other, your wife, you know, the love of your life, how has that relationship helped propel you into success? This study is really looking at that, you know, and oftentimes people don't have money to go to college. They don't have the wherewithal to be able to get a job, but they do have the social capital to be able to engage in a dialogue that may get them in a relationship that could save their lives or that can help save somebody else's life. And so relationships are very important. And we talk about the youth today, romantic relationships are everything on the minds of individuals once you hit a certain age. And so if you all can just speak to, and I want to start with you, Sana, I'm going to go to Tony and end with you, Yukia, and talk about specifically, this is your testimony, this is your love testimony. I don't know if y'all done talked about it before, but y'all gonna talk about it today. I'm really interested in hearing how they made you better, you know, how you leveled up, how that really helps you to do the work that you're doing, engage with the realities of having a parent that's in prison or formerly incarcerated, just all of those different dynamics.
So for me, a lot of my story has been about a lot of my pain, I guess, in the last probably 12 years or while we've been married. It'll be 13 years in August that we've been married. But we, you know, his father's a pastor. And so when you're coming into a first family and I was the first daughter-in-law, he's the baby, like when he told y'all he was spoiled, like he was like, boy, he wasn't even paying a cell phone bill, like spoiled, grown man. And so for me, when I came in, I felt like I had to hide who I really was because now I'm into this church and they have this perception and expectation of how the first family is supposed to be. And truth be told, I'm probably not the woman that anybody would have expected him to marry at all. You know, with my past, being molested, you know, all those different things, abused, I'm not that woman. And so coming in, I felt like I always had to fight. Even in the church, right? I felt like they were always attacking me because I just wasn't enough. And my husband was really big in saying, y'all not gonna do that to my wife. I'm gonna protect my wife. Even when it came to his parents, you know, really having to defend my honor and times when I didn't properly know how to express myself because, you know, when you've come through the different things I've come through, when people attack you, the first thing you do is put your hands up. That's the first thing you do. And so for me, I didn't always know how to properly respond to people. I just felt like if you have something to say, let's go handle this. Like that was me. And my husband used to be like, we don't do that in the church, right? But he would not embarrass me. And so that was a big thing because I dealt with a lot of shame. He wouldn't say that in front of the church people. He would wait till we get home. Let's have a conversation. Let's talk about how we should have dealt with that or how we'll deal with it going forward. And so for me, I think that he provided a safe place for me to heal. And that was important. And I was able to heal without having to change who I was. I didn't have to conform and be somebody else. He allowed me to just heal and mature and grow in who I was always called to be. The other thing is he doesn't try to shut me up. I'm a very vocal person. My whole brand, my nonprofit is called Unashamed. We speak about things that people have tried to shame us from. And so he has been just a covering for me. He's never said, no, babe, you can't talk about that because I'm the pastor's son. I'm a youth pastor in the church. How's that gonna make me look? I've had people tell me you sharing your story is gonna bring shame to your last name in your town and in your state. And my husband has still pushed me forward. Nope, go speak about it. Go talk about it. Go do what you gotta say. They're gonna have to deal with me. And so that for me has always been major because I felt comfortable enough to just be who I was. And I didn't feel like I needed to change. And I think in a lot of relationships, especially in churches, you know, when you're married to a pastor or a reverend, there's a perception that you got to be this certain first lady who wears a hat and rocks a lap scarf and, you know, kisses all the kids and is in the women's ministry. That ain't me. And so he allowed me to not be that person. And I think because of that, it's allowed our marriage and our ministry just to grow and be different from what people around us have seen.
Beautiful. We're going to go to the Lewises, and then we're going to jump to Boogie and Wilson.
Yeah, I think for me, I can really chart how our relationship has helped me grow. I alluded to that a little bit in the last question. Just in terms of, where I've been able to go. I was already, doing my thing, but just having a partner that you could depend on, somebody that, you felt had your back 100%. And not only wanted to support you, but could support you too, right? Had the skill set and the desire, matched with the desire to say where I fit in. A person that say, okay, well, I know some people that might got some connections this way, or you think maybe you should, Tony, you should think about doing it differently. Maybe you need to add this, sort of, and we think differently too. Jess is very methodical and got to have the whole strategy and the plan. Where I'm like, man, look, we just gonna get it done, because that's what I've been doing all my life. But to have somebody who brings that to the table, and I'm glad we're not alike in that way, right? Because again, we partners in that way. She brings something to the table that I don't. That's not my skill set. I'm not that organized. Anybody who know me knows that I've been trying to get better at it, and really she's been a model for me over these years to do that, and I really appreciate that. And outside of that, just emotionally feeling like, and I look at myself as being, I'm a strong dude. I can bear a lot. I've always bared a lot, but even just knowing though, like that, I do have somebody, even if I may not share everything with her, or whatever the case, it's just I still know she there. And for me, that's a necessity, because I haven't always felt that way or had that. But I think for another point I want to make is that, relationships are important, and I just think when you asked that question, I was thinking back through my life and like all my relationships from when I was younger too, and really how they've helped though. And like I tell a lot of young dudes, like all my relationships obviously ain't work out, and that's cool. That's part of life. It's how it happens. But I really can say that my relationships, even if it just was keeping me out the way, as we say, you know what I mean? Having, keeping me out the way. Some of my relationships was, I guess, toxic to a certain degree too. But at the end of the day, that helped me at least get out of harm's way sometimes, just because I was spending time away from my block or away from my neighborhood. But even prior to us getting married, I already knew that this was different though, because it felt different. I felt like the intention was different. The thoughts in terms of how she approached our relationship always made me think like, damn, she really, like that take thought. You don't just, whether it was like where we went or a gift she would get, like nobody really thought to take care of me. I think that's what it is, And so my wife, I know, will always make sure that I'm all right. You know what I mean? With the world, I'm making sure the world all right, but my wife gonna make sure that I'm okay. And I can't really articulate what that means to me in somebody that's always sort of like giving and pushing out and helping, and to a point where, and there's a lot, and again, I take my hat off to her, because y'all, I can't even listen from my mother to my father, like stuff come right to our door, to the neighborhood. Everybody always wanting something, needing something. I know who I am, and I know that's my role, and that's fine. But it's a lot on her. You know what I'm saying? Because it's not like it's just me. That really goes. It gets into her lap, and maybe what she may want to do or for our family. Like sometimes y'all, to be honest, like, and I'm, we transparent. I ain't got no. We can't even sit on our front. Sometimes just given what we gotta, just because certain things we trying to like just avoid, whether it's with moms or with people in the neighborhood, certain things you just want to be able to have some time to yourself. And sometimes I feel so bad because I'm like, man, you gotta go through this, and I can't necessarily do anything about it. But I always just salute her in allowing, walking on this journey with me, because it ain't easy. I already know that it's not.
Yeah.
It ain't easy.
And just to add one thing is, I feel like you said, one thing that I've noticed since I met you is that he always puts everyone before himself. And seeing how, you have an amazing family, but your core family, not having your father and your mother really there since you were 9, I feel like even though you didn't show it, I saw that you lacked having necessarily somebody look out for you.
Yeah.
And so I always made it something in myself to make sure that I'm always looking out in his best interest, because like he said, he's such a giver, and I'm so protective of that because I don't want him to lose out on certain things in life that he should be able to focus on himself and be selfish. And that's something that he hasn't really done. So I try to be that balance for him to just shine light on certain things of like, you still got to look out for you. You are an amazing person that people rely on, and that's awesome, but you do deserve to be selfish sometimes. So I think there is always that importance of having that balance between two people. And he does it for me as well, but that's just one thing that I feel like I hope that I can continue to do for you, is just reminding you of you deserve certain things for yourself, or you don't deserve to be stressed, always feel like you have to be, Superman to everybody, because, you don't have to. So just reminding him of that type of stuff, I think.
Thank you. Rukia, David?
So as it relates to leveling up, in 2001, David they attempted to charge him, but the charges got thrown out and he got found not guilty. But in 2001, David was over DC jail for about 2 years. When David left, this was his first time leaving me. When he left, my grandmothers had me in church all my life, but I don't remember actually accepting Christ and kind of being saved and walking that walk, constantly. But in 2001, when David left, that is what sent me to church. That is what made me accept Christ. Because again, I was saying, you've taken my friend away. Now, God, I guess this is what you want from me. And for me, I hit the ground running. And ever since then, that is where you can find me, right? And I try not to miss. If I've missed, it was for, it was for something. So David has caused me to be aware. He's caused me to be aware of my surroundings, aware of people. He's caused me to be sharp. He taught me how to be sharp. He taught me that, everybody ain't who they say they are. A person might look one way and be a different way. He's so good at figuring that stuff out. And while he has a lot of street in him, he has a lot of good in him as well. And so when David got released, the second day, his phone started ringing from people saying they needed stuff. So Jess, I understand what you say when you say, Tony gives so much of himself. And I see that because I've been following Tony for a long time, because our stories are so similar. I'm like, and I would say to him, what kind of people are these to know you've been gone 16 years and they on your line asking for money? I still don't understand it. To the point that the other day I said, these are the people that upset me. The people that upset me are the people who know you hadn't walked into full-time employment, outside ain't even open, but they actually, I just have a problem with that. Like, do they want you to go back to jail? But because we work together, we make it work. Like, David didn't come home broke. He came home with money because he had people sending him money. He didn't come home to him needing me to do everything, and so that's the other thing, is like he adds so much to my life. Is like, because we're both givers, but just this season recently, I started being selfish. I started saying no. I started saying, no, I'm not doing that. David, he hasn't gotten to the place yet, but this is what I also realized. God is teaching me, Sanaa, that you said something. I don't even talk to David a lot about the stuff I don't understand with him. It's going to turn into an argument. I talk to God. I'll turn my back to him and have my face to the wall, and I'll be saying, God, I need you to do X, Y, and Z. So he has made me level up in my relationship and my communication with God, because he's so strong-willed. And if he beat his case, can't nobody pretty much tell him nothing. That's how it really is. Like, man, y'all wasn't there. Y'all know what I had to do all this reading and writing. And man, they was kept denying me, and I kept somebody. It's a lawyer. You can't tell a lawyer nothing. So again, when there are things that I don't really understand, and he may have an answer, but I may not want his answer. Or sometimes when I feel like he's thinking the wrong way, I'm like, okay, God, I need you to make some sense of this for me, make me understand this. So David has just called, I'm not green. So he made me, again, pay attention attention to things and people and places and stuff. And I had the opportunity and I wanted to do it so bad. London Bridges was birthed out of me through what I seen David go through. London Bridges is my becoming nonprofit for children of incarcerated parents. It started for children of incarcerated parents, but then we expanded to assisting those and coaching those men and women who are currently in prison. We get phone calls all the time because this is the thing. When David was away, they were telling David, like, come on, man, let's go outside, let's do rec time. They was like, nah, I ain't doing that. I'm about to fight this case. They called him crazy. Inmates who had 100 years plus called him crazy for working on his case. Now that David is home, everybody calling. They blowing up the phone. Man, what's the recipe, man? Give me the green blueprint. Tell me what you did. So, you know, I interview individuals who are currently incarcerated because I feel like there's so many stories that they had heard. So David made me level up and go into business because he had a story that people hadn't heard. He had a story, if you did hear it, it was so old, you forgot about it. So now, let's open up the doors for people to be heard, let their voices be heard. But here's the thing. He fought that though. He did that time and said, this is the one thing that I love. It increased our faith also because he would say, we would have dreams. He would have a dream one night, I would have a dream the next night, and the dream was similar. I had a dream that we was here, we was doing this. So all the stuff that's happening now, we dreamt it, we saw it. So I knew that God wasn't showing us something that wasn't going to happen. You know, I operate in this prophetic gift. So I knew, I was like, well, they just have to call me crazy, but I knew it was going to happen. So he made me level up in my walk, in my spiritual walk. He made me laugh because there are two sides to both of us. We got a balance. David was raised by an aunt who was in church. People don't know that about him. They just think that all he knows is the street and all he knows is no. God had to have been with him if he came home. God had to have been with him if he came home untouched. God had to have been with him if he came home and went through fire and come out smelling like no smoke. God had to have been with him. You know, and so that's a direct reflection of he has a relationship. It was me, but this was his fight. And so I was just kind of like in it with him. He was swinging and I was behind him swinging too, you know. So he made me level up in such a way where it's like, I could do the work. The only thing that he didn't want for me, I wanted to work over the jail so bad. I wanted to work in the jail so bad. I had to work in the jail so bad, and God opened up the door for me to do that. David hated that. David hated that because he know what that environment is like. He had been in that environment, and a woman like myself didn't stand a chance in that environment. The blessing for me was I didn't run into being over there. We were around people that we knew. Some people knew him and knew me through him. So I didn't run into the disrespect portion of it. But David made me always act like a lady. I never wanted to be out. There were certain people in certain places I couldn't go because I knew that that would be a reflection on him. They was anything I would do, they was coming to him to say, hey man, I seen your girl, I seen your people. And I didn't want him to have to sleep with that. So although I slipped up, you know, and had the baby, I was on my feet after times like that saying, I can't just do anything because he's watching what I do or somebody's watching. He got somebody watching what I'm doing. So I didn't want him to experience a whole bunch of embarrassment. And we have hurt each other. But he made me forgive. You know, he taught me how to forgive. He taught me how to be mature. He taught me how to parent. Like he helped me parent my children from prison. He mentored my son who went to an Ivy League school. That these things just don't happen, you know. So he didn't go to prison and just let the time do him, right? He was working while he was doing his time. So you want to add to that, babe? I'm the talker, as y'all can see. David's the thinker.
Thank you all. So, I mean, there's so many jewels that have been dropped from, you know, Jess talking about building her own relationship with Tony Lewis Sr. and, you know, writing letters, going to visit on your own, going to visit him, you know, prior to the marriage, listening to the Cottons. Dag, I mean, it's only God's hand, and it's crazy. A lot of the interviews, like God is touching this population, and that's why I said I'm not playing around with saving those stories because y'all messing up when you're messing around with these individuals because it's not a game. And then you all, Yukia, David, it's just like the energy between you two is just ricocheting through one another, but coming out your mouth in the talk, it's a beautiful thing. And I'm hoping that our audience are listening and are able to operationalize this information and give it back to the younger ones. Relationships are important, and it's not only built off of sex. What we find today is that it's built off of social capital, conversations, being able to see eye to eye, having healthy concepts as it relates to troubleshooting between issues and concerns, realizing that you're not enemies, that you guys are actually in it together. With that being said, I want to call on to Sydney Turner, who's been looking at our chat box and our Q&As, just to feed some questions up the line. We have about a little less than 20 minutes to be able to take questions. If you could announce the questions, and I'll select individuals who may be able to answer them built off of our dialogue.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. So we do have a question in terms of advice. So others are wanting to know, what advice do any of you all have for other spouses or maybe loved ones, significant others that may be going through similar experience as you all? I know we did have some people who wanted to hear from David. So if you can speak on that, maybe exactly on what advice do you have for others? I mean, I know there are a lot of, due to mass incarceration, there are a lot of men out here that are incarcerated and they have loved ones on the outside, and it's a difficult experience. So if any of you all can touch on, just like if somebody who's going through a similar experience, what advice do you have for other couples in mind?
The church spoke. They said they trying to hear from David.
I want to hear from David.
What advice would I have?
Repeat the question.
Repeat the question one more time for me, please.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir. So what advice do you have for others who may be in a similar experience that you all went through? So you were incarcerated for 16 years. Due to mass incarceration, there are a lot of people who are out here who have similar experiences. So they want to necessarily know, like, what tools did you use to keep that relationship strong while you were in the inside? That's basically what everybody wants to know.
Gotcha. The first thing is you definitely got to be honest and mentally strong, for real. You can't be like listening to everybody and everything, and you just got to follow your own advice and just be honest. That's the best thing you do. Be honest and open-minded, and know that, like, it's not just about you and what you're going through. You got to definitely take yourself outside the box and know that other people have a life, although you might have a life sentence or whatever you might have. But the best thing you can be is honest and be strong and just hang in there. Just hang in there.
Thank you. And if anyone else, any of the other couples wants to answer as far as maybe not the same situation that they have, but in terms of giving advice to others who may have similar experience as you all, what advice would you give to those out there who may have had a parent incarcerated and you are the loved one of that child of incarcerated parent? What advice do you have for those people?
Not good. Well, please don't
I think for me, I would just say really focus on the love that God is giving you, right? Because I feel like sometimes we compare our relationships with other people and it may not look like what people say it should look like. And I think that you have to be okay and protect the relationship that God has given you, and realize that as you are embarking on this relationship, everything that you need to sustain it, everything that you need to keep moving forward, God has already put inside of you. It's just you needing to plug into what is already inside of you. Don't look to the left and the right and listen to all the chatter of the people that will tell you, that person's not right for you, or you could do better and all that stuff. Sometimes you got to listen to the voice of God. Just drown out all the other noise, because you just don't know what God's purpose is for the two of you coming together, and who it is that he needs you to impact. So don't be ashamed or embarrassed about the love that God has given you if it pertains to you loving someone who has a formerly incarcerated parent or a current incarcerated parent, or even if he's calling you to love someone that is currently incarcerated. Don't focus on what everybody else has to say, because a lot of the best and the most anointed gifts are not just in the grave, they are behind the walls of prisons. And you just don't know what it is that God has for you. So just don't count out love, no matter what it looks like.
I wanted to also add to that so now when God shows it to you, you hold on to the image that God showed you. I knew that my love was going to be unconventional. I knew that because I always knew that I would be with David. And so with me being a woman of God, me being an ordained deaconess, of course, like Sanas, they wanted me to be with everything that didn't look like David. You know, the whole suit and tie, the whole clergy, and I knew either God gonna raise David up to be a minister or it's not gonna happen for me. And with no disrespect to the men and women of the cloth, because that is where I come from, I just knew that was not gonna be my lot. I knew that. So I was the girl in church kind of going back and forth. And one thing I appreciate about my bishop, who also raised me, he's like, look, I know what your ministry looks like. If you were conceived in a prison, destiny leaves clues. And because your destiny leaves clues, you were conceived in prison. And so your life's work will be surrounded around that. So what better person would I want to do ministry with other than David? What better person I can sit down and talk to about the criminal justice system and who's unashamed to, share his story and tell his story, and what I couldn't see me doing it with anybody else. And sometimes really that's just what it is. When you can't see yourself doing with anybody else, and I'm of sound mind, right? I ain't on no drugs. I know exactly what's going on. I'm not just kind of wanting him because he got green eyes or because he got some money. No, I was clear. I wanted him when he was low. When he was up, I didn't ask him for nothing. I wanted him. I wanted his heart, right? So I knew that eventually my time was going to come. And so now that my time is here, I don't plan on sitting down. Now that the time is here, I don't plan on shutting up, because the story that we share is so powerful. We can't keep that to ourselves. So don't ever change from the image of what God showed you, because when God is in it, he will show you where you should be and who you should be with. But there are other people and voices that will say, I see you being a first lady. It ain't gonna happen in this lifetime. Unless God raises David up, right? Unless. And I see God doing that in the future as well. So preach and pray about that. But right now, that's not where we are. So I just don't see me being all of me. I don't see me being with, they're going to put me out of church. So now I just do what I do, and I'm just the deaconess, right? And so, but that's just not it. So I stayed true to what God showed me. I stayed true to the prophecy also.
Do we have anyone else that wants to speak to that? Sydney, do we have any other questions?
So I think the final question would be, what has been the best part of having the support of your spouse? Like, what has been the best part that your significant other has given you the support for? And if anybody wants to answer that, the best part of the support.
It would be nice to hear from each of them. And that's the last one? Okay.
Well, mine's gonna be short. I told you all David's love language is money. Everybody needs money. So I just turned to him the other day in the car and said, hey, babe, you want to invest in me selling hair? He's like, yeah. Like he don't ask, because he's seen what I can do with money. He's seen me multiply the money. So he don't get into, girl, how much? No, right now it's just, okay. So he supported me, and he supports me financially.
For me, I think I would say, I kind of, again, I think I touched on all the different ways that I feel supported, but I think you know, just having somebody that's able to give me different perspectives again. I mean, because sometimes, particularly, you know, I've always been a leader, you know, even since a kid, you know, amongst my peer group, and then obviously into my career and all that kind of stuff, right? So you are kind of always the person bringing the ideas, you know, and then you got people that support you, but they looking to you for like all the advice and how we gonna do it, where we gonna do it. But again, to really have a partner is an incredible benefit to somebody like myself. And I think, you know, sort of to the first question too, I just want to add, I think is important in a marriage, man. Like, understand that person that you married to is the most important person in the world. You know what I'm saying? I think that's the difference between marriage and being. I ain't always understand that either. That's why I'm sharing this. Like, I used to be like, "What's the difference? You my girl. What's the difference?" You know what I'm saying? But when you get married and you make that commitment, you know what I'm saying, under God, it changed. That's your life, your wife. You know what I'm saying? Or your husband. Like, that's the most important person. You know what I mean? And I think it's the role of each individual in that marriage to make sure that everybody understands that. And I mean everybody, there's no exceptions, from your parents to your children, understanding that, you know what I mean, your partner, that your wife is the most important person. And I don't even mean that in the sense of like you got to make a choice, but I think that's important to affirm in every aspect of your life. Because that, again, y'all one. It's two. That's what a marriage is. Two people become one. You become a unit. And to me, again, that's been incredibly powerful. I went, my brother Duck, and he gonna be on, I think, on the 19th, on one of the panels, Donald Stevenson, my man Duck. I went to his wedding. This when I was on the I ain't never getting married tip, right? So I go to Duck wedding, and Duck is Muslim, so it's an Islamic wedding. And the imam said, you know, I always heard that your wife's supposed to come first, you know, blah, blah, blah. I heard that before. But the way the imam put it that day, it really sat with me. I never forgot that. And because he really framed it not around the juxtaposition of your children, I mean, your wife and your mother, but your wife and your children, which I had never heard it put that way. That one day, this is what nature is about. That's how it's supposed to happen. Your children will leave you and start your own family. So never forget that your wife is the most important. She the person who will hopefully never leave you. You know what I'm saying? And I never forgot that. So when I got to that space that I was ready to get married, I always held on to that. And I hold on to that every day. You know what I'm saying? That she my partner. And we doing this thing called life together. You know what I mean? And I'm always ensure that she good, because I know that that's reciprocated. So to any young dude out there, man, when you find, you know, the right woman, just don't, you know, in our culture sometimes marriage ain't something that we talk about enough, that we ain't shown. But just know, man, it's not a weight, bro. You know what I'm saying? When you marry the right person, it's not a weight. It's not something that holds you down. It's actually something that propels you. And everybody, not for you to marry, though. Only you know that. But when you find that person, just understand the value in that. And in closing, one of the things I think, I ain't never been in jail, but everybody around me been in jail, and I ain't never quit none of them. But what jail has shown me how much these people quit, the people that went to jail. You kid kind of touched on that. But you see who real, and 9 times out of 10, whether it is your spouse or your auntie, your mother, your grand, it be the women, your girl, cousin, your sister. It be the women that be riding with us, and we be out here trying to spend all this time around our homies. They gonna quit you, man. So if you find a woman that's supportive, that's in your corner, just spend most of your time with her. You know what I mean? I'm telling you, it's gonna work out better for you that way in all facets. Spend most of your time with your woman, man. Don't keep running around here with all these dudes. You know what I mean? It don't even matter if they doing the right thing or the wrong thing. My point is, you know what I mean? Spend time with the one that's gonna be there, man. Women gonna hold water. I'm telling you, women gonna ride with you. Women gonna be more loyal to you. That's what my life has shown me. So I'm glad God sent me a good one.
And for me, I already said it, but for me, it was really just him providing a safe space for me to heal. I think that was the most valuable thing that he could possibly have invested in me or given me, is a safe place to heal, because once I was healed, I was unstoppable. Like once I was healed, I was able to move forward in boldness and with wisdom. And whenever I'm feeling like I don't know which way to go, I can come back to that safe space, and it never moved. It stays right there. And so I think for me, the most valuable thing that he's invested in me is just being a safe place.
Wow. This panel has been so phenomenal. Definitely all that I expected. I love the moments when you all started talking to each other, like when Jess kind of turned to the side, started talking to Tony, and Yukia and, you know, David, they talking to each other, and, you know, the Cottons are talking, and then y'all talking down the squares. That's what we have to do to build community. And I really hope that you all continue to communicate in that way. You know, allow others to see y'all talking. Just seeing y'all all in the squares together is a beautiful thing. Just sharing that space, you know, oftentimes it's not what you say, it's what you do. And I find that, you know, my girls and my children watch just the way that I maneuver around my husband in spaces outside and the spaces inside. When we abroad, they just always watching. And we have to remember that when you are blessed with a marriage, you are a symbol to the world. It's not just your family. They are watching the way that you keep the relationship alive. They watch the way you shopping together. They watch the way you communicate together. They watching the way this one goes into the bathroom first and then this one goes. They watch the way you argue. And that's the entire world. So you could be at a conference, you could be at a dinner table, you can be anywhere, and you are basically an image that's going to be emulated because of your success, because of your resilience. And so I am hoping that individuals on the call were able to feel the love that I was able to see. And I do want to ask you all, if it's not too much to ask, make sure that you give each other a hug and a kiss after this panel, because there were so many moments where I was like, they need to turn and give each other a kiss. Oh, this is so cute. It is okay to love. Y'all have gone through a lot. And oftentimes when we think about individuals who are dealing with parental incarceration, we think about it from an individualistic perspective. And that's not what we do as Africans. That's not what we do from an indigenous perspective. That's not from an Afro perspective at all. We are communal. And therefore, it's not just your story. You share that story with your rib, and that rib has to engage in the same ways that you do. And so both of you now have stories that are shared. And so I want individuals to understand that and to be able to replicate that, because that'll help us all to go a long way. I want to thank you all. We are going into the 2:30 mark, which will be our break for a video. The video that we have is from Amina Ritson and Prince Riston, who are raising a child of an incarcerated parent that is disabled. So the wife was incarcerated for more than 10 years, and the husband was raising the child alone. We will have a video from them, and that will be followed by a session on theoretical frameworks on resiliency from Dr. Elizabeth Ricks. Please enjoy the video, and I look forward to seeing you when you come back. Thank you to the panelists. We have dropped their social media links in the chat box. Please make sure you follow them. And if you're interested in purchasing any of the books that are highlighted in the virtual book exhibit, please go there now. Looking forward to seeing you back in a few minutes. Peace.
Greetings and welcome to the Dr. Muhammad Experience. I am very excited today to bring you a wonderful video from a family that really embodies the reality of our panel today. It takes a village. When I tell you that you all are in a treat for today's panelists as it relates to resilience and success among children of incarcerated parents and their families, you guys will not be disappointed. I want to give an opportunity for our guests to introduce themselves, and we'll jump right into the question and answer session. Greetings.
Hello, I am Amina Ritson.
Hi, my name is Prince Ritson.
And we are the parent of our 5-year-old son, Prince Dashinova Ritson, who is autistic.
Okay, so today we wanted to talk about dealing with children of incarcerated parents with disabilities. And I wanted to start with your unique story. What is your unique story connected to children of incarcerated parents?
Well, our son, Prince Dashinova, was diagnosed with autism when he was 3 years old. And I became incarcerated when he was 8 weeks old. So from the time that he was 8 weeks up until he was 4 years and 7 months old, I was incarcerated. And his dad had the responsibility of raising him by himself.
Absolutely. And this was my first child, first time being a parent. And as you know, it's challenging being a parent in general, but when you have a child with a disability and you're a single parent and the other parent is incarcerated, that just adds to the challenge of the whole situation. And we just stuck together throughout the whole ordeal. Even when we were mad at each other, we remained in contact with each other throughout the whole experience, letters, phone calls, and even visitations. And now we're here to this day. We have a daughter on the way, and our son is doing great.
Congratulations. So let's bring him in. Let's meet this amazing guy.
Let me go get Prince Dashinova.
Prince, yes. So how did you do it? You know, having to the burden of kind of the lead caregiver. Take us through that. What was that like for you?
Well, it was the most challenging thing I ever experienced in my life, I could say. I'm 29 now. I became a dad when I was 25, and I thought I knew everything about the world. But when that happened to me, I said, as you know, that's when they say life got real for me. And just basically staying, I'm a very calm and patient person. And just when you're battling adversity, you have to stay patient, calm, and just staying calm with the autism and with knowing that his mom's incarcerated. That just let me be able to do it.
Look at
Prince Dashinova.
Oh my goodness! Look, he's giving you kisses like finally.
You would think that he's made it so easy to transition back into the role as a mom because he's been very, very open and accepting. It's almost as if I had not spent so much time away. Wow. And I think that the reason why that is because of the letters. His dad has been coming up, my husband has been coming to visits and bringing him up to see me, no matter where they've moved me to. Wow. I've been to 6 different locations throughout my incarceration for the last 4 years and 9 months. And he's come to the majority of my different locations. And, I know that no matter, even if I moved and I hadn't given him my address or was not able to tell him where I was being moved to, because they're very quiet about things like that. He's always found me. Like, he's always found me.
And I would just say, you have to be an organized person. I mean, I was very organized through the whole experience. I kept a notebook just like this. I wrote down everything related to our son, and I kept the track on everything related to what she was going through as well. I had the addresses. I made sure I had envelopes constantly. And even anytime I had free time, when say our son was taking a nap, I said, this would be a good opportunity for me to read a letter she wrote me, because I knew when he's awake, it's going to be so challenging for me to read a letter because he's running around the house like a tornado, and I got to keep up with him and try to read. And some days I'll get frustrated and say, oh, I can't read this letter. I got too much going on. Yeah. So I came up with a schedule. I said, anytime he takes a nap, I'm going to take that opportunity to write something down. If he's watching his favorite cartoon and he's occupied, it's a chance for me to write his mom and let him know how we're doing.
Wow. And I think that it's very, very important. If I had to give any sound advice for people going through the same thing, it's very, very important to understand that just because the parent who is incarcerated is not physically there, it does not mean that they cannot still partake in helping grow and mature the child, and just because we're not physically there, it doesn't mean that we don't care. It doesn't mean that we aren't interested. Like, we do want to know about the good times and we want to know about the bad times. Like, sometimes he will call me I would call him, of course. Right. And he would just a whole 15-minute conversation of him venting about how upset and how challenging it is, and that I'm not there and that I'm not, part of it. And like, if I could give any advice, like looking back now, I would say to, the people who are incarcerated, like, even though it feels so bad when they're venting and they're telling us, about us not being there and, regardless of whatever the situation that brought us there, you have to accept that. You have to accept the responsibility of and your obligations that you had as a parent that you're not fulfilling. When you go into a parenthood with a person, that's a contract of saying, I'm gonna be there to help you with this child. And at 8 weeks with a person who has never had a child before, and then on top of it have a child with a disability, and you don't know until the child is 3 years old, why is my child not doing this? Is this normal? Is that not normal? All these different things. Me, I actually happen to have a degree in education, early child education. So when my husband was telling me, because we met in college, and he was telling me some of the things about our son, because his degrees in psychology, he had to also take some classes where we kind of could spar our information, and he's telling me some things that our son's doing, and I'm like, this sounds a little bit like autism, and I remember saying something to him about it, and this is before he was diagnosed with autism, and I feel like if we had not had that, background, if we had not, had that little bit of information, it wouldn't have been as easy for us to be able to talk to each other about it, because you can't even imagine how scared a person could be taking care of a man taking care of a child at 8 weeks by themselves, not knowing when I would ever come home. I didn't even have my time at the time, and he doesn't know what's going on because he had no idea about any, the things that I was doing prior to my incarceration. So it was just a really, really bad situation, and I had maybe 6 different jurisdictions that I was tied into, and it was just like we never knew when I was coming home. So on top of not knowing when I'm coming home, not knowing why our child is not reaching the norms, our son is nonverbal, so he doesn't speak, but he does communicate through other measures.
And I would just say, just to chime in on that, on overcoming the challenge of having a child with a disability and the parent incarcerated, it's almost turning a negative into a positive, and that's what I focused on. And as people who know about autism, one thing that they don't do is not get a proper sleep. And then that goes for all parents. You miss out on sleep as a parent, but especially if a child has a disability, you don't get sleep. So I used to wake up in the middle of the night with him, and at first I would just be mad, and I would just sit there and not do anything and just kind of pout, just be sitting laid back, like, why am I awake at 3 o'clock in the morning, just mad and not knowing what to do. And then one day it finally just hit me. I said, you know what? I have all these letters from his mom that I haven't read. I'm about to read them, and I'm about to start writing it. I may be tired, but I'll wake up, I'll get something to drink, make some coffee, drink a soda, energy drink or something like that, and say I might as well be productive during this time. I said I can't force him to sleep. He's up because that's part of the challenges that our son faces with autism. He has trouble sleeping. So you have to kind of accept it and embrace it and turn that into a positive. I said, okay, we'll sleep in the daytime. No big deal. I don't have to go to work. He doesn't have to go to school. I said I might as well just, do something productive with this time. And that's what I did. That's what really led to me started. That once that changed in my mind to stop being negative and looking and turning it into a positive, that's when I really started, our communication even flourished more because I was up all night. And I said, I might as well start writing her what's going on. I might as well tell her, look, it's 3 a.m. and I'm up right now with our son.
Exactly.
And that's how things started.
So when
really
you started to read those actual letters and engage with, what was written, what changed? What was helpful in those letters for you to help you in parenting a child that, had a mom in prison?
Right. Well, it was just the genuine love I felt from the letters, from the words I read. I said, wow, I know she's not here physically in person, but just reading it just let me know, like, okay, look, I know she loves her son and wants to be here. The stuff she would say, even her drawing pictures and things. And I was showing him. I'd be like, okay, let me show him. Even if he's just gonna grab the paper and look at it and, carry it in his hand, I'm like, okay, look, it made me just feel like she was there with us, just reading the letters. So that helped a lot.
And I know that, one of my main issues were, like during the incarceration and receiving letters, like he said, turning positives into negatives. I remember being in your class, you know, and sharing, like, you know, how these letters would make me feel. Yeah. And regardless of how they made me feel, whether they were up, they were down, you know, it fluctuated with emotion. One thing I can say, and I even said this to him just yesterday when we were taking a walk with our son, I said, you know what? I really appreciate the fact that you were always consistent. And it didn't matter, because that's what's really, really important, like consistency for both parties. Like, we wouldn't be where we are now if he didn't consistently find me, consistently write to me, whether he was happy with me or whether he wasn't. He shared with me how he felt. And sometimes it forced me to grow. Like, it forced me to be like, okay, yes, I'm incarcerated. No, I'm not there with our child. I love him and I love our son, but I can't just keep thinking, oh, I'm not there. And, you know, it's so sad for me, because I really don't know what he's going through. And I had to understand that, like, it's so important that instead of people who are incarcerated thinking like, oh, they just don't know what I go through every day, it's so horrible in this jail. Yeah, it is. But you have to also understand that they too, people who are at home with our children, you know, they're really missing out on us as well. So it's kind of selfish just to think about like what pain that you're going through when you're inside or behind those bars. But think about the fact that, you know, like, you don't know that a person's getting up every morning at 6 a.m. or 3 a.m. or they can't sleep. They're sleep deprived. But I'm sleeping through the night. I may not have my children with me, you know, and I may not be able to hug and kiss them, but sleep is one thing you definitely can get in jail, you know, and like, I'm not deprived of sleep. And it's just like, we have to understand that, you know, the resources are not necessary. And I'm not going to say they're not out there, but I'll say that they're not as prevalent in certain communities, as far as helping fathers, or even just family members with children who are, you know, who have disabilities. And I could say for him, he had not received any help whatsoever, you know, no government help, no nothing from anyone, except for his parent. His parents helped him out, you know, when they could, but he got no resources for our son. It wasn't until our son was a little bit older and almost after 4, where he actually was able to enroll him in school, get speech therapy, get other help for our son, you know, to kind of find out, why is he always chewing on things? Why is he biting his wrist? Why is he, you know, rocking and, you know, things of that nature? So, you know, and he did all of this raising our son for the last 4 years.
Thank you all for staying with us. We are back now and we're going to be moving into the next session. The video that you all just saw with Amina and Prince, they were unable to be with us today, but wanted to make sure that their voices were heard as it related to merging the panel between It Takes a Village and the couples panel. And again, one of the things that I think is very important as it relates to this particular research area is to think about children of incarcerated parents with disabilities. There is almost nothing available out there to the population as it relates to raising a child that has one parent in prison or both parents in prison and a disability. We must remember that this is a very dynamic population and there are so many different things that we are leaving out and not engaging when we don't listen to the voices of those that are directly impacted. So please make sure that you check that video out on YouTube, go back to the Dr. Muhammad Experience website, go into COIP conference, and you'll be able to see all of the videos that were pre-recorded, and we'll also be uploading these videos from the conference at the end of it. We'll need a couple of weeks for that. For this particular session, which is going to be a live presentation, I would like to introduce to you Dr. Elizabeth Ricks. Dr. Ricks is an assistant professor in the Department of Human Development and Psychoeducational Studies at the Howard University. She currently teaches courses that focus on youth placed at risk and resiliency, parent-child relationships, and research methods. Dr. Ricks's research focuses on classroom contextual factors that contribute to the development of cognitive self-regulation, approaches to learning and mathematics and reading achievement in young children. Dr. Ricks earned her doctorate in educational psychology with a concentration in educational policy from the Howard University and a Bachelor of Arts in Psychology and Public Policy Analysis from the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill. Dr. Ricks has presented at various conferences on child development, such as the American Education Research Association, the Society for Research in Child Development, and the American Psychological Association. In addition to conference presentations, she has also published in numerous journals, including the Journal of Contemporary School Psychology and the Journal of Youth and Adolescence, among many other outlets. Dr. Ricks is currently working on a project that examines within group variation in social emotional development, approaches to learning and literacy, specifically among African American kindergarten boys. We felt that it was important for us to include our experts on the campus at Howard University. Dr. Ricks often comes up in dialogue and conversation with students because she teaches a class that looks at at-risk youth and resilience. Without further ado, I would like to introduce to you Dr. Ricks, who's going to talk today about theoretical perspectives.
Thank you, Dr. Muhammad, so much. And thank you so much for including me in this conference, and just such an important topic as we think about resiliency in youth and in youth whose parents are incarcerated. And what I'm going to do now is share my screen so you can see my slides. So you should be able to see them. Okay, so what I'm going to be talking about today is just some theoretical perspectives on resiliency. So the idea here is for us to kind of think about what some research has been done around resiliency, or what researchers have focused on as it relates to resiliency, and also different theoretical frameworks that we can use as we think about resiliency in youth. So first, as we think about resilience, we're talking about, we think about, or I'm going to define resilience as referring to those who demonstrate a good outcome in spite of high risk, individuals who have sustained competence under stress, and also that there is also recovery from trauma. So the idea is that if we think about youth that may have multiple stressful situations, or multiple situations that may cause some type of anxiety, these individuals are able to sustain their competence under these particular situations, and then they're also able to kind of overcome them, or they're able to integrate the current situation with their own personality and development. So in other words, the situation works to their advantage in terms of how they are able to overcome it as it relates to personality and character development. As we think about resilience, we want to think about two main factors that influence resilience. One would be internal factors, and the other is external factors. So internal factors, we mean individual characteristics and attitudes that the individual brings to kind of the situation. And then external factors are family and school related factors that we can think about as protective and or promotive factors. So we're going to be getting into these different kind of internal and external factors in today's presentation. And we're going to talk about how different theoretical frameworks kind of talk about these internal and external factors. So these are just a few theoretical perspectives that I think are very useful as we think about resilience. So one, we think about Bronfenbrenner's ecological model. So this model talks about the role of the environment on the developing child. So in this case, we think about the impact of the environment as it relates to direct and indirect influences on the child. And so Bronfenbrenner suggests that direct influences would be parents, family members, school teachers, would have a direct influence on the child. And then as we move away, or kind of other factors that impact child development would be the relationship between parents and teachers would have more of an indirect impact. The local economy would have a more of an indirect impact. Macro laws, macro structures would have more of an indirect impact on the child's development. So as we kind of think about youth placed at risk, or youth that whose parents are incarcerated, as we think about these internal and external factors, we can find Bronfenbrenner's ecological model to be very useful, because it's going to highlight the direct impact on the child's development, but then also indirect influences that can be used to promote resiliency. We also want to think about self-determination theory. This theory is going to highlight more of an internal structure. So this is going to talk about the individual's need for competence, relatedness, and control. And so as we think about these factors as being important for child development, again, they can also be utilized as promotive or protective factors as it relates to resiliency. Also, we want to think about critical consciousness. So this is an important theory as it relates to empowerment. So in this case, the youth is aware of certain circumstances that they are in, and the effects, or kind of how society may view them in that circumstance. They develop a sense of agency, so they're able to develop a sense of control or belief that they're able to control their actions in spite of their circumstances. And then that agency leads to action. So this could be civic engagement. This can be certain behaviors that the individual may choose to engage in that we can think about as being more positive. So this level, or this type of empowerment, is said to promote resiliency. Also, there's social cognitive theory again. In this case, as we think about, kind of the role of the environment again. So again, the role of mentors, the role of teachers, extended family members, how they kind of model certain relationships or certain interactions for youth, particularly youth placed at risk. The youth will learn from those particular models. So, and this again can be anyone that's interacting with the youth. So this is the incarcerated parent. This can be the parent that is at home. This can also be other family members, mentors, and teachers as well. And then also we have interpersonal ecological models as well, who really deal with how the child interacts with others in the environment, and also kind of the strength that environment brings to the table. So kind of like, every community has an asset, or we can think about something that's positive and strong in that community that serves as that can serve as a promotive factor. And so we want to think about how those factors kind of interact with those relationships in that community in terms of promoting resiliency. And so what I want to do is kind of talk about some common threads and themes that we can kind of think about that are related to these different theories. So these theories are different, but they have some similarities that we can kind of use in terms of understanding resilience and understanding we think about the designing interventions, we think about prevention, we think about treatment. We can use all of these theories, or all of them are useful, but they all also kind of contain certain similarities that we're able to kind of draw upon. So again, kind of going back to the other slide, or the first slide that talked about this internal and external factors. So all of the theories, again, most of them are going to highlight the role of the social environment, the role of the family, and then again, the role of the individual. So the external factor, social and family; the internal factor, individual characteristics and attitudes. So we're going to kind of get into what we mean by that. So as you can imagine, for youth, the social environment is very important. So this is where we could think about the school and the community as providing social support. Teachers and peers can provide that support within their community. And there's been some research done where children whose parents are incarcerated, I think there's some research where the teacher, once they found out that the mother is incarcerated, they kind of reacted differently to the child. So we want to always maintain high expectations within the school environment. Remember, this is where the youth is going. You know, they're going to be going to school, so we want to maintain high expectations. We want also for teachers, and we also want to think about that as well for counselors and psychologists as well. So again, really relying on the strengths that the child brings as we think about certain factors that may inhibit them, or certain things that may hurt them. We want to think about what they are actually bringing to the table before we assume that they are, you know, kind of automatically going to have these negative outcomes. And we can also promote success in academics, in music, in arts, in sports and drama. So in other words, kind of having or tapping into different interests, again, looking at what the child or youth is already, you know, bringing to the table. So kind of looking at these individual characteristics and attitudes and coupling them with that social or school environment. Again, the community as well. So, you know, there's been work done about the role of the mentor in terms of outside of the family, or someone outside of the family that's able to provide support for the individual. So when we think about mentoring, we think about developing friendship, we think about bonding, we think about the frequency of the interaction with the child. So this can be particularly important in terms of mentoring and support for youth whose parents are incarcerated. And this is going to vary, you know, across different circumstances, but again, kind of providing that type of resource or helping individuals to still maintain that connection with an elder or with an adult, if that's not already given to them from the parent that is at home or other family members. Again, within these community networks, we think about these networks as providing emotional support, encouragement, and advice. So again, this would be relevant for our topic for today, but then also we want to think about it just in general as we think about youth who are placed at risk. So we can't we really have to really, you know, we don't want to diminish kind of the role of what a mentor can actually do for this particular population. And also, again, the family is very important as well, particularly for African American families. So what we kind of already know and what the literature has already shown us is the role of the extended family members for African American families. So we understand family in general affects the development of children, youth. Some children whose parents are incarcerated, they are in kinship care. And so we really want, this is again a strength that the child is bringing to kind of to the situation, is that the role of the extended family member. So wherever possible, we have, you know, parents who are you know, at home, but then also we want to also if possible, look at parents that are family members we want to look at the extended family members as well in terms of their role in supporting the parent and also the child as well. So this again, we can see Bronfenbrenner's theory is going to talk a lot about the family. The interpersonal ecological models are also talking a lot about family. And then even again, social learning theory or social cognitive theory, the role of the family in modeling certain behaviors as well is really important. Also, you still want to maintain a positive family environment whenever possible. So in other words, the consistently enforcing rules, strict but fair supervision, well-balanced discipline. This is going to be very important for children. So you still want to maintain some level of consistency within that child's life, regardless of kind of their circumstance. And again, this is going to vary depending upon the age of the child. So discipline, supervision, enforced rules, these things are going to be different as it relates to where that child is in terms of their development. So younger children, it's going to look a little bit different from older children. But again, we can see the role of the family as a source or external source in promoting resiliency. And then again, healthy communication as well. There's another theory I just thought about here is family systems theory, which talks about the family system. So you want to have healthy communication within families, which would also promote resiliency. So families that are open would be more adaptive. So that means that I'm open to advice from psychologists and counselors and social workers versus families that are more closed, or families that don't have enmeshed or detached families communication styles. All of these things are going to be important as we think about resiliency. And again, in this case, we're still, you're still thinking about that connection with the parent that's incarcerated, parent that's at home, and then also the extended family member as well. So how are kind of all of those individuals working together to foster positive communication? And then also there's research done about religious activities as well. And again, this is an asset of the community. So again, if you're working with youth whose parents are incarcerated, or really any youth who might be placed at risk, you want to kind of think about the role of religion and other cultural groups in promoting resiliency. This is really interesting here. What you see here is this individual characteristic of resilient youth, or what we mean by what we would expect these youth to kind of look like. So I find this really, really interesting here because it's just really what we would say, basically these characteristics are kind of saying this is a resilient youth, regardless of different circumstances that they might be in, whether it's one circumstance, two circumstances, three circumstances. This is what we want to focus on. This is looking at this individual from a strength-based perspective. Some things that might have to be developed. So we might have to develop some of these internal factors. We might have to develop some family structural things that promote resiliency, but some things are already there within that individual prior to their parent becoming incarcerated. And so again, that also may vary by age, but needless to say, we really want to kind of think about that these are positive, there are positive characteristics, or being a resilient youth is something that is positive. So in other words, it's not something that can hinder them or hurt them if you had to come through some type of circumstance. So in other words, we think about a resilient youth as having an active approach to life's problems. So this, again, I see critical consciousness here a lot, being active in the environment. So this awareness, this agency, and then this action. Optimism, so being able to perceive pain and frustration and other experiences constructively. So again, kind of being self-reflective, being able to understand what may be happening within a particular environment and how I might feel about that environment. So feeling very, being able to communicate this with a parent and or primary caregiver or other people in that environment, whether that's a mentor, extended family member, friend. We want the youth to be able to do that, and we want to promote that in a youth if they are not doing that already. The ability to gain positive attention from others and to form relationships with others, positive relationships with others, both in the family and elsewhere. So again, positive relationships, positive interpersonal skills, and also positive social emotional development. So again, social cognitive theory would talk about how the environment is shaping this. A strong faith that maintains a vision of a positive and meaningful life. So the role of faith as well. Again, that may be something that the youth already has prior to the circumstance. Ability to be alert and autonomous, seeking new experiences. So this, again, we can think about, again, someone who's critically conscious. So again, I have the awareness of my circumstance, I have the agency, and now I'm taking action. Competence in school, social and school and cognitive areas. And internal local self-control, this is coming out of motivation theory. So this is saying that I am not controlled by my external circumstances. It's, I have some type of internal control over my behavior. I'm going to be more reflective. I'm going to have a positive self-regard. And also what's interesting, researchers talk about resilient youth have a well-developed sense of humor, an ability to delay gratification, and are also future oriented. So again, we take those different theories we talked about, we can see kind of these these different kind of characteristics, these characteristics overlying these different theories that we've talked about in terms of how they can be used to promote resiliency, or how they are theories of resiliency. And what I wanted to do, okay, so this section here is kind of talking about, we spend a little time again talking about the family characteristics that are embedded across the different theories, the school characteristics that are embedded, but then also a few of the theories also deal with internal factors. So the family, you want to have a strong family, you want to have strong school experiences, strong community experiences, and those things we would consider them as external. Now, the internal factors are related to what the individual is actually bringing to the circumstance. So what the individual is bringing, basically, we call these the 5 C's of competency. So these are critical school competencies. These are concepts of self, self-esteem, and self-efficacy, connectedness, coping ability, and control. So again, this is highlighting what the individual is doing, kind of regardless of what may be happening within the school environment, or what may be happening within the home or family environment. So in other words, we want youth to have basic academic skills, reading, writing, and arithmetic skills. So this is an internal factor that promotes resiliency as well. We want the youth to have academic survival skills. Again, this is kind of related to self-determination theory in terms of this idea of competence. So not only am I able to read, write, and I have the appropriate arithmetic skill, I also have social behavioral skills. So I have strong motivation, I'm able to follow directions. It's kind of like our approaches to learning skill, or kind of like our academic survival skills. Some researchers talk about these skills as being more important, or equally important, I'll say, to basic academic skills. So kind of not only knowing, how to read, how to write, and arithmetic, also how to survive within a school environment or school setting as it relates to our academics. So the critical school competency is an important internal factor that is related to resilience. Also, this one is very interesting as well, concept of self. So this is this idea of who am I? How do I feel about myself? Do I believe that I am capable of performing a task? So self-concept would be my belief about who I am, how I define myself. My self-esteem would be how well I feel, how do I feel about how I've defined myself, or how I think about myself. Self-efficacy would be my belief in my ability in performing a particular task. So these self variables mostly come out of social cognitive theory. Some are also coming out of self-determination theory. And what was interesting in terms of research, within the African American community, African American children across several studies tend to have a positive sense of self. And so they're going to have high self-concept, high self-esteem, high self-efficacy. And so this is something that we can look for as a promotive factor. So if we know that the youth already has a high sense of self, they're kind of already bringing that into the situation. There's already a level of resiliency that's there because of a positive self-regard, high positive sense of self. That can be something that we can build upon as we work with that particular youth. And so there are various reasons for that. Some researchers kind of talk about messages received from others, and also vicarious experiences as a strong source for African American children. So just in spite of, maybe racial discrimination, societal injustice, I still believe this about myself. So maybe this disconnect between those two things in terms of looking at the circumstance and that may not necessarily dictate how I feel about myself. So that could be a reason for why we see a positive sense of self across some samples or some African American samples. So again, this can be something that the community is kind of bringing, or the individual already has as being a member of this community. And so then, maybe there's some type of trauma that happens. So their sense of self may still be there. There's something that we're able to kind of nourish and kind of improve upon if it drops or if it's not there, something that the individual does not have. But needless to say, it's something that we definitely want to understand and or think about in terms of this concept of self. And then connectedness, how well the individual connects. So again, remember, these are individual characteristics. So how well the individual or the youth connects with others, their interpersonal skills. These are some, again, interpersonal factors that are influencing resiliency, perspective taking, and solving relationship problems as well. And so again, the connectedness piece is going to come out of social self-determination theory, also maybe also in some interpersonal and ecological models, and then also in social cognitive theory as well. So how I respond to other people, usually a lot of that's going to come from how it's modeled to me. So how individuals interact with the child, how they model their relationships, the child is learning that from that particular individual. So we want to still be mindful of that as we deal with youth that may experience adverse circumstances. And then coping ability as well, how they cope. And so we think about some work's been done around coping, around, again, religious institutions, coping around connections with friendships and peers, mentors. All these things are going to help the individual learn how to cope with anxiety and stress. And so these skills kind of influence their response. The coping skills are going to influence their response to stress, or basically how they are dealing with conflict. And we think about anxiety, depression, again, can lead to cognitive distortions, negative self-talk, anticipation of future negative outcomes. So again, not to assume that every youth who has multiple risk factors or just one risk factor will have anxiety and depression. It's just something for us to be on guard about, or to be aware of as we think about this interaction with the environment or with the circumstance. And then control, again, we see a lot of this in critical consciousness. We see a lot of this in, again, the self-efficacy component, developing an agency about myself, about my life, also in self-determination theory again. So control over future life. So again, these ideals are coming from, these are these internal factors that a lot of these theories talk about in terms of this control that we want the individual to have, or we want to nurture in that individual. Decision-making skills, again, is important. So can I make the decision to, or individuals that maybe can be impulsive, maybe they have multiple risk factors that are happening. We want to help them to be able to make better decision making. We want to help them make better decisions or have better decision making skills. And then again, part of that is going to be this idea around delayed gratification, which means I can delay, some type of immediate reward for future gain. So meaning I'm going to stay in school, I'm going to complete all my assignments for the future gain of graduation. And this is just what can happen, or the spiral of self-defeating cognitions in general. So this is for all of us, but we want to think about when we're working with youth, how to what can happen if we are not building upon the assets that they already kind of bring into that particular circumstance. So what are the external factors that are already there? What are the internal factors that are already there? And then how can we develop them if they are not there already? So for an example, if I have a negative cognitions about self, world, and future, this can lead to poor expectations for success. This can lead to reduced effort, reduced performance, reduced feelings of self-worth and self-esteem, exacerbated negative cognitions about self, world, and future. So this is kind of how these things can spiral as we think about having negative cognition. So what we want to do is promote the positive aspects of self that the individual already has. So again, we're talking about these internal factors as we think about the critical C's of competency. These are the internal factors that some individuals already have, and then also these are internal factors that we want to promote and develop. And this is just interesting, just kind of looking at prevention, early intervention, and treatment in general for youth placed at risk. So you have the society, community, you have the family, you have the school. And then you have what society can do at the prevention stage, the early intervention stage, what family can do at prevention, early intervention, and treatment, and then school, prevention, early intervention, and treatment. So again, these are the external factors that we talked about. And then I would suggest that, you know, embedded in all of these to really look at kind of we can map on the internal factors that we want to develop in the individual. So internal things that the external factors may help to promote. So again, African American communities tend to have a high sense of self, strong cultural tradition. So that can be a promotive factor that is impacting their sense of self, their self-efficacy, their self-esteem, which is something that's something that's going to make the individual more resilient, or something that makes the individual resilient. And then just kind of thinking about across all the different theories and what we really would want to focus on, again, is this idea of this nurturing relationships between adults and young people. And then also I would add with across young people as well, so also peers as well. And we want to kind of think about, again, thinking about this from a strengths-based perspective, the idea of fostering attention across these relationships, availability, affirmation, empathy, and respect. We want youth to deal with their own insight. So this is their own self-reflection. So kind of their own insight to their own thoughts, their own emotions, their own feelings, you know, helping them, encouraging them to kind of how they think about this particular circumstance. And then again, as we kind of talked about, if we don't do that, if we're not kind of probing that in our youth, we may kind of leave them susceptible to having these negative thought patterns that we kind of talked about. And then also you want to reduce negative affect or emotion. So again, reducing anxiety, reducing depression, and other mood problems as well. But the big thing we want to kind of think about again is just really kind of thinking about these different theories, thinking about how they foster or how they talk about internal and external factors in promoting resiliency, and then also looking at all of those factors from a strengths-based perspective. So what is the individual kind of already bringing into the circumstance prior to, you know, if there's some way to kind of examine that prior to, or maybe that's part of their personality already. Also, what is the cultural environment kind of adding to that particular situation? What are the assets that are there? And I think that's how we can kind of think about positive developmental outcomes in children whose parents are incarcerated. And what you see here, just a few references that supported the presentation. And then this is my contact information. If you have any questions, feel free to email or call at any time. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ricks. That was actually very phenomenal. I'm happy that we will be using this as a framework to do a co-authored piece. Just to let you know, as you were presenting, individuals were in the chat box saying great and kind of giving feedback, but I think it's very helpful that you gave us kind of the framework around a lot of the panels and things that we talked about. And I'm happy that you were able to highlight the differences specifically between African-American children with the concept of self and the strength that's related in that. I want to thank you again. We're going to be moving on to the next panel to make sure that we stay on time, but I'm sure that you'll stay to hear from a couple of the other panels. Thank you so much.
Yes, I would love to. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you.
Next, we're going to be moving directly into the flipping the script, centering positive outcomes among Black children of incarcerated parents. And that's a pre-recorded conversation between the executive research team. Now, please make sure you guys are listening in because it's a lot of jewels that are going to be dropped in this video. I'll see you back in a few minutes.
University, and I am the principal investigator on the study, Resilience and Success Among Children of Incarcerated Parents. For this particular segment, we are given preliminary findings around study findings. Again, we are still in the midst of conducting interviews, but we wanted to have this conference to be able to give you just a bit of insight into what the study has been all about. Just to start, I want to let you all know that the objective of this project was to develop and gain a better understanding of the factors that influence whether children would lead a crime-free life. Current scholarship on parental incarceration typically centers on the negative outcomes experienced by millions of children left behind. This national research study used in-depth qualitative interviews with children of incarcerated parents, defined as those 18 years or older. Interview findings will be centered around their accomplishments, their triumphs, and their resilient characteristics. The study results will present a counter-narrative to the current research by highlighting emerging pathways to success. The research questions are exploratory in nature, and they included the following. What factors contribute to resilience in the lives of children of incarcerated parents? And 2, what internal and external barriers do children of incarcerated parents overcome in their pursuits to success? The study included 100 children of incarcerated parents from across the nation. And at the onset of the study, prior to COVID-19, we were conducting face-to-face interviews. And after the university closings, we included virtual interviews. These interviews range from an hour and a half to about 2 hours and a half in time, and they were recorded and transcribed verbatim. All of the conference panels that you are going to hear and the presentations include the research subjects from this particular study. Furthermore, the panel themes that emerge from the preliminary analysis of the data collected so far, which basically just means that everything about this conference are the research findings. For this particular section, myself and the research team are going to engage in an in-depth conversation around some of the preliminary findings that are connected to the full research study itself, which are the pathways to success. And definitely that ties into our previous recording on success and the way that it is defined. One of the things that I would start saying is, at the end of each interview, I literally sat down for a few hours and just got my thoughts together and reflected on each of the interviews and came up with a pathway. And as you can see here, I'll just share this one here. They're really long. And one of the things that I would say is that they're really dynamic. These pathways were not things where it just was an easy start and an easy finish. Some were a roller coaster ride, and some were, you know, a path making a lot of left turns and then some right turns. And as we'll hear from the research group, there was some things that we all agreed on. And by the end of this study, I'm sure that our pathways that we introduced to you all through our white paper are going to be robust and will be a representation of the population. I will say that in terms of the pathway towards success, one of the first steps was to have the truth of having a parent in prison, actually knowing that a parent was incarcerated. Oftentimes in the research, it talks about children being lied to about where their parents are. And this comes from a place of safety and security. Oftentimes the caregivers want to safeguard their children from a life of stigma and oftentimes shame because of what goes into people's minds when they think that you have a parent in prison. Ultimately, they think you're gonna go to prison yourself, and so they ostracize you and they dehumanize you and discriminate against you. And we found that those individuals, the first step towards a life of success was to say, I am a child of an incarcerated parent, and actually own it. So not every time when a child was told their truth that they actually owned it. Oftentimes those that were successful took the step of saying, okay, I now have this truth, and taking an additional step to say, what am I gonna do with this truth? Also with that truth, they were able to engage in communication with an incarcerated parent, which often was a step towards success. specifically for our resilient children of incarcerated parents that we interviewed across the nation. They were able to engage in calls, mail, and oftentimes visitation. Also, they oftentimes took the path as a full family to move closer to the institution where the parent was incarcerated. And so as a full family, they were able to own this truth and come up with a methodology for moving forward. And that meant that if a parent was incarcerated in North Carolina, they packed up their bags and moved to North Carolina, which, wow, is a lot. Yeah. Which is a lot, which means that you have to have the means to do that and have the wherewithal to be able to come up with that sort of a decision. But they also were able to have more engagement with the incarcerated parent, which ended up leading to more success in their lives. So I'll stop there and I'll add a couple more as we continue to engage in this dialogue. Interested to hear from you all, from the research team, in terms of just some of the surface level things that you are starting to see emerge on this pathway that we are creating.
So a common or emerging theme that I saw that led to the success was huge as far as going with faith. So a lot of the study participants found peace within, or found belief within a higher being, whether it be God, and they spoke on that a lot in terms of that led them to becoming successful. That was a pathway that led them to becoming successful, was holding strong on their faith, having prayer warriors surrounding them during all of their trying times, whatever traumatic experiences that they may have been experiencing, and they felt like they just wanted to give up. They held true to themselves and they stayed faithful. I saw a lot of people saying that their grandmother was just, they were a product of their grandmother's prayers. Like, she was not playing with them. She would have them going to church, going to Bible study, and that was able to allow them to lead a pathway or a life to success, was holding on true to that faith and staying true to themselves. So faith was a really big emerging theme around majority of the study participants that led them to becoming resilient regardless of their adolescence or anything that they went through. So
I would say self-care has been a way that they have gone on the pathway to success. And a quote from Audre Lorde, caring for myself is not self-indulgent, it is self-preservation, and that is the act of political warfare. And so this quote reminds me of the children of incarcerated parents, because even though they had self-preservation, they were never individualistic. So it always involved the community in some way. And so they, as Sydney said, turned to faith. So they had church. They also turned to therapy. And another thing that's not, many don't consider success, is the fact of that some of them actually cut off toxic parents. And that is a way to preserve themselves and to grow and move forward, and sometimes that is needed. And not to kind of pigeonhole children of incarcerated parents, but this is for all people, right? There are some toxic parents, so they're not immune to this, and so some of them decide to care for themselves first. And so I think that's very important when talking about their pathways, is the fact of they did stuff to help them, but also, in addition, they did stuff with the community. They give back. They interact with a lot of people around them, and this has helped them become successful. And even though their path might be, jagged, or it might, be circular at some points and not a straight line, a lot of times you see they chose themselves at points. And once they chose themselves, their path led forward instead of backwards.
Yes. Yeah, definitely. Very well said. I definitely want to let you all know who are viewing that when we talk about the prayer warriors and faith being a major component, on day 3 of the conference, it will be a day of all wellness. as well as incorporating the arts from directly impacted children of incarcerated parents themselves that actually used art as a way to maintain their wellness. So please make sure that you're available for that. It'll start with a yoga session, specifically from a native Washingtonian who is a yoga instructor and a child of an incarcerated parent who used yoga and wellness as a means for uplifting herself and maintaining her strength and her faith, as well as taking care of her self-care. I would also say that day one, we're going to have a session that speaks to those prayerful grandmothers. It's called It Takes a Village panel. So please make sure you're aware of that. And I really wanted you guys to all understand and be reminded that this entire conference is a dissemination of the research findings. Every theme of every panel is connected to the national study. And furthermore, those individuals who are on each of the panels are part of the interviewee pool. And so all of the things that we are talking about, we will pull together at the end of this study to really identify what these pathways look like. One of the things that I think is really important is this idea of involving the community. When I think about criminological perspectives, for example, Codes of the Street from Elijah Anderson, oftentimes individuals are deemed not a member of the community when they don't give back, when they're not providing resources, social support, social capital to their own communities. And these children of incarcerated parents, when I tell you, you will be blown away by individuals, for example, the organization We Got Us Now, who we co-founded sessions with during day 2. Please make sure you don't miss it. We have a session on entrepreneurs. A lot of the children of incarcerated parents did not find the resources in the community that they needed, and therefore they created them themselves. That is a success in and of itself and highlights resiliency, steadfastness, a commitment, empathy as it relates to caring for other individuals, not feeling sympathetic for them, but being an empath and really identifying, I didn't have these resources, I'm not going to cry about it. I'm going to make these available for other individuals. And so you're talking about nonprofit organizations, community organizations, all kinds of social services, as well as busing, individuals from one community into another to be able to visit parents. And this is across the nation. So this is not just in, the South or in the North, but in all of these states where we were interviewing individuals, there was this large capacity to give back to the community. And when they didn't, they felt that they were being unsuccessful, that by being able to help someone else, that was how they defined success. I also want to highlight on the path to success, this concept of positive thinking. Mm-hmm. Dr. Gatewood talked about, choosing yourself and, cutting off toxic parents and really knowing when to say enough is enough. In order for me to maintain my sanity, I have to make sure that I have this around me. And if it means that I have to say bye to an incarcerated parent for some time so that I could get my mental sanity together, so be it, because that meant the success of an individual. And oftentimes, to be honest, the parent understood it. The parent understood, I had to be cut off. They wasn't messing with me, at that time. So all I did was write letters. I didn't call. I didn't expect to get a visit, but I continued to write. So they actually helped in that sort of way by saying, I'm not going to be forceful in trying to force myself on my child. If the child didn't want that relationship, they kind of stood back. So I also found that team playing was something that happened a lot on this road to success. The caregiver was supportive, answering questions when a parent wasn't there to, answering a collect call, because oftentimes the children, as they were growing up, they're not paying a phone bill. So somebody had to foot that bill. And then also the incarcerated parent being a good sport. The incarcerated parent oftentimes saying, I'm not going to call right now because they're going through something and I'm going to give them, an opportunity to deal with this. We didn't have a good phone conversation and my child hung up on me, and therefore I just, gave it some time. And when they were ready, they wrote a letter and said, okay, I'm ready to start engaging again. So having these parameters were an important component of maintaining one's sanity. I also found that in some of the interviews, a pathway to success was saying, I'm not going to talk to my incarcerated parent every day, all day.
Yeah.
It causes the phone bill to go up. And then we just go and tit for tat back and forth. They created a schedule. I thought that was really sweet. And a lot of the times that there was a schedule that was created. So as you all can see, we are able to pull some of the low-hanging fruit from this robust study. And again, when you're talking about 100 interviews, 2.5 hours, sometimes to 3 hours in time, there is a lot of information, and we wanted you to have an in on our conversation so that you could see that. But we also didn't want to wait before we delivered the research findings. And that's what the Dr. Muhammad Experience is about. It's about creating innovative methodologies that allow for experiences to emerge. Research should not just sit on the top of your shoulders, but it should be something that enters your mind so that you are able to apply it and use it. We talk about applied sociology all the time, and at Howard University, we best ourselves on truth and service. And therefore, the truth that these children are bringing to us, we must now be service to it. The biggest research finding that I can say on the top of the low-hanging fruit, but also very deep into the soul of the study itself, is that those that are closest to the problem are closest to the solution. It is very important to allow the children to be able to lead, and that's why we co-founded day 2 of the conference with an organization that's led by children of incarcerated parents themselves. And we also leaned in to the research to make sure that all of the themes of the panels and the individuals that you're hearing from are the experts themselves. And when I say the experts themselves, I mean the children of incarcerated parents themselves. Also, a pathway to success is being seen, not only being heard. And therefore, we thought that it was important on all of the flyers for the conference and all of the promotions to highlight the beautiful Black resilient faces of the children of incarcerated parents, so they no longer are a hidden population, and other individuals can see what success looks like. And success does look like Black children as well. Thank you so much for viewing this. We hope that you stay for the rest of the conference as well as day 2 or 3. It's not too late for individuals to register. So if you're still hearing this, or you think that there's a colleague that needs to hear this information or is doing research in this area, please have them sign into the drmuhammadexperience.com and register today. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Greetings. It is with great honor that I bring to you our next panel. This panel is full of drop the mic individuals. And I know I've said that all day, and I know you all are excited. Thank you for your patience in that last couple of minutes, giving us that time to get through that flipping the script video, because it laid the foundation for the conversation that we are going to engage with right now, which is the perfect timing. We are going to be looking at, not a statistic, success and resilience among children of incarcerated parents. Our panelists are movers and shakers. And I'm sure you're thinking, it can't get better. How could it get better? How can it get better? These individuals have done the work. These individuals continue to do the work. These are our prayer warriors and our individuals from various interfaith perspectives that will allow for us to really have a critically honest dialogue around children of incarcerated parents and flipping that script, which is something easy to do, but it makes more sense when we hear from those individuals. I would like to introduce to you Tanaj Moody. I would also like to introduce Alfonso Duckett, Kiana Fortel, and Mrs. Jasmine Johnson. These are our panelists today, and we are going to give them an opportunity to introduce themselves to you because, of course, they, similar to our other presenters, have accomplished an immense amount of things. And so in light of time, we definitely want to hear from you and gain an understanding of how you flip the script. So we're going to jump right in to the dialogue and conversation. I want you all to introduce yourself to the audience. Right now we have 48 participants. The last time we checked, there were about 250 individuals throughout the day that are registered. So people are on, they are tweeting about it. It's going on fire as it relates to being on Instagram. So people are listening and they were waiting to hear from you all. So I ask you, please don't hold any bars, don't hold anything back. And we are just interested in the critical dialogue. Don't be shy because our audience are strong and full of individual scholars, individuals that are practitioners, individuals that are directly impacted. Our clergy are in and on the line. And so we have an immense diversity in the groups of individuals. I would start with the introduction. We're gonna start with my brother Alfonso. We're gonna go up to Tanaj. We'll come down to Author Q, and then we'll get to Sister Jasmine.
How y'all doing? I'm Alfonso Duckett, 29 years old, from Washington, D.C. I'm a father. What else it is we supposed to say again? I'm sorry about that.
How you flip the script?
I flipped the script by just define the odds and, you know, looking at obstacles as opportunities, you know, to make history for myself and make a path for myself. That's about it.
Thank you. We're going to you, Tanaj.
Hi, y'all. Good afternoon. I am so excited to be here. Dr. Muhammad, thank you so much for this opportunity. And to the panelists also, it's so nice to meet y'all, finally. So as Dr. Muhammad mentioned, my name is Tanaj Moody. I am originally from Virginia, but I was raised in North Philly. And if anyone knows anything about North Philly, it's low income area, predominantly Black area, very high presence of police. And so, you know, just a brief background about myself is, you know, being raised in that environment and being raised by a parent who was formerly incarcerated over 18 times really gave me a different perspective on life. And how I flip the script is really understanding, one, my intersecting identities and how that plays a role in everything that I do and in the communities that I serve and the people that I work with, and understanding you know, the gaps that lie in between our legal system. I'm a first generation to go to college. I'm 27 years old with a master's in criminal justice and a certification in applied behavioral analysis. Thank you. And currently I serve in a role as a program director at a nonprofit organization called Prisons to Professionals, where we provide reentry services for returning citizens, education and mentoring and policy change. And I'm also a survivor of domestic violence. And I started an organization called Light to Life, where I engage and empower and educate young people around healthy relationships, how to prevent unhealthy relationships. So I'm very grateful to be here today, and thank you guys.
Thank you so much. Author Q.
Yes. All right. I'm excited. Thank you, Dr. Muhammad. This is just a dream come true. I am so honored. So about me, I am Quinea Futrell, known as Author Q. I have a mother who is currently incarcerated serving time. Grew up having both of my parents kind of in and out. And, you know, from all of that pain, I just decided that I would use it as my power to move forth and find my purpose and not run from it any longer. So this is where I am. And so I am an all day, every day philanthropist for the 1 in 14 children in the U.S. that have a parent incarcerated. I started a nonprofit organization called Building Resilience in Communities, where we service children throughout Hampton Roads. I'm in Virginia now, born and raised up in Brick City, North New Jersey, woo woo. But beyond all of that, the way that I decided to just flip the script was to love my parents unconditionally and to reach back to those children like me, to let them know that you don't have to become what you see around you. Whatever your environment is, you can still become everything and anything. The sky is not even your limit. And to certainly use what you've gone through as fuel
Excellent. Sister Jasmine.
Good afternoon, everybody. Y'all just set the bar. I'm like, dang, what did I do? I am Jasmine. I am 26 years old. I am a school teacher. I teach special education middle school. I'm from New Jersey, from Newark, and I teach in Patterson, so that urban area. My father is incarcerated. He has been incarcerated for the past 15 years. I flipped the script by being 23 with 2 degrees. My mom, is the first person in her family to graduate college, and I followed her lead in being the second. I also flipped the script by having and operating my own tutoring business. And I also flipped the script by becoming an author last year, by publishing my first children's book, which is No Recycle College. So I feel like I gotta do some more work because y'all just are awesome, but that's how I flipped the script myself.
Thank you. Welcome to this virtual safe space. Tonight, we're gonna have a real conversation about statistics. And we know now that individuals look at children of incarcerated parents from a deficit-based perspective. In fact, there is a quote, and I quote, "Children of incarcerated parents have a greater likelihood of spending time in prison than their peers who don't have parents that are incarcerated." What are your thoughts on that particular statistic?
Any of us? I'll start by saying, like, F your numbers. Because my dad has 4 children, and none of us have been to prison. None of us have been detained at any point. All of us, my other siblings, 2 of them are in college now. 2 of us already have graduated college. So I completely say F the numbers. They don't define us or by any means. I feel like we haven't been confined to a box because our father has been incarcerated for majority of our lives, and I'm the oldest. So they were all way younger than I was when he went away. So F their numbers, I will say that.
Anybody else want to speak on that? I'm interested to hear from you all.
Well, let's just go ahead and ditto what Jasmine just said, okay? One of the things that I'll say is this, a lot of people feel that way, and we all know, research is research, but we have proven otherwise, right? And so, although that opportunity has been present, right? Let's not front like we don't know. We had some short choices and some chances where we could have just ended right back up where our parents were, but we made the decision, right? We made the choice to continue our journey to make it better. We took what we've been through to want to do better and not to just leave our lives where they were. And so, yeah, every opportunity was there for any of us to end up like them. Sure, we can make a decision tomorrow where we end up there, but why? We have chosen and made the decision not to do that. And so many other children of incarcerated parents like us have done the same. We are the bomb.com, and there's no way we are going down like them.
Tanaj, is there anything you want to add to that?
Yeah, I second all of that for sure. When I hear that study, it reminds me of the ACEs study, Adversity Childhood Experiences, right? And understanding, the statistics around children who have incarcerated parents and the likelihood of them developing behavioral issues, having a hard time in school, maybe having developmental delays, emotional disturbances, things like that, right? Like those are also part of that narrative and that statistic. And, like we're talking right now, like people only see these as numbers, right? Like there's never a true face to these numbers. And I think today and this study and what it's doing right now is giving a face to this, right? And switching and changing that narrative. And I think for me personally, and what I believe in terms of, how can we defeat the odds? Like, how do people defeat the odds? And how did I end up in the position that I am in today? And I think a lot has just come from the support that I've had from my mother, whether she was incarcerated or whether she was not incarcerated, right? And her just being honest and real and authentic about who she is and owning her truth and understanding that never be ashamed of where you come from, never be ashamed of what you've been through, because all of that defines you, right? And it could define you in a negative way or it could define you in a positive way. And like we were just saying, you know, you have that opportunity to make that decision on truly being the designer of your destiny and truly deciding, how do I want to live my life? What kind of role model do I want to be for the generations next? And I think for me personally, you know, I made that decision by witnessing and vicariously experiencing that trauma through my mom's trauma, that I know she would want better for me. So I know if I know better, I'm gonna do better, right? And so that's what it was for me, is realizing that like, this is one side of the story. I want to be the other side of the story, right? Like I want to make my mom proud. I want to build foundational and generational wealth for my children to come ahead, but I also want them to understand their grandmother. I want them to understand where they came from, because all of that is what strengthens them and their story and who they are.
Thank you, Tanaj. Very, very powerful, especially when you talk about the next generation, because the statistic, as I posted on my Instagram post, is to destroy you and your offspring. And so that piece that you just said about that next generation is very important. Alfonso, I'm very interested to hear from you, my brother. You're the only king on the call tonight. And we know that the statistic as it relates to Black men, the number lessens. And so oftentimes the Black man becomes the target as a result of not being able to see the faces of success. And you are one of those. Can you give us some insight on your thoughts on that statistic?
Yes. So like, it's most definitely F those numbers, like Miss Jasmine said. And to me, like, those numbers and statistics, that it just never made sense to me. Like Miss Moody said, those numbers don't have a face to it. So when me looking at the numbers or just keep hearing those stigmas they have amongst, you know, people that look like me, I just know that they're not talking about me. But since you think you're talking about me, I'm going to show you that you're not talking about me. So that's just like my approach, because it's just like my back always against the wall in some type of way. So basically, they're not talking about me because they never met me before. So I can't fit in that category, even though I meet the qualifications to fit in that category. But I'm not gonna become what they said I was gonna become. I'm gonna become what I want to become. Like everybody on the panelists said, it's up to you to choose your own destiny and how you want to walk your path and do. We just want to make history, man. We just want to make history for our family and do the right thing, you know. But they most definitely not talking about us when they put us in those categories. So yeah, and I am the only guy on this panelist, so it's like, dang, I'm the only guy. But it's all good though. But that's why I'm different, I guess.
Yeah, you know, it's a very interesting concept, because individuals, oftentimes when I travel and do presentations, and I'm gonna just be real with you, you know, oftentimes I get reprimanded, so to speak, because I speak of success and resilience. Oftentimes individuals feel that the reason why the world even listens to the population is because of the deficits that are talked about. So they say to me, we worked really hard to get these negative statistics out. We worked tirelessly to tell individuals about the things that have gone wrong with this population, so much so that that's where the funding came from to start the first monies that came out of the presidential election for mentoring children of prisoners programs. How dare you, Dr. Muhammad, come in here talking about success and resilience? But the one thing that I will tell you is the individuals that are speaking, they don't look like me and you. They don't have any melanated skin, and their children don't have the melanated skin. So it's easy to say that, and although I do understand that we need resources, I refuse to talk about my own children in a negative fashion. But what are your thoughts on it as the experts? You know that we have to get individuals to fund certain things. How important is it for those funders to know you in all of your resilience as opposed to knowing you in all of your distress? I think I'll start with you, Author Q, only because our interview, when we did the interview, we kind of spoke to components of this. and as it relates to you and being a prayer warrior and really having individuals have that concept of being a champion. So I'm interested in hearing your perspective, and then I want to come back to you, Tanaj, go to Miss Jasmine, and then King Alfonso. We're going to let you end us on that one.
Yeah, thank you. You know, I think it's urgent, right? It's critical that they understand our resilience, that they understand the healing, that they understand the trauma of what we've gone through, what we've experienced, but yet how we were still able to bounce back and spring forth and do all of the amazing things that we've done, right? Writing a book is something many people dream about, but to then write a book having parents incarcerated, now that's something to talk about, right? Start a business is something people dream of and die not ever doing, just hoping and praying one day that they'll do it. But to start a business, run a business that's profitable, and run an organization and give back to the community while having parents incarcerated, now that's something we need to be talking about, right? And so, yes, definitely we need the funds. We need to be present at these conversations. Why? Because when it comes to our stories, when it comes to our resilience, when it comes to our success, they'll only believe what they see, right? And there's so many other numbers out there, as you already stated, that are negative. And sure, we can come with some negative, yeah, but why? Why go along with the status quo? Let's come in and change the game altogether. And so I think when it comes to this situation, being that prayer warrior and having that support around you is what's going to really push you to where you need to be in this game. But it's certainly, I mean, just so critical to make sure that we do present that whole resilience factor, because if we don't, they won't believe that it even exists. They'll just keep believing the lie that we are just another statistic like our parents.
Absolutely. Tanaj, what do you have to say or add to that?
Yes, thank you. That that question makes me think about like a quote from Maya Angelou, where it's like, there's no greater agony than bearing an untold story inside of you. And I say, when I think of that quote, and I say that because I didn't understand the power in my story, right, until I got to a certain point in my life where I was able to share my story with others. And then I realized, wow, like, I'm not the only one that has experienced racism. I'm not the only one that has experienced sexism. I'm not the only one who has been a victim of domestic violence. I'm not the only one whose parent was incarcerated, right? Like, what I realized is there are other people that are similar to me and who have similar backgrounds and experiences. And then what that has done is provided opportunities and platforms for people to then be able to share their story, to feel safe, right? To feel like they belong. And I think that is so important when we talk about shifting the culture and being able to awaken people's consciousness to understand that there's a different side of this, and there's a different side of this that needs to be funded, right? So we can create opportunities. And I think that, for me, is something that is important to understand, because if we don't understand the whole picture, if we don't understand the underlying factors and the contributing factors all to this, then we can't possibly help, or we can't possibly change anything. We need to understand both sides of the stories. And so I think it's important in that way, because what it can do is it can create spaces for people like we're doing today, where people can come together and feel a sense of belongingness and feel like, yo, I'm not the only one in this. And it can create community. And then that can then bring people's ideas and perspectives and insights, right? Where we can then come together and say, like, let's create other opportunities for people who have had similar backgrounds and experiences like this. Let's create entrepreneurs, let's create creatives and innovators and build. And I think that's what's important, because you're flipping the script, you're shifting the culture, and you're creating these new opportunities for a different community that may have been voiceless at one point.
Absolutely. Wow. That's so true. Miss Jasmine, what are your thoughts?
I think that it's easier to focus on the negative, right? It's easier to say, the statistics of children of incarcerated parents, what their odds will be most likely in the negative part. They don't want to talk about the positive that comes out of it, and I think the positive that come out of it is clear because we're Black, right? So if there were a larger amount of children or parents who are white, they wouldn't talk about the negative. There would be funding. There would be all these different resources to help rehabilitate the parents and the children, right? But since we're Black, they don't want to put funding into rehabilitating us in a sense, right? To give us the resources that we need, like whether it's therapy or whether it's giving our parents the necessary tools that they need when they come home, right? I don't know what it's gonna look like for my dad when he comes home, but I'm sure that we're gonna have to figure that out. The system isn't gonna provide him with that, right? So it's just really easier for them to focus on the negative versus looking at the positive side of the coin. Like we can talk about all the things that we accomplished, and like Alfonso said, they're not talking about us. The numbers is just a number. You don't see me when you see that number. So if you see me and you're like, oh, well, she's the exception, right? Or he's the exception. They're not looking at, it's not just us, people on this panel. There's so many other children of incarcerated parents who have showcased resiliency, and they don't want to focus on that because of how we look and where we come from, right? And just the environment that we are in. So I just think that it's easier in any case to say what you can't do and focus on the negative versus focusing on the positive and putting the money in the right places to help Black people, right? They don't want to help rehabilitate Black people in general. So I'm just looking at like the flyer, like that we have, like it's all of our pictures there, but on this flyer is me and my little brother there. 2 people with success stories. They're not talking about us when they're talking about the negative numbers, but they don't want to showcase this image of us when they talk about the positive numbers either. Like they don't want to do that. So it's just easier for them to focus on the negative and focus on the positive,
Absolutely. Alfonso, what would you say?
I never thought about it like that, Jasmine, but that is very true. That is very true. They don't want to focus on the positive. They just want to focus on the negative. But I think we are very important to other children of incarcerated parents, just to show them that, I don't know, I'm nervous, y'all. I'm nervous. This is like my first time talking about this type of stuff, being involved in this project. But it's cool, but it's important. It's important, Ms. Muhammad, because we are the success stories. And I don't know, can you repeat the question again? Honestly,
it's basically thinking about it from a Black male's perspective in the sense of how we understand that we need to raise funds. We know that you all need that. You have a business. You know that you're doing all of these videos, getting people into these, Division I universities playing sports. We understand that. But also it's kind of similar to what Jasmine was saying, like, they want to focus on the negative. They don't want to focus on the positive. But when we hear that statistic, best believe the image in everybody's mind is not a white child.
Got you.
The image in the mind is you, it's me, it's all of us that are on the panel. So from a Black male perspective, knowing like, okay, we do need this funding. We need to get that.
We do need this funding.
Of going on the other side and having these conversations about, resilience, which means that something obviously went wrong. It's the pop back up that allows you to be resilient. So we're not being, with these rosy glasses on. What is your perspective as a Black man?
I don't know. I just look at America funny. Just, I don't know. It's just, I know me. I know that I'm trying to make the best out of my life. And I'm gonna try to be successful and lead the path for my family, take care of my family. We need the funding, but we got to get everybody on the same page because there's some Black people that look at us funny too. Like people, they got stereotype against us too. So it's like, if we all not on the same page as Black people, then, because for me, for example, I do things in the government or where I'm providing an exposure and a platform for the youth in our city, the at-risk youth in our city. People in the government see that. Not one time did they reach their hand out and try to give me a grant, but they see the actual importance work that I'm doing, but they not trying to help, or, you know, so it's just like me personally, like, I don't know. I really don't know, but it's not right. But we need the money, y'all. Donate and give us the money, because once you give us the money, we're going to show y'all that it worked. We're going to make it work.
That part. I do
Yes.
want to go back. You said something very important, Alfonso, and that was the stigma and the discrimination and the disrespect in our own families. And although this is a panel on success and resilience, that is a component of something that many of us have survived. In terms of that, how do you think we should engage and address our own community? It's something as a researcher that I've battled with. Other researchers that I talk to, they kind of want to look at it in the community, but every child that I interviewed in 2002 for my study in Newark, New Jersey, said that a caregiver told them, you ain't shit, you're going to be just like your parent, you're going to end up in prison, every time they got mad. So what I found was that it became a disciplinary fraction. When they did not know how to discipline you and keep you in your space, they serve to remind you of that. Oftentimes, if there was a bad relationship between the incarcerated father and the baby's mother, and the child looked like the father, they paid for that every day. They paid for that every day. Physical abuse, emotional abuse, and ... So it's not only the discrimination and the flipping the script that has to happen in the outside, it also has to happen in the inside. And that is what I coined from the book that I read, the post-traumatic slave syndrome, where we now are the ones that are putting our own individuals down. I know that you are a parent, Alfonso, and so how do you plan to utilize this resilience and success in raising your son?
I just plan to lead by example, you know, and just show my son. I just show my son, you know, my accomplishments, and just lead him in the right way, and just know that his grandparents were incarcerated, but they had labeled me and said that I was gonna go down the same path. But as you can see, son, I accomplished this, you know, and when you get older, you're gonna learn more about this country and how things go. But I'm gonna just lead by example. But by me not having a father growing up, my father is currently home now, but by me not being in the household with my father, like, that make me just, because my son live with me, so it's just like, he right here with me, and it's just like, it's just, everything I didn't get to do with my father, I would like to do with my son.
So leading by example. I want to throw this also to the group for our queens. Tanaj, I'm interested to hear what you have to say in the sense of navigating through negativity in the family or community. So coming from those individuals that are in your house or immediately outside in your community, how did you navigate any of that negativity that may have came your way?
You know, that's a really interesting question. Because, you know, for me, I think a lot of the negativity came through people not understanding what I was currently going through, right? And by them not having an understanding of, like, my mom being formerly incarcerated, but my mom's incarceration was not because, you know, anything that was, I guess you would say, like, the common, like, I get my mom's incarceration was because of her victimization. And I think when people don't understand that, right, when people don't understand that a large percentage of women who are currently incarcerated, right, 80% of the women who are currently incarcerated for nonviolent offenses, right, and are serving like 20 plus years, you feel me? And then are even on top of that, have been victimized during their incarceration or prior to incarceration, whether it was human trafficking, whether it was sexual assault, rape, domestic violence, all of those things led to a woman's incarceration. And that's one thing that a lot of people don't understand. And that's one thing that I try to raise awareness through the work that I do and through my organization, Light to Life. And, you know, with that and not having that understanding, people didn't understand that, you know, sometimes I came to school and I was angry, or sometimes I would have like an emotional outburst, or I was very quick with my mouth or with my hands. And people didn't understand, like, why is she so angry? Like, where is this coming from? You know, and then because of that, I was in groups where weren't as, I guess you would say, like considered like popular, right? In high school or in middle school, I was very to myself, and I was treated differently because of that. And then on top of that, I was treated differently because I was light skinned, and I was in a neighborhood where, you know, there weren't a lot of people who were biracial like me, and so I experienced, you know, things like that. And you know, with people not having an understanding of what I was currently going through and why I was acting in certain ways, you know, I think that that was a big factor in I guess you would say, like, me just being misunderstood. And I want to actually go back to like the actual question, because I want to make sure I'm on track with your question. Can you repeat the actual question?
What were some of the things that you had to experience, like you were talking about just now, in terms of things that happened in the house and out? So you did provide feedback on things that happened in the community, for example, colorism, as well as individuals possibly being jealous or whatever those reasons were. Also, teachers not being able to understand your plight and your experience that you brought into the classroom. If you could also, you know, tell us back and talk a little bit about anything that may have happened in the household around different relationships in the household where they too became to see you as this statistic that you obviously did not become.
Yeah, and I think like in terms of inside of the household, you know, we had a very broken up family. My mom, you know, she suffered from not only incarceration but also from substance abuse and things like that. And I remember like people in my family when I first was born, people in my family thinking like, oh, Tanaj is just gonna turn out like you, or people didn't think I was gonna, you know, be healthy or even be born to this day because of, you know, a lot of health factors that my mom had to overcome bringing me into this world. And for me, you know, my mom, like I mentioned before, my mom's honesty is what kept me positive. You know, my mom never tried to hide who she was and what she experienced and what she did to be the woman she is today and what she did to get me through school and being a first generation to go to college. And I think by my mom being honest and not hiding any of that from me made me understand that like this is nothing to be ashamed of at all. And I have to understand that people are going to look at me differently because of this, right? Or people may treat me differently in my family or in other communities because of this, but I have to understand that like I'm not what people tell me that I am. And I think just having that fuller perspective of like those overall experiences and not letting people change the way I think, but more so having more control over myself and my emotions and my story. And like I mentioned before, finding power in that is what made me stay positive throughout all of those negative experiences.
Author Q, I want to go to you and, you know, get your perspective on how to navigate. You have your platform that talks about being a champion. And so I feel that you definitely can enlighten us in ways, specific strategies on fighting, so to speak, this negativity.
Yeah, absolutely. One in particular that just keeps jumping out at me is trauma ain't normal, right? And one of the things that we have to remember is trauma ain't normal, right? But when it comes to this whole stigma of incarceration and having a parent away, for many of us, it was normal, right? So when I think about, you know, somebody talking to me about it, when I think about somebody giving me a book, when I think about somebody carrying me to counseling as a child, none of that exists for me. Because in my culture, in my community, it was normal because every other family member was away and you mention it in class and somebody else is just, it's just a popcorn effect. Oh, mine too. My daddy is too. Oh, my aunt is there too. So it wasn't like it was something that needed to be talked about or needed to be addressed. But here today, We are going to enlighten everyone to let you know that it's not normal, right? And to fight back and to really be that champion for your own life, the only way to really do that is to take accountability and know that it's not normal, and then decide what you're going to do with it, right? Not to just wallow in what you've experienced, not to just wallow in, okay, I have a parent away, now what do I do with that? No, what do I do with everything that they said about me? How am I going to bounce back from that? I'll tell you how. You take everything they said about you and you do the opposite. You take everything that they tried to make you become. Because see, in my case, I didn't have somebody, you know, oh, you're going to be like this or you're going to be like that. No, I had a mama when I was 16, like, girl, when you going to get pregnant like the rest of your friends? You know what I'm saying? So it was just a little different for me. So even in that, I said, oh, no, baby, not me. I'll show you. I'll show you. And so in that fight, it's not a physical fight, but I'd say one of the most important fights you could ever be in, and that's in your mental space. Making that decision mentally to say, I will never, right? I would never do that. And so how do I become something that I have never seen around me? You start associating yourself with people that you know are in a place that you want to be in. And so connecting yourself with people like that, attending events, and going to therapy. Good Lord, going to therapy. Hello, every 2 weeks, baby, I'm still there, okay? Now we on Zoom doing it, whatever it takes, because your mental health is everything. That your mental space is just everything about you. And if Joyce Meyer didn't get right with anything else, that battlefield is definitely on in your mind. And so I love to just share practically, know that I can't say it enough, your trauma is not normal. Do something about it, make a call. We are in a day where you can Google anything. You can YouTube anything. So there's no way that you should still be sitting in your mess. If you know it's not right. You can feel it. You know you're not living on your purpose based on what people have said or done. So in that case, it's time to jump up and do something about it and be a champion and fight for your own life, because only you can make that choice and only you can make that change. And one of the biggest components that I have to say before I just stop is that you have to forgive. Right? You got to forgive. There's no way to move and maneuver through life thinking that you're going to be a success story, right? If you haven't even forgiven, if you haven't forgiven your parents, and even those people that have said negative things about you, at some point you have to forgive, because trauma is not normal. And know that only hurt people hurt people.
Thank you so much for that testimony, empowerment, and just spirit rising. Sister Jasmine, one of the things that I want to ask you that just takes this a little bit further and a little bit deeper is that you know that when you come out with your story, people are watching you now. So now individuals are watching you, the stakes are a little bit higher. You have individuals that are looking to be like, and I knew it. I knew she wasn't, And then you have other individuals that are watching and living vicarious through you. As an instructor and teacher to young individuals, having your own tutoring organization that travels across the world to provide these services to bring up individuals, what advice do you have for that? Because, you know, you have other brothers and sisters. There are other individuals that are, you know, players in this game. When people watch you after your story comes out, for example, your dad is coming home, people going to be definitely looking to see like, I told you. And, you know, the naysayers, how do you maneuver in that world? Once you identify as a child of an incarcerated parent, there are a lot of odds that come out. How do you continue to maneuver in life just for yourself and not necessarily in the phase of a performance?
I'm just thinking your question, and I'm just listening to everyone where they were speaking their stories in terms of like the people who, the naysayers. I would say personally, in my family, both on my mother's side and my father's side, I was like everybody's golden child. So no one has ever, that I can remember, said anything negative to me, about me, especially to my father or especially to my mother. It wouldn't fly. It just wouldn't work well. But I think as I'm thinking, and we're talking about therapy and stuff like that, I know I have a temperament, right? And as I get older, I remember like there was a time in high school, like my mom, she worked really hard to give me the best life that she could. She worked really hard with my father being away. And she said to me, and I think she's on here listening a few times, that like, you so angry. Like, you don't got nothing to be angry about. But like, that's probably was her not understanding me not being angry, or me not being able to express what I was angry. And I'm not going to say it was probably just solely because my dad was away, but I'm sure my anger and my temperament comes from both of them, but it comes out more, you know, in my dealings with certain people, because of my experience, or me not being able to express myself in a certain manner, or me not having the tools to properly express myself. And as an educator, it's easy for us to tell our kids like, oh, you can't react that way, or you can't do that. But like, when I think about how I react in certain situations, it's not always 0 to 100, but it is 0 to 100 a lot of times. And I have to lead by example, because if I want them to control their temperament, I have to control mine as well, right? So I know that I was having a conversation with one of my friends this morning about those who don't know me, who probably just see me from a perspective on social media or whatever. They have no idea who I really am. So to them, I am like this philanthropist, educator who's saving the world to them. But for those people who really truly know me, they know I have a temperament. They know I have dealt with trauma. They know I'm in therapy. You know, like, they know all of that stuff. And I'm still working on it. So just really doing the work on myself first, so that I want to say, like, be a hypocrite. Like, I can't tell my kids to do one thing and then I'm not doing it. But it's really difficult. Like, it is really difficult to not go from 0 to 100 sometimes, or it's really difficult to not be that person that everybody says that you're going to be, especially when you're a child of an incarcerated parent, because they're just waiting for us to go tick, tick, boom, and then go to jail. That's what they're really waiting for, to see how far we're going to go, or how far we can go to wind up being in the same predicament that our parent is in. And my dad still deals with his temperament, right? And we talk about that. And I believe that's where I get my temperament from. But we talk about it, but we haven't really tried to understand like how we're going to help each other get through it. You know, so I just think that I'm trying to do the work on myself so that I can be like this person on the outside, to have everybody fully know that I have a temperament. And then, but hey, this is how I dealt with it too, right? This is how I was able to get through dealing with my temperament and dealing with the trauma or the baggage of my dad being away and all of that comes with it, right? So I think that for me, there is going to be a lot of eyes, not on just me, but on him as well, right? And I talked to you in our interviews that I try to think, and I think I've thought this way for a really long time, of like me trying to put myself in a certain position, financially, emotionally, all of that stuff, so that I can help my dad when he comes home in the best manner that I can, so that he doesn't wind up being back to where he is for the past 15 years, right? So I'm always thinking about not just me, but like, okay, well, how is what I'm doing right now going to help him? So I just think there's a lot of baggage that we carry that is not really discussed, is not really taken into consideration, especially being an educator, because no matter what, when I walk into that school building, none of my trauma matters.
Thank you so much for sharing that. The last question that I have before we get into the Q&A, because we definitely want to give individuals an opportunity to chime in. They are going off in the chat box. You guys are definitely speaking truth to power. The one concept that continues to come up from 2000 all the way to 2020 in doing this work is that individuals feel that you are not like them. They feel that because you are a success, there's no way in the world you could have had anything hard, that there had to be this kind of silver spoon. And that's why during the interviews, I asked you about your ACE scores. And instead of talking about all of the trauma that you may have experienced, you could chalk it up with an ACE score. And then the children look and they're just like, wow. Now they're listening. Their ears are open, because now they're just like, wait a minute. This is something different. When they look at you, you're beautiful. Got your skin popping, makeup looking good, your locks coming down looking great. At the end of the day, they don't feel that they can see themselves in you. But when they hear the challenges that you all have shared in your interviews, that you had to overcome, that you still are battling with, that you help individuals through, even when a little bit of it, you're still dealing with it. what would you have to say to individuals, younger individuals that look at you and can't see your ACE score? How would you help them to understand that you've gone through your share of traumatic experiences too? I want to start with you, Tanaj. I'm going to go down to author Q. We'll go to Alfonso and we'll end with you, Miss Jasmine, and then we're going to open it up for Q&A. I'll pass it down to you, Tanaj.
Man, that's a loaded question. You know, I think like everyone has their own individual experiences, right? But I think one thing that is universal is that I preach this all the time is, you know, people in general, I know, have felt similar emotions of feeling vulnerable, of feeling voiceless, or feeling weak, or feeling like they have to be strong all the time, right? And I can say that that's like a universal feeling that people have had and still probably have, right? No matter who you are, you could be rich, you could be a celebrity, you could be the most successful person, and you could still have these emotional feelings no matter what you've been through, right? Because we're human. And that I think that is one thing to always remember, is that we are connected simply just by humanity alone. And so like for me and for people to really kind of understand and kind of realize that we're not really different, is in the fact that I think I want to share this in the fact that, like I was mentioning before, that just because of the way that I look does not mean that I was given the same opportunities as other people, right? Or treated the same way. Just because I have a college degree and a license and, you know, like have a good job and all that, don't get it twisted. Like it took a lot to get here, and I'm still going, I'm still moving. Like this is just the beginning. You feel me? And so what I want people to understand is that it doesn't matter where you come from. It doesn't matter what you've been through, right? I think what matters is your come up from that, right? Like, how are you able to overcome that? Because no matter what, like, life is always going to throw you balls. Like, there's always going to be barriers and adversity and challenges, but it matters how you overcome that. And I think one thing that I could share, that people can share, is how do we overcome that? And one thing is being able to be connected to the right people in your community, right? Protecting your energy, connecting to the right resources, educating yourself, and most importantly, never forgetting where you come from, and being humble about that and being understanding about that. And so I think in terms of just how, like, for people to understand that I may have this this physical outer I guess like capsule that is showing people like she looks successful, she's educated and things like that, but also understanding that like she's also overcome a lot. And I think if anyone can agree with cannot agree but can experience the same thing, where they said like I've overcome a lot too, then we can connect in that way, right? No matter what it's been through, like we all have our own struggle, but it's not about that. It's about like how are we overcoming that, and how are we getting through that together?
Thank you. Author Q.
You know, I would just, I have to say, like, don't get it twisted, right? Don't get it twisted. Don't let these little red glasses fool you, okay? Because at the end of the day, we all bleed the same blood, right? And so one of the things that I do in particular so that I can avoid that, right, when I'm going to speak to youth groups or going into the detention homes or even in the prisons or jails when I teach my parenting classes, immediately, first conversation before or right after the hello comes in, I'm talking about my mother who's incarcerated. I'm talking about growing up being that child who had both parents incarcerated, right? Bouncing from grandparents' house. I'm talking about, you know, being that kid who used to give blood thinking I'm doing something to help my mom pay a bill or something just to see her buy drugs with her friends. And I'm sitting on the stoop eating my cookies and drinking my juice, trying to figure out what the heck is going on. Or mad because, dad, she done duped me again, telling me a lie, right? And so I lead with that because I understand that I have to earn my right to be heard, especially when you're dealing with young children, number one, and you want them to listen, and or when you're dealing with those who are incarcerated, because so many people come and talk at them. The last thing I want to do is become another one of those. And so I always lead with my story. I lead with my trauma as it relates to whatever the organization is that I'm talking to. And so I make sure that I lead with that because I need them to hear me. And I know and have noticed that they hear me clearly and I have grasped their attention when they can see beyond my heels and see beyond my skirt and see beyond my makeup. When they see through that and see my heart and say, wow, you did what? And you getting your doctorate and you got 4 books and you got children and a husband and yeah. And guess what? Because I did it, I know you can, child. Because I know your folks ain't as crazy as mine. So I always lead with that because I know that there is so much power in it. Now, am I going to be dramatic and tell them every single detail? No, we ain't got to go through all that. But I make sure I tell them just enough to grasp their attention because, you know, especially dealing with young children, as you asked in the question, you only got a little bit of time, baby, before they done hung you up and they don't want to hear nothing else you got to say. So I go ahead and I jump right in, literally hit them with a right hook, and I got them.
I love it. Alfonso.
So for all the youth, I'm gonna just give my little backdrop. So both of my parents was incarcerated, but my mother was there early, like 6. For people who consider they know me, they know my mother was always there. They don't know that my mother was locked up. So they saw the support that I had. They just saw my upbringing, but they didn't know that. So I'm just saying that. So I had support growing up. I didn't deal with people saying bad things about your parents being incarcerated. So I had support, but I'm going to say that no matter how much support you have, no matter if you grew up in public housing or if you grew up in a mansion, if you don't apply yourself, you will not become a success story. So you must apply yourself. And when you apply yourself, coming from the communities that we come from, it's just different. And you just become different and you accomplish things in life. So you must apply yourself, y'all. So just apply yourself and you never know what happened. And good things come out when you apply yourself. So apply yourself, look at the obstacles as an opportunity and do the right thing. You know, become successful. Who don't want to be successful? Who don't want to be successful? Like, I don't, it's like, I'm kind of stuck because it's like, who want to be stuck in the struggle all their life? Who want to be in the struggle all their life? Who don't want to be successful? So, but you got to apply yourself to accomplish things in order to become successful. So that's all I got to say. Key phrase, apply yourself.
It's
That's the key phrase, apply yourself.
Yeah, it's definitely a key phase. And I like the way you break it down because with youth, you have to repeat it. You'll have to say it 100 different times in different languages, in different ways, just because you never know what ear it's going to go in and which one it's going to go out of and when it's going to stick. So I love that you said that application piece because that's the part that gets you across that hump. Ms. Jasmine, you're going to be closing us out on this one before we get to the questions. What is it that you want to add to the dialogue?
For me, the advice that I can give anyone is bet on yourself, right? Like, I'm not scared. I am not scared to I ain't scared of nothing. You know, I'm definitely not scared to bet on myself. I don't know what the money I might lose. Like I told you before, like that's one of my biggest fears, to fail. But I'm making sure my ducks are in a row before I even get there. I'm not even getting to that point where I fall so hard and I can't get up. And I have the support. I have the support of my parents. and I said this in our interviews, that the advice that I would give to children who have incarcerated parents who are like me was to get their support system. And if they don't have that within their families, then they should try to get that within their friendships, right? So I'm not afraid to bet on myself. I'm not afraid to take challenges. I'm not afraid to reach out to my friends and say, yo, I need you to help me with this project. You know, like, I'm not afraid to do that. Like, I think I've been afraid to ask for like, oh my God, I don't know how to do something. I'm afraid to tell somebody that I don't know how to do something. I've been afraid to do that. And last year I kind of like finally overcame that fear, but I have support from my people, right? So the advice that I want to give to any child who's incarcerated, my father actually just called right now. He hears us talking on, he don't know what's going on, but I got my AirPod in. But I would tell them, you know, and to just bet on themselves, right? Just take a chance, whatever it is. I wouldn't be able to have 23 with 2 degrees if I didn't bet on myself, right? I wouldn't have been able to own and operate my own tutoring business for the past 3 years if I didn't bet on myself. And a lot of people don't know about the losses I've taken with my tutoring company, right? People don't know the blood, sweat, and tears that I put in with this book. And last summer, where I'm a teacher and I'm not getting paid throughout the whole summer, but here I am publishing a book on my no salary all summer, right? Because I'm not afraid to bet on myself. I'm not afraid to take a challenge, and I may lose, you know, some sleep. He said I get it from him. I may lose some sleep and I may lose some money, but I can take a chance on myself and get your support system. I got a few of my, you know, friends who got their tickets and are attending for today, and they know that if I can call on them, you know, I don't mind, like, you know, saying, hey, I need you to help me with this. And I have a strong support system from my parents, my family, my friends, and you can't be scared to bet on yourself. None of us would be successful if we were afraid to bet on ourselves, despite our parents being away, because that's the fear, right? You don't want to do something, or you don't want to do something, you don't want to take a chance on yourself, or you do things because you're afraid. You don't bet on yourself. You have to be successful. It's the only way. Like Alfonso said, applying yourself is betting on yourself too, right? Like, because if we don't bet on ourselves, we're just going to be stagnant.
Absolutely. You guys have definitely been phenomenal, but strategic and realistic, which I really like, because those are things that people can apply. Ms. Sydney, I just wanted to come to you to see what our questions look like down there in the chat and in the Q&A. Welcome back. You can jump in now.
Good afternoon, everybody. So we do have a couple questions in the Q&A. Author Q, you spoke on it a little bit, but I do want to actually get to this question for you. So someone has a question where it says, what do you think is the most necessary component for flipping the script and using positive children of incarcerated parent experiences in defense of parental prison programs? So I know that you have been going into facilities speaking specifically to parents who are incarcerated within specific programs. So what do you think is like the most necessary component to flip the script and make it positive instead of focusing on the negative? Thank you.
Thank you. I think one of the best ways to go about that is to truly highlight that children love their parents. Like, there is nothing, and I can't stress it enough, there is nothing that parent could have done that will cause that child to never want to have a relationship with that child, right? And so in that whole positive light and flipping the script, because so many would think, you know, because the stats only tell us how angry they are and how, you know, they'll only become like their parent and they're doing horrible in school. But let's talk about the ones who actually, when they have a loving relationship, because their parent is receiving the right services to help them build a healthy relationship, that they are able to really help develop this child in a healthy way, and how that adds to the advancement of this child. You know, it takes nothing to help a child over the phone with homework. People do it all the time. When you have parents that travel, they do it. So being behind a prison bar is no different than you just living out of state from your child. You can do it the same exact way. And so in flipping that script, certainly changing the narrative to center around that love and that parent-child bond, and how it's so unbreakable, and how in the right conversations with those healthy languages and healthy conversations can certainly help change the trajectory of that child's life, where they, you know, end up on the next panel because of the decisions that their parent made behind the bars to continue to still parent from right where they are.
Absolutely. Sydney, did we have any others?
Yes, and then we have the final question. So that would be for those who do have children, or if you all don't have children, you want to give your advice as well. But someone is asking, how do you explain how you specifically overcame with your incarcerated parent and what happened with your parent to your children? So how do you explain those difficulties, those trials and tribulations that you went through because your parent was incarcerated? How did you specifically explain that information to your children, if you have?
And I know, Jasmine, you probably don't see your students as children, but you may be able to answer that one because I know you speak to them in school. Author Q?
Well, slight plug, as you can see my book behind me, Our Moms. Make sure you go check out that video in the virtual book tour that she's doing. Yes, there it is. So in the book, I do help families kind of have that conversation because it's so hard, right? Most people want to lie to children and they don't want to tell them the truth. I'll give a quick example so that my other families can have enough time to speak. I wasn't sure yet how I would present the information to my children about, having a grandma who's not only away, but also, struggling with substance use until one day, because her substance took control, she just started talking and decided to tell my child that, your mom is just making me so depressed. She just keeps on talking about how much I use drugs and I don't. And I wish you would just talk to her so that she would love me more. And so a lot of what she would do, just mental health wise would just be that reverse psychology. And so that was a conversation I wasn't quite equipped with yet, as some would say, but I didn't have a choice because he came to me, heart all broken, and Mom, why do you make grandma depressed? And then I had to have that conversation. And so it literally went like, son, I'm not doing that, but grandma does have an issue when it comes to using drugs. And sometimes when people use drugs, it's not that they're a bad person, it's just that they got addicted to it. It's something that they need help to overcome. And so we're going to make sure we get grandma the help, but we're going to love her through it all. And even now with her being away and doing time in prison, when she calls, the love is what we focus on. The love is what we share. But having that conversation with your children, I definitely have to say, it's never going to be easy. It's never going to be the right time. There are so many resources that are available that can help you start it because it's so sensitive. But know this, lying to them does more damage than anything in this world. And you never want to lose that trust factor with them and they find out the truth through somebody else. And so get a resource, whether it be my book or Sesame Street or anybody else's book on the panel, but make sure you get a resource because there is enough out there to help you transition that conversation. And whether they're 5 or 15, there is language that can be used appropriately based on their development that can make the conversation go a lot smoother.
Thank you so much.
It's on me.
Yes, I was going to say, Alfonso, I know that your baby is a baby and growing, but I'm sure that you think about this question, and if not, this will help you. What sort of conversation are you planning on having with him if and when that day comes?
I'm a most definitely, so in my situation, they never really told me what my parents did to get incarcerated. I had to find out on my own. They just say they did something bad, they'd come back. But so I had to find out on my own, even though I already knew what was going on. But it is good for them to tell you instead of them just beating around the bush, because that's not good. But I'm most definitely going to tell my son the family history, about his grandparents. But the good thing about it, both of his grandparents are currently home right now. So he won't have to experience them incarcerated. But I would most definitely tell him the history of, that. And then that's when it would come to me and how everything just turned around and how I just turned everything around and made history for my side. Now, son, this your father. So he could be proud of me and just be like, okay, so my son's parents was locked up. My father's parents was locked up and they said he was going to become that, but he actually became this. And that's my father. So he take pride in me being his father. But I'm going to most definitely let him know that he's a Black male in this country. And just know that how can I explain this? He's a Black male in this country and they out to get you, son. They want you in the system. They want you in the system. So some people in the family made mistakes, and some people chose not to make mistakes, but I'm here with you, son, to support you. Whatever you need, I got you. And that's how we gonna do it, you know. So I'm gonna most definitely tell him the history, and then he gonna see how things turned around, and just be proud of his father, and then he gonna make me proud of him. And yeah, we just gonna build together.
I love it. I love it. I see you coming up out that shell, huh?
Yeah.
I see you. Jasmine and Tanaj, you know, I do want you both to speak to this because I know that you both do work with community members. And oftentimes it may not be your child, but it could be a child that we're lifting up. And, you know, oftentimes when children can't talk to their parents, they're coming out with dialogue in ways that you just don't know. It could be a niece, it could be a nephew, it could be a goddaughter. You know, we engage with children in different ways. So I would be interested in hearing what you both would have to say to that. I'm gonna go to Jasmine and then we'll end with you, Tanaj.
So I think I told you, you know, before that I have a, like Alfonso said, like we don't just come out and like tell our story. Like I still struggle with coming out and telling it, right? I'm talking about it because we're in this platform, and those, like I said, those who know me know my story with my dad being away. But I still haven't found a way where I can just come out and talk about it just in casual conversation. But in my office at work, I do have a picture of me and my dad, right? And the picture of us is a recent picture from last summer. I'm who I am, looking like this, and he's in his prison, uniform. So when kids come in the office, they're like looking through the pictures and they're like, this your dad? So then that opens the dialogue, that opens the conversation. But I'm not ever afraid to talk about it. I'm not ashamed to talk about it, right? And I think that when I do have children of my own, that's going to be a part of our conversation because that's a part of our life, right? My dad has been away for so long. My uncle was away at one point, and their father, like the person that I may have children with, their father's going to be, was away at some point. So there's going to be a conversation about prison, right? It's not going to be like a taboo thing that's going to be in my household. It's definitely going to be discussed. And not that we're ashamed of it. You learn from it, right? And then as Muslims, we know that everything is the decree of Allah. So like I told you before, prison did save my father's life, because who knows what he would have been into right now? Who knows what he would have still, if he would still be alive at this point with his lifestyle and the things that he was into. So I'm not ever afraid to talk about it, to talk about him, to talk about how I've overcome certain things about him being away. I just still I'm not at the point where I can just walk in the room and be like, so hey guys, and I'm also like, the other women on the panel, they are in spaces frequently dealing with this population of children who they can walk in the rooms and say that, right? But in tutoring, where I'm focused on academics solely, and then in school I'm focused on academics, solely. If I was a social worker or something, that probably be more something that I would discuss more. But I do, and I will never hide my father's presence. So regardless of where I work, what office or classroom that I will be in, if there will be an image of him, I don't know what the image will be like when he comes home, but there will always be an image of him in that prison uniform while he's in prison, right? So.
Thank you so much for that. Tanaj, take us away.
Sure, I'll try. I think, something that Author Q mentioned that resonated with me was being honest, right? And I mentioned this previously, is that my mom has always been honest with me. There is nothing that somebody could tell me that my mom ain't already tell me. And I think that is so dope because, people will come to you with stories and things like that. And I'm just like, I already knew. Like, she already told me. Like, there is nothing new that you could tell me that I don't already know. And that alone gives me power, right? Because believe it or not, my mom is my hero. And I might get emotional saying this, but like, she gives me purpose. That is the person who has served as my role model. And I say this because my mom has completely defeated the odds against her of being a woman who was formerly incarcerated. incarcerated and being a woman, you know, who was trafficked at a very young age, to now raising me, and then what that has led me to do and wanting to give back to my community and wanting to do this work in prison education and prison reform, and wanting to educate people on how to develop healthy relationships. If my mom wasn't honest with me about what she has been through and how she's overcome it, and just like her work ethic to want to be successful, to want to raise me to be successful, I wouldn't be the person that I am today. I wouldn't be resilient. I don't think I would be as strong as I am today without her story. It's what gives me purpose. It's what gives me direction. It's what drives me. And I think, you know, when I go into, because I go into jails and prisons as part of my full-time job, and then also as my side business with Light to Life, the first thing that I jump off, and when I go into juvenile facilities or when I go into women's facilities, is the first thing I jump off with is always sharing my story, and sharing my story to let people know that, like, this is who I am, right? Like, this is where I come from, and letting people know that that doesn't define you, though. Like, that never should define you. And I'm a testimony of that. And my mom is also a testimony of that, to let people know that just because you have this label of someone who was incarcerated, we can't let those kind of things dehumanize the person. And that's why, like, one of the biggest things, I do not like the word inmate. I don't like the word felon. Like, I don't like the word I don't use that language, because that completely takes away from the person and who they are. And you know, going back to just like the power in story and the power in my mom's story, and how that instilled in me to be where I am today. And so, you know, going in and what to teach younger generations is to understand that there is power in that. There is power in what you've been through, and being able to find those strengths and utilizing that, to whether it's to benefit yourself or whether it's to benefit other people. There is always light at the end of that tunnel, and you can always find light in those kinds of situations if you just change your mindset and really work hard on shifting the story that you tell yourself about who you are.
Beautifully said. Thank you all so much for all of the amazing information that you gave. This video is going to be available for individuals to view following the conference. And I think that it's going to definitely not only flip the narrative, but just change the way individuals love on themselves. And that's really what I want for every individual, to lean into your story, to lean into yourself, to respect yourself, to love yourself, and to continue to walk forward, to apply yourself, like we heard from our panelists today, but also as parents to the youth. For those of you that are on the call, please be honest with your children as it relates to developmentally appropriate methods of telling them their truth, because we heard from Tanaj that the truth is what empowers her, and her mother is her mentor, is her leadership. And oftentimes the literature misses that. It doesn't allow for us to engage in that opportunity. I'm happy now that in DC specifically, they have the Credible Messengers Initiative that allows for that narrative to be flipped. And now we're starting to see formerly incarcerated individuals, regardless of a violent crime or a lower less crime, are seen as mentors. Please make sure that you all chime in for our plenary, which is going to happen after the short video that we're going to show you. During that particular video, it's going to be a TEDx talk from myself that looks at, does the apple fall far from prison? Really looking at this reality of honing in on success and resilience in a way that's fierce, ambitious, but also very realistic. Thank you so much to our panelists, and we'll go into the next segment. I'll see you back here in the same space in a few minutes.
Thank y'all. Shout out Jasmine, shout out Arthur Q, shout out Miss Moody. Y'all motivating me. My powerful sisters keep motivating me. Y'all empowering me to keep elevating as well. Thank you, Miss Muhammad. Appreciate it. Yeah.
Thank y'all.
You welcome.
Thank y'all.
Yes, thank you all for sharing.
We all got to connect, by the way. We all got.
Yeah, I'm like, I want to see like y'all when I grow up. That's how I feel right now.
Nah, for real. You 23, you 27. Author Q, you an author. That's like, I'm 29, y'all. I'm 29. So, like 23, 27. That's motivating me right there. Author Q, you're an author, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're an author. You got a book out here. Like, that's different to me.
Four times.
Like, that's who write books. Like, like
that's
different.
what I said in the video. That's what I said when we had the interview. Like, you know, when we're talking about our success, like, I'm like, everybody graduated from college. Everybody do, like, I'm not saying it like that, right? Because it is accomplishment. But I'm like, I wrote a book, bro. Like, I wrote a book.
That's tight. That's tight.
You know,
that's tight.
Let's make sure we connect y'all on social media or something.
No doubt. Ain't where our information at? Don't they got our information?
I know Dr. Muhammad tagged all of us on IG too, so I think I added you, Author Q. Because you and I definitely Author Q. What can I call? How do you pronounce your first name?
Quinea.
Quinea. What do you like to go by?
What if you can't say Quinea, say Author Q. But I can think
Quinea.
just when they do Keniana that I start looking like, no, that ain't me, baby.
But nah, though, I'm gonna send y'all should check out my interview. I interviewed my father, so I'm gonna send y'all the link.
Okay.
Y'all know y'all should check that out on my platform. You know, it was good meeting all y'all. Who's Mizzou Network?
I'm about to follow all y'all right now.
HOUZMAZOO Network.
Right up. That's you. Okay.
It's the network. Yeah, right. Yup. Yeah. But appreciate y'all though, for real. Y'all really empowering me, motivating me. Cause I ain't never really talk about this until I met Miss Muhammad. And I'm like, yeah, I could talk about this. This is something, because people don't really know. People think, oh yeah, he got it going on, woo, 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 but they don't know I'm supposed to be a statistic.
Yeah.
They always making excuses. And I'll be like, all right, so why I don't make excuses? And I was in this type of box. And
I got plenty of them.
That box and that box.
Yeah.
I don't be making excuses, but people just be making excuses. That's why I say you gotta apply yourself though.
Yeah, you do.
But I ain't gonna wrap y'all head off though.
I follow you, Alfonso. So now what's your Instagram?
It is it's Janet backwards. I'm trying to find y'all Instagram on Dr. Muhammad's.
I went on her page. Author Q, what's yours?
Author Q Futrell.
Okay.
Is yours?
I found you, Author Q. I just followed you.
Okay.
You said
what's
Janet
yours,
backwards?
Mine is
Forever Jazzy.
Yes, it's Forever Jazzy, and then in my bio I have like my links to my hashtags to my my business page and the book and all of that stuff.
Okay. Y'all in DC or y'all out of town?
No, I'm in Jersey.
I'm in Virginia.
I'm in Maryland, in Silver Spring.
Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
We can link
I'm in
up.
DC. Silver Spring, you know. What part of Virginia you in, Author Q?
I'm down here in Portsmouth.
Oh, you Southern Virginia with it. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Went from Jersey to Southern Virginia. You know it's something.
Got you.
Jasmine, I can't find yours.
I think I have 3 Z's in it. It's like,
could you add me and then I could
yeah,
that was you I just followed. Yeah, that was it. It says Queen, right?
Yeah, _. What's the so it's T.
Let me follow your tutoring.
Look at me with my spelling.
Philly vibes.
Yeah.
Oh wait, there's info.
They put in the thing.
Brittany put it. Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Brittany.
Okay.
I see it now.
Your business one is One Mission Voice.
Yeah.
Okay, I found that.
Yeah. If y'all could follow that one, that'd be great. It's One Mission, One Voice.
Okay, I follow that one.
All right, I'm about to follow everybody's off of this one. Try everybody's name.
All right, now we connected. Let's make it happen. Let's stay in touch, please.
Yeah.
This was good.
Yeah.
Thank y'all so much. Really appreciate this. This was
nice meeting
the
all
highlight
y'all
of my day.
Yeah, this was a therapy session.
Yeah.
Bags. I'm over here crying.
I know.
You almost took me out. I was like, nope. She ain't gonna get me. She ain't gonna get me.
No, because I know my mom is listening to this. You know what I'm saying? And she called me. called me this morning and she was just like, I'm so proud of you. And I'm like, Mom, stop. I just did my makeup. Like, come on now.
That's dope. That's dope. I love it.
You know, you don't know. We're living there. We're still going through certain emotions.
Absolutely.
But
Right.
like we have to be real and be authentic because we don't know who we're really helping. You know, like we don't know whose hand this video is gonna get into. Like not even tomorrow, but in 10 years, who gonna come across this video?
Yeah, for real.
So real. That's
being
so
just
real. I didn't even think about that.
What we're conscious of what we're saying and not giving ourselves another crutch, but being that resilient, you know. So it's important.
Absolutely.
You know, it's important.
I'm gonna take a picture of this. So yeah, if y'all see, I'm gonna hop off here, but it was nice meeting y'all. I'm gonna DM everybody. If are y'all cool with me creating like a DM message just so like we can all connect?
That's cool.
Let's make
it happen.
Cool.
Okay. All right, cool.
Yeah, let's do it. All right, y'all. Talk to you later.
All right, y'all, man.
Nice
Thank
meeting y'all.
Thank y'all for letting me join the, the organization.
About children of incarcerated parents. We know and understand the effects of mass incarceration, but we get stuck up in the realities of the crime or the criminal or all of the things that we see on TV. Now, today, the conversation is going to be a whole lot different than the conversations that we had, but again, that's what we're here for. A lot of the times when you talk about the effects of mass incarceration, a lot of people like to say, does the apple fall far from the tree? But what we're really trying to say is what I'm talking about today is, does the apple fall far from prison? At the end of the day, the statistics have identified that children of incarcerated parents have a greater likelihood of spending time in prison across their lifehood. If you look at that in terms of minority children, the numbers rise substantially. If you look at it in terms of Black male children, now they've identified 1 in 3. One of the things that I want to talk about today is success and resilience. Because one of the things that we know a whole lot about are the negative effects of incarceration. We know about the risks. And of course, those are things that are really important to know. I mean, it's important to know that if at 11 years old, a child's parent is incarcerated, they may go back maybe 6 years in their lives and start wetting the bed. And if we're treating them like they're 11-year-old, but in their mind, their brains have been traumatized to go back to the 3rd grade, we may be a bit off. I want to start by letting you know that this is just not a conversation about a decade worth of research that I've done. The picture that you see in front of you is my nephew. His name is Nasir, and we call him Nas. His father is incarcerated. I'm dealing with this in my personal life, within my classroom, and anywhere and everywhere that I travel in the world. This is my niece. She's also dealing with a father who's incarcerated. She loves going to school. She likes to play with her dolls. She does all of the things that young children want to do, but the research whispers in your ear and leads to those individuals who are in the school system to think that she's only going to be the biggest mistake that her father made. And so we pop those bubbles of dreams and we allow the children to be sad and to deal with this reality on their own. One of the things that I've done over the course of this lifetime and doing research in this area was travel into schools. This is where a lot of the children are spending their time, more than sometimes in their own households. You would think that the conversation there would be a little more easy to have, but it's a lot more difficult, in fact. The picture that you see in front of you is an amazing student that attends an elementary school in Newark, New Jersey. I had the pleasure of going to that particular school and meeting with groups of students who not only use the Yale ruler to be able to tap into their emotional intelligence, but were honest and truthful about where they stood. And that means that you have to have a brave principal. And I always applaud Principal Ortiz. In front of you is Destiny Santiago, your typical student in elementary school, you would think from the picture. She's also dealing with her father, who is incarcerated, dealing with the realities of that every day within her classroom, but that doesn't stop her from
utilizing technology to create her own video games. Not only does she do that, on the side, she's winning all of these amazing awards in math and science. And she's a loving individual who believes in fixing her community, not placing a Band-Aid. When she grows up, she wants to be an attorney. And when you meet her, you could just see. You could see the drive within her that she's destined to see those stars. I would like to introduce you to another magnificent young woman, Madison Strimpet, who I had the honor of meeting in New Zealand. She was dealing with a father who was also incarcerated. This happened to her on Valentine's Day. Could you imagine the love of your life being taken away, not for 1 day or 2 days or something that happened to go to the hospital, but incarceration? And I know it's difficult for individuals to kind of understand that particular concept, but again, we're talking about the children who are innocent. They have done nothing. They didn't ask to be here in the first place. They are the silent victims of mass incarceration that continues to destroy our communities, destroys conversations, but Madison is making a difference. She is a best-selling author of an amazing book that talks about her father and how individuals make mistakes. Within that book, she wanted to identify from a child's perspective what it's like to have a father in prison and to know that you can strive, you can reach on, you can still dream and desire all of the things that you want. Madison's gone to the White House. She's traveled all around the nation. And currently, she is nominated for the 2017 Children's Peace Prize. One of our very own Howard University graduates, 2017, I call her Big Destiny. We had Little Destiny, and now this is Big Destiny. Destiny Reynolds Kuma Laude in the School of Psychology with a minor in sociology. She had the opportunity to take my criminal justice class, which we take inside of a correctional facility. The majority of individuals in this class are parents. Destiny was so brave. I'll never forget the class where she stands up in the middle of the class and you could tell that she had to get something off of her chest. And that particular day, we were talking about the effects of parental incarceration on children, and she stands up and she thrusts herself in front of the class and she basically blurts out with tears in her eyes, "Get it together." Everybody in the class kind of stood back, even the incarcerated individuals, but they needed to hear the reality. The children are waiting. The children have dreams. Destiny felt like she was punished. She was actually born in prison. So when you tell me that individuals are only going to be just like their parents, you are completely fooled. And of course we have negative concepts, but again, what is reality if we don't look at the other side of the coin? Destiny is currently in Chicago doing a Teach for America where she's teaching preschool children to love themselves regardless of the reality of the consequences that they are placed with. This next young lady, I smile as I say it because the more that I see these pictures of these children who lived through parental incarceration, it just makes my heart smile. And it fits so perfectly with the theme of this particular event tonight because everything is glorious. And if you ask Akia McKnight, who is a graduate and also the director and writer of the film Served, which walks individuals through her life and her sister in dealing with having an incarcerated mother and father. This particular weekend, I had the enjoyment of flying into Newark, New Jersey, their film festival, to be able to see the film displayed, and it would bring tears to your eyes. I'm so excited that I have these stories to share so that children don't think they're the only ones. I've interviewed thousands of children all around the world, and they think that they are the only ones going through this, that they have no one to talk to. But wouldn't you think the same thing too if everybody thought negative about you because of what your parent have done? You would zip your lips and you would throw away the key, and that would be the end of the conversation. I bet you it would be. I know it would be for me. But you have children who are not only succeeding and being successful, but reaching back through their books, through their films, through their resiliency and their advocacy. and doing what we know is right as adults. The young woman in front of you is a graduate and also attending graduate school at Howard University School of Divinity, Yasmin Arrington. Beautiful soul, beautiful energy. And the interesting story about this particular individual is I serve on the board of an organization that she founded called Scholarships for children of incarcerated parents. And you would not believe how difficult it is to raise funds for children of incarcerated parents to go to school. Why? Because of the negativity. A lot of individuals say to me, well, Doc, don't you see the statistics? The reality, where is this money going? These children are destined for incarceration, or, is it a waste of money? And they're honest. They completely feel this way. This is their reality because we don't show anything else. I can't point the fingers and say that you're wrong for even thinking that, because it's the reality of what we're seeing in the media. It's the reality of the research. We've gone as far as death, adverse child experience. They're saying that if you witness violence in your community, in your household, and you happen to have an incarcerated parent, you have 5 years less likelihood on your life. So you're telling me we've gone as far as death, but we refuse to see life? Yasmin brings life. When she applied to college, she identified that there were no scholarships for children in her situation. She created one. Amazing. And not only did she create it, she raised thousands of dollars to send individuals all across the nation into different schools. When I first met her, she was on Black Girls Rock, and she is one of the reasons that I've traveled to DC to take this position at Howard University, because I wanted to get closer to that. I was sick of reading in the research all of the negativity. To tell you the truth, I interviewed children of incarcerated parents in their bedrooms with the doors closed, and the way that the research spoke, I was shivering in my boots to go and see children, and I have to be honest. But as soon as I went, they greeted me at the door with like chips and cookies. I mean, they were absolutely amazing and phenomenal. They were remorseful, they had respect, they had beautiful energy. And I'll never forget this one young fellow. He had the entire room set up for the interview. He had 2 little pillows sitting down. He was waiting for me to come to have a conversation about his life. He didn't understand why his grandmother refused to tell him the truth about his incarcerated father. He said to me, I know that my daddy ain't in boot camp because my cousin comes home on the weekends. Where's my truth? I had to explain to him that it wasn't out of a place of malice, that a lot of the times in the research, the grandparents and the caregivers and the loved ones don't know how to have the conversation. They don't know where to start. In fact, a lot of the times they're forced into silence is what the research says, where you tell individuals, you better not say anything about that or else. Threatening. So then we don't allow their truth to come out. It is theirs. And you know how children are. They have a whole lot of questions. Where are we? Are we there yet? Did we get there? What time? When is this? All of those particular things. And definitely they want to know about the love of the individuals in their lives. Just because a parent goes to prison does not mean ever that the child loses that love. In fact, we all know that distance makes the heart grow fonder, right? When I talk about children of incarcerated parents, a lot of the times I get individuals that say to me, Doc, you sugarcoating everything. You're making it sound real good and peachy cream. Is that really the reality? Yeah, it's the reality. I'm not saying it's everyone. I'm just saying that every single individual that has a parent in prison doesn't necessarily end up serving a sentence or even going into the juvenile justice system. Now, I wanted to throw somebody in there that had a couple of twists and turns. This is another student, graduate of Howard University, Kwame Trice. He's all over the news right now. His father was incarcerated and served a life sentence. At the same time, one of his best friends was murdered in his community in Philly. He decided to dibble and dabble with the streets and found himself in the juvenile justice system. And today he's graduated, never went into the adult system, and is living his life like any individual would and would want to. Yes, the apple may have gotten a little bit closer to the prison, but it didn't go in there. In fact, it helped him. In my juvenile justice class, he comes in and speaks to the individuals in his attire and is absolutely amazing. that you can do it. It hurt that boy. He didn't have anybody to really talk to. When I talk to him, he still has questions about his father's incarceration, and he's grown. I'm talking to adults, 50, 60, and even younger than that, who still have questions because we're so afraid to talk about it. People think that because we say mass incarceration or we call it a rites of passage, that everybody's walking around talking about it. Nah, that's not the case. In fact, we talk about it very rarely in our communities, even less within our households. Tony Lewis Jr., a native Washingtonian. I like to bring him up all the time because he's the epitome of success. He is a community man. He's married. He has 2 beautiful children. And that guy in the khaki collar shirt that you see, that's his dad. He's incarcerated. He's serving a life sentence without the possibility of parole, and he loves his father. He wrote a book called Slug, and it's absolutely amazing. I use it in all of my criminal justice classes, and he talks about the reality of growing up in the streets of DC. Was he ever incarcerated? No. Does he love his father? Yes. Is he a strong community man? Yes. Is he a strong Black brother? Yes. Is he a child of an incarcerated parent? Yes. But what does that mean? We all have trials and tribulations. So when you hear that question about incarceration and they say, does the apple fall far from the tree? When in fact they're looking at, does it fall far from prison? I dare you to think about the positive side. There's always good in everything. You would be fooled to think that everything is negative. In fact, it makes you sick to think that way. And it's difficult to even find your way back from all of that. Find good in everything. Because I find the good in children of incarcerated parents, I will continue to love the ones within my family and all of the ones that I come in contact with. Peace and thank you.
Greetings and welcome back to the Dr. Muhammad Experience presents the first virtual national conference on resilience among children of incarcerated parents. I am so excited to see that in our participant pool, we still have a nice number of individuals in it. Looks like you guys hung out with us. I want to give a shout out to Dr. Corbett. Thank you for coming in. I see your message just came up. We are definitely excited about our plenary speaker for today. We have had a renowned discussion throughout the day, but this ending and this closing is definitely what we all need, what we have been waiting for. And without further ado, I want to introduce to you my sister. We say SISTAR.
Yes.
We are Black and brilliant. Dr. Bria Willingham is an associate professor of criminal justice at SUNY Plattsburgh. She earned her PhD in American Studies from the State University of New York at Buffalo in 2014. Dr. Willingham's teaching and research areas include women in the criminal justice system, Black women prisoners' writings, higher education and women's prisons, and the impact of incarceration on families, and race and crime in the media. That is definitely loaded. Prior to beginning her academic career in 2005, Dr. Willingham worked as a newspaper reporter for 10 years, covering crime, murder trials, and school board meetings in the Carolinas and in upstate New York. She also taught journalism at St. Bonaventure University and sociology and criminal justice at SUNY Antioquia. Influenced by her personal experiences as a sister and as an aunt of 2 men serving life sentences, Dr. Willingham's research focuses on the social ramifications of mass incarceration, especially its impact on families, which we've been talking about all today. But I'm sure you still have more to learn. Her research goes beyond a critique of the institution of prison to include the narratives of the people marginalized by mass incarceration. So I hope you guys are understanding why we wanted her to come and bless us with some wisdom. Dr. Willingham is currently writing a book and teaching about learning in women's prison, due to be released in 2021. So although she has personal experiences with mass incarceration, she still is a scholar and an activist. Without further ado, I present to you the Dr. Bria Willingham. Welcome.
Hi, thank you, Dr. Muhammad, Dr. Gatewood. Sydney, we haven't met, but nice to meet you. I am so excited to be here today and just want to share my story, and hopefully I can inspire other people whose parents are incarcerated, or especially young women who may be trying to find their way because they're not sure how to deal with their parents' incarceration. So, you know, whenever I give this particular talk, I always, I usually have to preface that, I don't pretend to be objective in any of this, but given our audience today, I don't need to say anything about me not needing to be objective. So I want to start with where my story begins. All right, my story, my career, I should say, as an academic actually started 28 years ago when I was a sophomore in college. And it didn't dawn on me then, but that was the day, one particular day, that my mother called me to tell me that my brother Rodney had just been convicted of a murder that he did not commit and had been sentenced to life. And in the state of Pennsylvania, where I am from, shout out to Philly, a life sentence means life without the possibility of parole. It's one of the few states in our country that, you know, gives that natural life sentence. And so when I heard that news, it was akin to someone just telling me that my loved one had died. I can still remember what that felt like. I can still remember the gut punch and the punch to my heart to hear those words, because I could not fathom never seeing my brother again outside of prison. And so I just started crying uncontrollably. I even dropped the phone. I could not even stand up. And I remember my roommate had to rush into the room, and, you know, she's asking what's wrong. She picked up the phone and continued the conversation with my mom. And all I can remember my roommate saying is, "It's okay, I'll take care of her." And I'm sure I cried for the rest of the day. And it, you know, unbeknownst to me, in that moment, the seeds of Dr. Willingham had already been planted. But it would be many more years before I realized what that meant. So after I graduated college, I went on and embarked on my 10-year career as a newspaper reporter. And during my time as a reporter, I was covering beats about crime and criminal courts and education. And so I think it's kind of ironic that I'm in an education field now, and I teach about criminal justice. I often joke that my two careers have merged. But in any case, I can remember distinctly, you know, one day sitting in a courtroom in Schenectady County, and this is in New York State, and seeing this line of men being paraded into the courtroom. And they're all wearing identical jumpsuits, state issued jumpsuits. They're all shackled at the wrists and the ankles, and, you know, they're doing that jail shuffle, right? We all know what it is. And so they come in, and they're all in a single file line, standing before the judge. And I remember looking up, and the first thing that I thought to myself was, wow, okay, so this is why I'm single, because all of the Black men are in jail. Now, as I'm saying it to myself, I didn't mean for it to be funny, although sometimes when I relay that story, so, you know, people chuckle at it. But I was serious, because it was in that moment that I saw the image of what mass incarceration looked like. You know, up until that point, I still wasn't really, was not yet fully aware of what mass incarceration meant, and how it decimated our Black and brown communities. Only thing that I knew was that at that moment in my life, my brother had been incarcerated for, I believe, over a decade at that point. And at that point, my father was incarcerated as well, and my nephew was incarcerated. So in that moment, that's all I knew, right? I knew of the men in my family who were incarcerated. So again, unbeknownst to me, all of this was the catalyst of my academic career, and it was slowly building to that. But again, there would be many more years, well, several more years before Dr. Willingham came to be. So how did I get here? Okay, so I decided in 2005 that I did not want to be a journalist anymore. Actually, I had decided in 2000 that I didn't want to be a journalist anymore. But I, was still trying to find my way, still trying to figure out what exactly I did want to do. So it was in 2005 that I received a fellowship at The Ohio State University. And it was a 6-month fellowship for mid-career journalists to give them time to work on a project. So my project during that fellowship was looking at the 10-year anniversary of the first Million Man March from my perspective as a Black woman with an incarcerated brother, nephew, and father. And so I wrote this project. It ran in USA Today. And I decided then that I wanted to pursue my PhD because I needed to know more and to learn more about this system that incarcerates so many families like mine. So from there, I started to apply to graduate programs. And it was at that time too that I got a call from St. Bonaventure University saying we have a position opening in our journalism school, come teach for us. So I went to St. Bonaventure University, where I taught in the journalism school for 6 years. And during that time is when I was working on my PhD. And also, it was also during that time, right when the USA Today piece ran, I started to receive a bunch of letters from incarcerated fathers. And they were telling me things like, your essay was so beautiful. It really struck home. It reminded me of my relationship with my kids, or it reminded me of the relationship that I did not have with my father. I want to be a better father. Can you help me? And I just had a handful of women whose children were children of an incarcerated father, and wanting some advice from me on, what should they say to their daughters and those things. And so within that moment, then I decided that my research would look at how incarceration impacts the relationship between incarcerated fathers and their children. And so that's what I set out to do during my PhD studies. But it was a project that never came to fruition, aside from the article that I wrote about it, because I was told it was too sociological in nature and not American studies enough. And I'll come back to that later when I talk about how academia impacts us as children of incarcerated parents, or how it impacts us as researchers who have direct familial incarceration. So my journey then as this Black woman, now academic, who's, several men in her family have been or are incarcerated, has been a learning process for me. It is teaching me, has taught, and continues to teach me more than anything that I could learn in a classroom. And I'll say that the biggest lesson that I am still learning is from my relationship with my father, and how his incarceration impacted impacted myself personally and my work and what I'm learning and what I have learned and continue to learn from that relationship. So I'm going to talk a little bit more about that. And, you know, my father and I, we had always had a what I like to call an on again, off again father-daughter relationship. And it wasn't until he was incarcerated that I believe that relationship was exacerbated by that incarceration. And, you know, when he was incarcerated, admittedly, I was cruel to him, right? I was so unforgiving, and I wasn't yet mature enough to and educated enough to understand exactly what was, you know, what it meant for him to be incarcerated, because I had, you know, I felt for my brother, right? I had more empathy for my brother. I didn't extend that same empathy towards my father during his time. And I can remember when the handful of times when he would call me, and our conversations wouldn't be that great because I was so cold to him. And you know, when he was released ultimately, and I can remember my sister calling me and she said, Dad needs socks, Dad needs underwear, can you contribute? And me still being hurt because he wasn't in my life the way that I needed him in my life as a young girl, and as a young woman, I was so intent on getting back at him. And I can remember saying to her, I don't have any money, so what? I don't care what he needs. You know, he didn't contribute to my socks and my underwear when my mom needed money. So that was me coming from my hurt place. And so our relationship, you know, during his incarceration and after his incarceration, you know, it continued to be strained. And time passed, years passed, and I graduated from college, from my doctoral program. And he called my mother and he said, you know, oh, I hear that we share a doctor together now. And so he was so, you know, so proud of that. And I was like, really? So, but he could not call me to congratulate me. So I took offense to that. And so that was another strike against him. And then he would call me and you know, the conversations would be, I would just say weird, because he would say, oh, so are you still a journalist? And I would say, you know, I haven't been a journalist for, you know, X amount of years now. You don't even know your daughter because you don't know that I haven't been in journalism since 2005, you know, and all the things. So that was another strike against him. And it wasn't until just a few years ago, 2016, and I received a call from my sister. It was November 2016, and she said, you know, Dad is not doing well, and if you want to say goodbye, you need to come now. Now, he was living in Georgia, so I booked a flight, the last flight out of Albany, and went down to Atlanta. And it was, you know, when I walked into the hospital room and I saw my father lying in his hospital bed. He was like a shell of himself at this point. He had lost so much weight, and he was shackled to the hospital bed. And when I saw that, I broke. And it was like Niagara Falls coming down my face. I had to run out of the room. My father had dementia. He had Lewy body dementia. And when I discovered that, I said, oh, all of it makes sense now. Those phone calls when he was asking me, are you still a journalist? You know, all of those different types of that phone calls that I characterized as weird. It was because he had dementia, and he was trying to, you know, trying to remember. And so when I saw him lying in a hospital bed, I lost it, because I was like, that is not my father. That is not the man who I remembered as my father. So I ran out of the room. My cousin followed me. I had to get it together. And then I come back into the room, And I don't know if any of you have ever had a conversation with someone who has dementia, but he was in and out of, he was lucid one minute, next minute he wasn't. But it was something in my father's mind, in my father's brain, that was tapping into me as a little girl. And, he would make jokes with me, and he said to me, Brie, are you married yet? And I said, no. I said, Dad, I don't need those kind of problems. And he said, that's because you're crazy, so that, and we laughed at that. He was always a jokester. And then he got serious and he said, that's okay, baby, I'll marry you. And so in that moment, it was like, holy crap, I had my father back, little Bria had her father back. And so I was there for about a week because his condition was deteriorating. And that was the first time when I saw my father in that hospital room. That was the first time that I had seen him in 11 years. Because remember, I was holding on to all of that hurt and that anger, carrying that baggage that had been weighing me down for all of those years. And so that was also why I broke down when I saw him. And so that was the first time I had seen him in 11 years. That was November of 2016. 2 months later, he died. And so he died just a week before his 75th birthday. And so I often, I still replay that time, and I regret being such a bitch to him while he was in prison. I regret not welcoming him home when he was released. I regret so much about our relationship and not taking advantage of the opportunity to instead of using his incarceration against him. I regret not using that time to rebuild our relationship. And so, what this teaches me as I do my research then is it teaches me, it has taught and it continues to teach me about the humanity of people in prison. It teaches me about the humanity of particularly parents in prison, and how that relationship, how prison can destroy a relationship between a father and his daughter, and how we all have to be, I'll say, hyper vigilant about making sure that doesn't happen. But what's interesting too is meanwhile, while that relationship was deteriorating, the relationship between my brother and myself and my nephew and myself was great, right? And it still is, so it was just, again, how I was viewing, my brother and my nephew, and how I was viewing my father, it was two different, well, that's three different relationships, and I was treating them, I was not treating them the same. So during this 28 years that my brother has been incarcerated, again, my nephew, he hasn't been in that long, almost 20 years, I think. I lose count, I'm sorry. But also during this time, then my younger brother served time, and he was actually in the same prison as our older brother at one point, but he's home. He's been home for over 5 years now, doing well. My sister, who is the mother of my nephew, she has been in and out of jail, fighting her own demons. My brother-in-law had served time as well. And so this issue of incarceration, familiar incarceration, runs deep in my family. And, trying to reconcile all of those moving parts as I teach my courses, as I do my research, it causes me to have to constantly shift, and not just in learning, theories and all of that, but shifting in how I approach my research, shifting in how I teach my classes, because my positionality is what it is. I am a Black woman whose relatives are incarcerated. or have been incarcerated. That hasn't changed. That won't ever change. And so then how do I proceed? As a professor, I'll say, it informs not only my research, but obviously it informs my teaching. And so I approach the classes that I teach then from the perspective of someone who is directly impacted, right? So particularly in my class, Punishment in Society, which is supposed to be our, akin to an Intro to Corrections course. Well, I don't teach it that way. I don't teach it in the context of this is what a prison is, and this is a warden, this is a superintendent, these are officers. I don't do it that way. I teach it from the perspective of how does punishment, how does prison impact people, right? Not just the families, but our communities and everything else like that. So it's like putting the human lens, if you will, on this issue of mass incarceration, because as we all know, once someone is put into prison, the story doesn't end there, right? The story begins there. So, and it also, it makes me aware of some of my particularly Black and brown students who also may have incarcerated parents or other incarcerated relatives, and then also students whose family works inside of prisons. And so there several times in my classes where I have groups of students from both of those categories. And so how do I then not necessarily merge those two, but how do I then present the information so that both sides get a well-rounded perspective of the other side. And it also makes me more, not sensitive, but I'll say sensitive, for lack of a better word right now, to students who experience this familial incarceration. Example, I had a young male student, Black male student, several years ago now, because if you're a professor, you sometimes you just lose count of who had classes with you when and what. And so anyway, I had this young man, and he was just so angry all the time. And he finally came to see me, and we had a sit down talk, and so I just asked him, "What's wrong? Why are you so angry?" And he's a big guy, tall and stocky. And in that moment, when he's sitting in my chair in this very office, he started crying like a little boy. And I said, "What is going on?" He said, "My father is in prison." And he didn't have to say anything more because it all made sense. And so he had been dealing with some of the anger issues that he was dealing with was stemming from his father's incarceration. And he had started to engage in behavior that would have sent him on that path. And so I told him, I said, "You need to make a decision right now. If in December you are going to be walking across the stage in a Black gown, receiving your diploma, or are you going to be wearing a jumpsuit, being paraded into jail?" And I'm happy to report that he chose the first option, and he graduated, and he has been doing well. His father is home. He's a father himself now. And so as I continue through my academic career, I continue to struggle with working that hyphen between the researcher and the research, finding my place, and how I negotiate being part of both sides of that hyphen. It is not easy for me. I often go into men's prisons, and I talk to men who are in parenting classes, and not because I'm a parent, because I'm not, but I talk to them as a woman whose father was incarcerated, whose brother is incarcerated, whose nephew is incarcerated. And I drive home to them the importance of them not only strengthening their relationships with their own families, but the importance of them being home, because we are missing them. And when they hear it from me, they say they get a different perspective, and they actually see, the impact, and how their daughters then can actually thrive in spite of their incarceration. I've been criticized many times. I've been, people give me kudos for being so open and so raw, and then I get criticized for being so open and so raw, because in academia, everybody's a critic, and so I've been criticized for using my personal story, because that's not what academics do. We are supposed to be scientific all the time and just stick to the facts. Well, this is my fact, right? There is no way that I can do what I do without acknowledging who I am. And again, who I am is the sister and the aunt of men incarcerated. So I'm not going to deny that. And it's not a limitation in the work that I do. In fact, it enriches the work that I do. So, to the critics, shh, I ain't trying to hear it. So, my advice moving forward to some of you who are listening, be hyper vigilant. You have to be hyper vigilant about authoring your own narrative, right? I've been listening to all the speakers all day long, and that is a current theme, a common theme rather, that has been running throughout this conference. And because if we don't write our own narratives, they will, and they will write it wrong. So be hyper vigilant about authoring your own narrative. Don't be ashamed of your incarcerated parents, but also don't carry their imprisonment on your shoulders. So don't feel like you have to carry the weight of your parents' incarceration on your shoulders. Allow yourself to breathe, okay? And allow yourself to live your own life outside of the shadow of your parents' incarceration. That's going to be very, very important for your own survival, for your own personal survival. And walking your own truth. Even as a PhD, even with the title of doctor, people are still, I'll say, surprised when I tell them my story, when I tell them that, my father was incarcerated, my sister was incarcerated, my brother-in-law was incarcerated, my brother is serving life, my nephew is serving 2 life sentences. They are shocked. And you want to know why they're shocked? Because I'm not supposed to be here. I'm not talking about here in this moment, but I'm not supposed to be here as a Black woman with a PhD. How dare I defy the odds? How dare I, because I came from a single parent home, how dare I not become a teenage mother? How dare I, go to college and graduate early? How dare I become a tenured professor? How dare I, right? So that's why I say you have to walk in your own truth. You have to write your own story. Because if they write it for you, if they write it for us, it's going to be a totally different story, right? So, and above all else, and I say this to Dr. Muhammad all the time, we say it to each other, I say it to all my students, I even have a t-shirt that says it, be unapologetically Black, 24/7 in all that you do, all right? And so that's my story. Open for questions. Anybody want to, holler at me later? You can always catch me on those Twitter streets at Dr. B. Willingham. And thank you so much for having me. Appreciate it.
Wow. People are in the chat box applauding. That was definitely, ooh, that was what we needed. That was what we needed. People are saying, right, Teen Mom here, I just graduated. So now they, bragging about it. What a great thing, exclamation point for Anna, who's in the audience. They are definitely going off. Just wanted to open it up. Miss Sydney Turner, please let me know what the chat box and the Q&A is looking like. Did we have any questions that came in? I have a few on my side.
Hello, and thank you. To meet you. I did not meet you before, so but
I know.
powerful. It was amazing. Oh my gosh, so inspiring. Like telling that story and their narrative is so important. I'm not seeing any specific questions in the chat box, but I guess for my own personal question, what would you say is like the most trying time that you've ever experienced, and how would you overcome it, or how did you overcome it?
Oh, damn.
Oh my God, I didn't mean to make it hard.
The most trying time. You know, I will say being a Black woman professor at a PWI. That and honestly, that has been my whole academic career from undergrad on up to now. But I would say particularly and especially now, because I, been here for 6 years, and the first Black woman tenured in over a decade here. And so my time here has been one trying time after another. And it has been a constant battle. And I still have to constantly, I still have to constantly fight because I'm dealing with so much whiteness around me. And so the whiteness then just accentuates my Blackness. And so I feel like that I am, my mother likes to call me Angela Davis, because I'm always walking around with my fist up and, I stay on, because I have to stay on and I have to stay ready all of the time because of all of the nonsense that some of my white colleagues throw at me, and dealing with the microaggressions all the time. So I would say that's my trying time, is just being a Black woman professor at a PWI. And really the only Black woman professor. I had to put that in there. For 6 years I have been, yes.
Wow, thank you so much for that. I do have a question for you, and it relates to the way you tell your narrative, sis. I mean, I've had the opportunity to hear it on different panels, and just every time it starts making my stomach bubble up. It gets, there's so many emotions that I go through when you tell that story, but it's a beautiful roller coaster. And oftentimes in these interviews, individuals don't know how to be so raw and honest. You
Right.
talked about your dad. You critiqued yourself within the midst of your own narrative, which is very, very strong.
Yeah.
Sis, if you could just share, how do you do that? How did you get there? How did you get to this place where you're able to tell your narrative with so much poise, but also realness?
How do I do it? I don't know. I think it's in order for me to be authentic and true to the work, I have to be authentic and true with myself. And writing is part of that process. We all know that writing is this cathartic process. I will tell you though, when I first started, it was not easy. When I wrote that essay, that USA Today essay, I remember sitting at my desk and literally typing and crying, because it was the first time that I had dealt with those emotions as related to my brother's incarceration in particular. And so each time that I write about it, each time that I talk about it, it gets a little easier. There are times when I actually cry, because it hits me in ways, sometimes I don't expect to be hit like that as well. And so again, it's just, if I'm going to be true to the work that I do, and also if I am going to be true and ask people to share their stories with me, then I got to share my story. And I always, it took an incarcerated father to point that out to me in the study that I did about the incarcerated fathers. And I went into this foolishly and naively believing that I could do this project without, talking about my own experience. And so he would ask me questions, and I would say, well, this isn't about me. I'm the one asking the questions, And he would say, nah, that's not how this works. And he dropped out of the study. And looking back, I do not blame him, because how can I ask him to share the most intimate details of his relationship with his daughter if I was not willing to share those details about my relationship with my father? Because what he was looking for was some guidance from me. So how did you negotiate, or how do you negotiate your relationship with your father? Maybe I can use some of those things with my relationship with my daughter, and I wasn't willing to reciprocate. And so that was the most valuable lesson that I learned out of that project. And so now this is why I am so raw and so honest, because I have to be.
Nice. And the last question that I would ask you, because I know the individuals that have been with us all day are ready to go, is this concept of crying. Oftentimes individuals are afraid to share the story because it strikes a chord in a place that doesn't allow them to maintain that strength in their posture, in their face, or even on their eyes. What advice do you have for individuals as it relates to crying in front of strangers, crying in front of your class, even if you're in a prison, crying, you know, in a prison class? Is that okay?
That's 100%. It's okay. I think that, you know, the tears are cleansing. And I think each time that you cry and you allow those emotions out, that's your exhale moment. And it allows you then to, the next time you tell that story, it'll be a little easier. So let the tears flow whenever they flow, wherever they flow. There's absolutely nothing to be ashamed of by showing your emotions as it relates to this work.
Thank you so much for closing us out. Today has definitely been an amazing day. And the way that you just told a story, every time I learn something new. So thank you so much for.
Thank you. And congratulations to you for this conference. You and Dr. Gatewood and Sydney, y'all doing it. That's what's up.
Thank you. Thank you. It was phenomenal. It's been an amazing day, and I see we still have participants. Please make sure that you all are logging in tomorrow morning. We will start at the same time. And if you thought today was a treat, oh my goodness, tomorrow we have the lineup that will knock you out completely. Also, please make sure that you scour the website, download the program. It has information how to contact all of the presenters or those individuals that provided us with the information. And please prepare for tomorrow. You can bring your snacks. We show commercials, and we'll give you an opportunity to also ask questions. Thank you so much, and have a wonderful night.
Bye.